Chapter 1, The Willow Darkness. Qingyang City. In front of the Huading mansion. Lin Yun stood in the doorway with a smile on his face and 2 movie tickets in his hand. At this time, a man and a woman walked out of the building. The man was wearing a suit, with a wristband Jiang Stanton watch and BMW keys around his waist. The woman had a very good figure and a good face value. The 2 of them were talking and laughing. Fifi. After Lin Yun saw the girl, he hurriedly greeted her with a smile. After the woman saw Lin Yun, her face changed. How did you get here? Didn't I say, don't come to my company? How humiliating for me to let my coworkers see you. Fifi looked very unhappy. Fifi, today is the 2nd anniversary of our relationship. I bought movie tickets and wanted to give you a surprise. Lin Yun smiled and handed the movie tickets to Lin Yun. The man in the suit next to him frowned. In love? Fifi, didn't you say you don't have a boyfriend? Wu Xiao, Fei Fei was suddenly speechless. The man in the suit dropped his gaze to Lin Yun again, looking him up and down, followed by a disdainful smile. Fifi, what kind of vision do you have, to find such a bumpkin as a boyfriend? Look at what he's wearing, he's a poor boy, right? Fei Fei's face changed. She felt that Lin Yun was disgracing her. Lin Yun's face also changed slightly when he heard the mocking intent in the man in the suit's words, but he didn't refute the man in the suit. Instead he reached out to pull Fei Fei. Fifi, how about we go? Walk what away? Fei Fei pushed Lin Yun's hand away. Young Wu was right. You're just a poor boy, the cell phone and bag I like. Have you ever bought me one? Can you afford it? Even to watch a movie, you have to wait until the anniversary. What are you going to give me happiness? Fifi's tone was firm and stern. Fifi, I am poor now, but I will work hard. Lin Yun said through gritted teeth. Make an effort? Ha! What a heavenly joke. Your family is so poor, no money, no power, no background, you just work hard for the rest of your life, but you can't compare to a hair on the head of Wu. Fei Fei sneered. Kid, with your kind of goods, you are not even worthy of my shoes. The man in the suit, Wu Xiao, also laughed coldly and sarcastically. Lin Yun, I've wanted to tell you for a long time, you don't deserve me at all. I'll make it clear to you today, I'll break up with you now. Fei Fei's tone was resolute. Immediately after, Fei Fei turned her head to look at Mr. Wu and winkingly said, Mr. Wu, how about we go? After saying that, Fei Fei took the initiative to hold on to Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao looked at Lin Yun with a disdainful smile. Poor boys don't deserve love, get it? After saying that, Wu Xiao pulled Fei Fei forward and entered a BMW car not far away. Looking at Fei Fei's distant back, Lin Yun's heart seized up. Grief, anger, unwillingness, but helpless. Just because I'm poor, a 2-year relationship is over like this? Lin Yun lowered his head, his hands tightly squeezing his fists, his nails sinking into his palms to the point that blood flowed out. Lin Yun and Fei Fei met in high school, and when they graduated from their senior year of high school, the 2 of them confirmed their relationship, and Fei Fei was still very simple at that time. After graduation, Lin Yun got into the local university. Fifi failed to get into her favorite university, so she entered the workplace to work. Since then, Fifi's whole person has slowly changed, becoming realistic and gold-digging. Lin Yun did not go after Fifi, nor did he try to retain her, because he was a poor boy. What capital did he have to steal from that Wu Xiao? And Lin Yun also saw through Fifi. To be honest, over the years, because his family was poor, Lin Yun didn't know how many blank stares he had suffered, didn't know how much he had been wronged and treated unfairly. Fifi, today you look down on me, in the future I will make you climb high. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a stern aura. And Wu Xiao, one day if I gain power, I will make you look good. Qingyang City Shantytown. Those who lived here were basically the poor at the bottom of this society, and Lin Yun's home was also here. On the way home, Lin Yun has been thinking about the problem of earning money, thinking about it, but there is not much of a clue. He is just an ordinary undergraduate college student, his family is poor, want to earn a lot of money, it is difficult as heaven. This society has no fairness to speak of. You work hard for your whole life, perhaps not as good as a rich family's children. Just arrived in front of his house, Lin Yun saw a Bentley. The license plate is still the provincial city. In front of my house, how could this kind of luxury car be parked? With doubts, Lin Yun quickened his pace and entered his home. After entering, Lin Yun realized that in addition to his mother, there was an old man in a suit at home. The old man had an extraordinary demeanor and was not an ordinary person at first glance. Grandson. The old man smiled at Lin Yun. These two words immediately made Lin Yun confused. Mom, what is going on here? Lin Yun looked at his mother with a confused expression. Mother had previously told Lin Yun that Grandma and Grandpa had passed away before Lin Yun was even born, so Lin Yun had never met Grandpa and didn't know about them. Mother sighed, Yun's son, all these years I've been lying to you, your grandpa actually didn't die, he's your real grandpa. Back then I wanted to be with your dad, your grandpa didn't agree, so I eloped with your dad. This sudden news made Lin Yun a little dizzy. He originally had a grandfather? So his parents eloped in pursuit of love? By the way, son, your grandfather's name is Lu Zhizhong. Mother added. Lu Zhizhong. Lin Yun face muscles jerked. This name Lin Yun of course heard of. Lu Zhizhong is the richest man in the 3 southwestern provinces. In the country's fame is not small, in this province's fame is not to mention. In the 3 southwestern provinces, Lu Zhizhong's Huading Group, almost all over the city, and are doing great, including in the city of Qingyang, the same Huading Group business. You are really the chairman of the Huading Group, Lu Zhizhong. Lin Yun looked at Lu Zhizhong with wide eyes. Lin Yun simply couldn't believe that his own biological grandfather would be such a big shot. That's right, good grandson. Lu Zhizhong stepped forward with a smile on his face, wanting to hug Lin Yun. Lin Yun, however, took a step back. After all these years, why didn't you come to recognize each other? You're so rich, why did you let my mom live such a hard life? Lin Yun angrily questioned. It was fine for Lin Yun to live a hard life, but his father died early, and over the years his mother had brought herself up alone, and it was clear in his heart how hard his mother had lived. Grandson, I gave your mother sent money many times, but she is stubborn, just don't, and even refused to let me recognize you. In fact, I have long wanted to recognize you, after all, I just you so a pro-grandson. Lu Zhizhong helplessly said. Mom, what he said is true. Lin Yun looked at his mother. Mother nodded, he is right, I originally did not want you to recognize him for the rest of my life, but I have now figured out that our grudges from the previous generation cannot drag you down. In order for you to live a better life, I feel that I should let you recognize him, and I hope that you can accept him. Good grandson. Lu Zhizhong smiled and hugged Lin Yun. This time Lin Yun didn't dodge. Good grandson, you've suffered all these years, don't worry, Grandpa will definitely make it up to you, Lu Zhizhong said. Immediately afterward, Lu Zhizhong took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Yun. Good grandson, there is $100 million of pocket money in the card, you first take it and use it, not enough and then find Grandpa to ask for it. $100 million. Lin Yun's hand shivered, so scared that he almost didn't stand still. For Lin Yun, this was simply astronomical. Lin Yun never thought he would have so much money. In the mouth of Lu Zhizhong, just pocket money? Lu Zhizhong naturally saw what Lin Yun was thinking. $100 million is just small money to your grandpa, me, understand? Lu Zhizhong laughed and shoved the card into Lin Yun's hands before continuing. In addition, all of my business in your Qingyang city will also be handed over to you. Handed over to me? But I'm still in college, not to mention that I haven't done business. Lin Yun spread his hands and said. It doesn't matter, the business in Qingyang city is relatively stable, there is also management in the management, you just need to be a hands-off chairman is good, continue to read your books, Qingyang city branch earn money, you can also use it will. Lu Zhizhong said. Good. Lin Yun agreed. After what happened with Fei Fei today, Lin Yun knew the importance of having money and status. Most importantly, Lin Yun suddenly remembered that Fifi, who had just broken up with himself, was working as a receptionist at the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, and that Wu Xiao was also from the Qingyang branch. And he, himself, was about to become the chairman of this company. Lin Yun couldn't help but think, when Fifi and Wu Xiao learned that he was the new chairman of their company, what would be the expressions of the two of them? This was something that made Lin Yun look forward to. Chapter 2, I am the new chairman. It's good that you agree. Tomorrow morning, you'll go to the Qingyang branch to take up the position of chairman, how about that? I'll make arrangements on the company side. Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Good. Lin Yun nodded his head once again. When Lu Zhizhong saw Lin Yun agree, he became even happier. He was initially afraid that Lin Yun wouldn't accept him, but he didn't expect it to go quite smoothly. Lu Zhizhong patted Lin Yun's shoulder. When you graduate from university, as long as you're willing, you'll be the future heir of the Huading Group. Lu Zhizhong stayed for a while, said that there are still many things on the company side, and now he has to rush back to the provincial city first, and then come back to see Lin Yun after some time, and urged Lin Yun there is any need for him to help, although give him a call. After Lu Zhizhong left, I really didn't expect that I would be the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, and that I would be the heir to the Huading group. Lin Yun sighed in his heart. On the way back, Lin Yun still thought that he would have trouble salting his way back in this lifetime, but now he had shifted into a top-tier rich third generation. Lin Yun looked at the bank card in his hand and secretly swore in his heart that those who had once bullied him, Lin Yun would definitely make them look good. Those who had once looked down on themselves, those who had once mocked and laughed at themselves, Lin Yun would definitely make them look good. After Lu Zhizhong went out, the secretary behind him then spoke. Lu Lao, you gave the position of chairman of the Qingyang City branch to the young master. The young master doesn't know how to do business. If he's capricious and messy, he'll probably screw up the branch very quickly. This is also considered a test. If he quickly screws up the company, then it shows that he is a playboy, not suitable to be the successor of the Huading group. Lu Zhizhong said. Lu Zhizhong was clear that as long as he didn't mess up, even if he left it alone, he could make the branch continue to be profitable. After all, the company had already entered the right track long ago, and there were professional managers and executives who were managing the company. So it is easy to do normal profitability. Then, what if the young master can boost the branch's profitability and let the branch go to the next level in Qingyang City? The secretary said. This is certainly better, but this should be impossible. Lu Zhizhong shook his head. Lu Zhizhong did not expect Lin Yun to do better, just need to keep the family business, not to lose it in a few moments, in the future can be the heir. At this time, Lu Zhizhong did not think that in the future, Lin Yun actually did make the branch to the next level. Of course, this is all an afterthought. 8 o'clock in the morning the next day. Outside the door of the Huading mansion. The entire building was very imposing, and with the deep background of the Huading group, the branch was naturally thriving in Qingyang City. At this moment, there were more than 100 employees standing outside the building. Standing at the front is the general manager Wu Daon, deputy general manager Lu Bo. Standing in the second row were the 5 department managers, and Wu Xiao, who had taken Lin Yun's girlfriend, was among them. The rest of the department heads, as well as the company's employees, were lined up on both sides of the road. They had gotten word that the new chairman of the branch would be coming to the company today, so the general manager led all the employees here to welcome the new chairman. In the crowd of employees, I don't know what kind of person the new chairman is, but he was suddenly parachuted in to sit here as our chairman. An employee said. That goes without saying, he must be a very powerful person. At this time, Fei Fei, who was also in the crowd, said, as far as I know, this person may be a relative of Chairman Lu Zhizhong. What? A relative of Lu Dong? The crowd of employees were stunned. Lu Zhizhong is the boss of the entire Huading group, the richest man in the 3 southwestern provinces. To be Lu Zhizhong's relative, this kind of identity is absolutely bullish. Fifi, really? Yes. Really fake. The employees all looked at Fifi. Of course it's true, this is what Mr. Wu himself told me, it's impossible for him to lie to me. Fifi said proudly. Fifi, are you really with Mr. Wu? You have to take care of us from now on. Fifi, I took care of you when you first joined the company, so you have to take care of me in the future. Why are you calling me Fifi? Call me Sister Fei. That's right, Sister Fei. Sister Fei. For a while, the surrounding employees began to flatter Fifi, just because of her relationship with Mr. Wu. Fei Fei appeared to be enjoying herself. At the same time, she sighed in her heart that her choice to break up with that punk, Lin Yun, was really a wise choice, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be flattered by everyone right now. Just at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the crowd. This person was none other than Lin Yun, who had come to take up the position of chairman. What was he doing here? When Fei Fei saw Lin Yun appear, she knitted her eyebrows. Wu Xiao, who was standing in front, also recognized Lin Yun. Kid, stop right there. Wu Xiao stepped forward to stop Lin Yun. Kid, I have important things to do today, I don't have the time to play with you, hurry up and get the hell out of here, Wu Xiao shouted towards Lin Yun. Wu Xiao, I promise you, the more you curse now, the more miserable you'll be later, Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and sneered. Lin Yun was the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, this layer of identity gave Lin Yun full backbone. What? I'm miserable? Ah, kid, you're too funny. You don't look at how miserable you yourself are, you can't even keep your own girlfriend, all trash. Wu Xiao laughed out loud. At this time, Fifi also ran over. Fifi, what a coincidence, we meet again. Lin Yun grinned at Fei Fei. Lin Yun, didn't you just want to come and beg me not to break up with you? I'll tell you clearly, it's absolutely impossible to get back together with a loser like you. Fei Fei frowned, her tone sharp. Fifi, you're probably thinking too much. I'm not looking to get back together with you, on the contrary, even if you begged me to get back together with you right now, I wouldn't. Lin Yun sneered. What? I'm begging a poor boy like you? What a joke. Lin Yun, I can't possibly beg you in this life, you don't take a piss at what you are. Fei Fei snorted with her bladder in her arms. At this time, the general manager, Wu Deong, stepped forward and spoke. Son, who is this? Why are you making a scene here? Don't you know what day today is? If the new chairman of the board sees the commotion here, what's going on? Dad, it's just a clown, I'll coax him away immediately. Wu Xiao said with a smile. Immediately afterward, Wu Xiao looked at Lin Yun and scolded. Kid, if you're smart, get out now, or I'll call security to throw you out. Wu Xiao, to tell you the truth, I'm the new chairman who came to take office, and you're telling me to get lost? Sorry, you. No. Enough. Grid. Lin Yun pointed at Wu Xiao, one word at a time, his tone stern. What? You say you're the new chairman? Ah, what a big joke. Wu Xiao burst out laughing after hearing Lin Yun's words. The employees present couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh as well. They saw that Lin Yun was dressed in a pair of ground floor clothes and looked like he was just a college student. Where did he look like the chairman? But Fei Fei's face turned green. Lin Yun, can you stop embarrassing yourself here? You're pretending to be the new chairman? As your ex-girlfriend, I feel so humiliated. But I'm really the new chairman. Lin Yun spread his hands and said. Lin Yun, how dare you still talk tough? What kind of family and status are you? Don't I understand? Fei Fei snorted. Security guard. Security guard. Throw this brat out for me. Wu Xiao directly called out for security. Immediately, more than 10 security guards ran over. At that moment, a Bentley slowly drove up. This Bentley was the same one Lin Yun had seen in front of his house yesterday. Here it comes. This must be the new chairman coming. The employees said one after another. The general manager, Wu Deong, also said loudly, everyone, cheer up and get ready to greet the new chairman. Saying so, Manager Wu led the executives and ran towards the Bentley. Lin Yun, aren't you posing as the new chairman? Now it's really here. I'll see how you can still pretend. Fei Fei sneered at Lin Yun. Great. Lin Yun grinned. At this time, the Bentley door opened and a middle-aged man walked down from the car. Lin Yun recognized this person at a glance. Yesterday at home, this middle-aged man had been following Grandpa around, as if he was Grandpa's secretary. In front of the Bentley. Secretary Zhang, why are you the only one here? Where is the new chairman? General Manager Wu Deong was full of smiles. The new chairman should have already arrived, haven't you guys seen it? Secretary Zhang said. Arrived? No. No. Wu Deong was dumbfounded. Secretary Zhang looked around and eventually his gaze landed on Lin Yun, who was not far away. Immediately afterward, Secretary Zhang hurriedly jogged towards Lin Yun with a smile on his face. General Manager Wu Deong didn't know what was going on, but still hurriedly led the executives and followed. After Secretary Zhang arrived in front of Lin Yun, he hurriedly bowed and curtsied to Lin Yun and said, Young master, I'm really sorry, the road was jammed, so I came late. Chapter 3, Settling Accounts. After Secretary Zhang arrived in front of Lin Yun, he hurriedly bowed and curtsied to Lin Yun and said, Little young master. I'm really sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road, so I'm late. G.A. The people present were all confused after seeing this scene. Especially Fei Fei and Wu Xiao, they all grew their mouths in shock. What was going on here? Secretary Zhang was actually bowing to Lin Yun? How dare he address Lin Yun as young master? At this time, Secretary Zhang turned his head and said with a stern face. General Manager Wu, this is the new chairman, why are you all still standing there, why don't you hurry and bow? What? He? He is the new chairman? General Manager Wu Daiyong's face turned gray for a moment. He actually really is the chairman of the board? The employees present were all stunned. Wu Xiao was even more wide-eyed and couldn't believe his ears. He was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky hitting his head. The one with the most ugly face is Fei Fei. No. This is impossible. He is just a poor boy. What is the situation of his family? I know very well. He definitely can't be the new chairman. Fei Fei's tone was sharp. General Manager Wu Daiyong also said, Secretary Zhang, are you mistaken? He is dressed like this. He really doesn't look like the chairman of the board. General Manager Wu, here are the formalities, see for yourself. If you still do not believe, you can also call Lu Dong for confirmation. Secretary Zhang handed the posting formalities to Wu Daiyong. Wu Daiyong took a closer look. The identity information inside, as well as the photo, is really Lin Yun. Secretary Zhang continued. In addition, let me tell you the truth, young Master Lin Yun is Chairman Lu Zhizhong's own grandson. What? Lu Dong's own grandson. This news was like a heavy bomb that slammed hard into the hearts of the crowd. Lu Zhizhong's pro-grandson, what is this concept? Lu Dong's pro-grandson? God. Wu Xiao was even more shocked and softly paralyzed on the ground at once, his face turning pale due to the spasm of his heart. Wu Xiao did not dare to imagine how serious the consequences would be if he robbed Lu Dong's own grandson's daughter friend. Impossible. This is impossible. Fei Fei, on the other hand, was staring straight at Lin Yun, revealing a look of how she couldn't grasp the gist of it. She didn't want to believe it. At this time, General Manager Wu Daiyong hurriedly ran to Lin Yun with a fawning face. Chairman Lin. I didn't recognize you before. I hope Chairman Lin won't blame me. Wu Daiyong knew that Secretary Zhang was Chairman Lu's side of the red man. Secretary Zhang would never lie about his grandson. Lin Yun didn't pay any attention to Wu Daiyong, but turned to look at the employees directly. There were over 100 employees present. All of them had their heads bowed and were silenced, because they had all laughed at Lin Yun when he said he was the new chairman before, and they were certainly scared to death. They had to know that this was not only the new chairman, but also Elder Lu's own grandson. Feeling the crowd's awe of himself, Lin Yun's heart sighed with emotion. Had anyone ever been in awe of himself? Absolutely not. Lin Yun scanned the circle and finally rested his gaze on Wu Xiao. When Wu Xiao saw Lin Yun walking towards him, he was in a state of shock, his back was in a cold sweat. He knew that Lin Yun had come to settle the score with him. Young Master Lin. After Lin Yun arrived in front of Wu Xiao unexpectedly hugged Lin Yun's thighs at once and took the initiative to beg for mercy. Young Master Lin. I was wrong. I shouldn't have robbed your girlfriend, I apologize. I'll give Fifi back to you. You spare me. With the amazing identity of Lu Dong's own grandson, Wu Xiao couldn't give birth to any other thoughts other than begging for mercy. Looking at Wu Xiao, who was lying in front of himself begging for mercy, Lin Yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Having money and power is good. Wu Xiao, this kind of rich second generation, yesterday was still arrogant and domineering in front of himself, but today he took the initiative to kneel down and beg for mercy. This was something that Lin Yun had once not even dared to dream of. Give her back to me? Sorry, I don't need this kind of bitch. Besides, do you think I'll spare you? Lin Yun narrowed his eyes. After saying that, Lin Yun directly kicked Wu Xiao away. The kick down Wu Xiao, after thinking about Lin Yun's identity, he could only hold his resentment hard. Chairman. My son is a child who doesn't know any better. If he has offended you in any way, you should be an adult and spare him. Wu Daiyong stepped forward to intercede for his son. Lin Yun cold eyes to look at Wu Daiyong. You still have the face to him to beg for forgiveness. Son does not teach the father over. Your son's so arrogant and domineering, and your connivance also has a lot to do. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun exclaimed. I announce as the new chairman. You, father and son, are dismissed from Huading Group as of today and will never be hired. What? Fired. Wu Daiyong's face turned the color of pig's liver. Wu Daiyong fought for many years to do on the position of general manager. Now if he will be fired, then his years of hard work can be torched. Wu Daiyong had wanted to retort with his seniority, but after he thought of Lin Yun as Lu Dong's own grandson, he could only swallow the words on the edge of his mouth. Wu Xiao was even more desperate. He was able to mix like a fish in water on weekdays, all thanks to his dad. If his dad was also fired, then he would lose his status as a second-generation rich man. Then how could he live in the future? Wu Xiao felt that he instantly fell from heaven to hell. Security guard. Rack up the Wu family's father and son and throw them out. Lin Yun waved his hand. The dozen or so security guards beside him looked at each other with some hesitation. After all, Wu Daong had always been the number one person in the branch. Lin Yun frowned. What? Can't you guys understand my words? Or do you think I don't have enough weight? Enough is enough. The security guards responded in succession, their worries dispelled when they thought that Lin Yun was the personal grandson of Director Liu. With Lin Yun backing them up, they weren't afraid even if they were asked to beat up the Wu family's father and son. After thinking about this, these 10 or so security guards directly stepped forward to rack up Wu Daong and Wu Xiao. Bastard! Let go of me, I'm Wu Xiao, you security guards dare to make a move on me. You want to die, right? Wu Xiao tried his best to yell. One of the security guards laughed coldly. Xiao Wu, you and your father have been expelled, and you're still pretending here? You're nothing now. The other two security guards who were holding Wu Xiao also said. That's right, you still think you're Mr. Wu? You're still putting on airs with us? You're nothing now. If you don't stop, I'll whip you. Said, they directly set up Wu Xiao to go out. You. Wu Xiao's lips are trembling with anger. He was so humiliated by a few security guards? On the contrary, he was still unable to do anything about it. Wu Daong was relatively calm. He just had an ugly face and didn't yell. As a shopping center old man, he was very clear about the situation. He was not qualified to fight with Lu Dong's own grandson. After the Wu family father and son were thrown to the street not far away. Many of the employees present after seeing this scene, but the heart of the heart secretly happy not to, in the weekdays, Wu Xiao by virtue of their status, in the company to bully men and women. Many employees in the heart of the heart are very disgusted with Wu Xiao, just dared to be angry do not dare to say. Now seeing the Wu family's father and son fall, of course they were happy. Lin Yun walked over to Fei Fei at this time. It was time to make a complete end to the grudge between himself and Fei Fei. At this time, Fei Fei's face was white. He was with Wu Xiao solely because of Wu Xiao's money and status, but as a result, now Wu Xiao had collapsed? Instead, her ex-boyfriend Lin Yun, who she had just dumped, had all of a sudden become the chairman of the board and the grandson of the richest man in southwest China. Lin Yun, your family is obviously poor. How could you be Lu Dong's own grandson? Fei Fei had an unwilling face. She asked herself that she knew Lin Yun's family very well off. At the same time, Fei Fei regretted in her heart, if he had known that Lin Yun was the personal grandson of the richest man in southwest China, Lu Zhizhong, she wouldn't have broken up with Lin Yun even if she was beaten to death. Yeah, the world is so marvelous. I didn't think that I would be Lu Zhizhong's grandson either. Lin Yun laughed. Fei Fei bit her lip. Lin Yun, I was just fooled by Wu Xiao's flowery words, and I was momentarily confused yesterday, in fact. Actually, I really love you. You look at our 2 years on the feelings. Please give me a chance, okay? When Fei Fei said at the end, she had hugged Lin Yun's arm with a prayerful face. Sorry, you can't afford it. Lin Yun, whose face was expressionless, directly pushed Fei Fei away. Yesterday, how desperate Fifi had been to Lin Yun, today Lin Yun would be as desperate to him. After pushing Fei Fei away, Lin Yun directly turned around and left. Looking at Lin Yun's back as he mercilessly left, Fei Fei's heart plummeted below the 9 ghosts. She realized in her heart that this man he once despised, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to reach him in this lifetime. Lin Yun arrived in front of Lu Bo, the deputy general manager. Lu Bo was so shocked that his face changed and he said in a hurry. Young Master Lin. I'm not in league with Wu Daong, young Master Lin, be clear. Lin Yun assisted Lu Bo. Mr. Lu, there's no need to be alarmed. I'm not here to trouble you, on the contrary, I'm going to promote you. From today onwards, you are the general manager of the company. Really? Really? Lu Bo was surprised and happy. Of course it is true. Lin Yun smiled. Yesterday, after Lin Yun learned that he was coming here to be the chairman, he paid someone to inquire about some of the company's internal situation. According to the intelligence, this Lu Bo was a character with pretty impressive business skills. It was a pity that he had bad luck and had been pressured by the general manager, Wu Daong, and a lot of Lu Bo's credits had been snatched by Wu Daong, and in turn, he ended up taking the blame for the things that Wu Daong had messed up. For a person like Lu Bo, he is just short of a nobleman who can promote him. Lin Yun also spent money to investigate Lu Bo's character and learned that he was also of good character, so Lin Yun was willing to pull him up. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman of the Board of Directors, I promoted the grace, Lu Bo will certainly remember for the rest of my life. Lu Bo was so excited that he was close to kneeling down for Lin Yun. For Lin Yun, it might just be a matter of words, but for Lu Bo, it was something as hard as heaven. He had been waiting for this opportunity for too many years. No need for thanks. Do a good job in the future. The best way to repay me is to make the company prosperous, Lin Yun said. After a pause, Lin Yun continued, my identity, as long as you do a good enough, I can also promote you up later, definitely not just a branch of the general manager, understand? Understand. Chairman Lin, rest assured. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I'll go through fire and water. Lu Bo's tone is resolute. Lu Bo understood that Lin Yun was his nobleman. He secretly resolved in his heart to be loyal to Lin Yun in the future and to develop the company with all his might. Chapter 4 Donation. I'm optimistic about you. Lin Yun patted Lu Bo's shoulder. To the once Lin Yun, a deputy general manager of a large company like Lu Bo, that was a big shot that he needed to look up to. And now, he was nodding his head in front of wanting Lin Yun. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked at the 100 or so employees present. Employees, as a meet and greet gift, I'll privately give each of you 10,000 yuan, which will be sent to you along with your next month's salary, Lin Yun said directly. What? A $10,000 meet and greet gift? Long live Lin Dong. Long live Lin Dong. After the employees present were stunned, they all excitedly chanted in succession, all of them looking very happy. What could be a better benefit than directly handing out money? And it was still $10,000. The new chairman was really generous. Handing out so much money as soon as they met. It's so much better than the Wu family's father and son. That's right. With such a generous new chairman, it's going to be a good thing in the future. The employees were talking excitedly, who doesn't like a chairman who gives out money at the drop of a hat? And when the Wu family was around, Wu Daong was very stingy with his employees. With Lin Yun handing out money like this, he directly succeeded in enlisting the hearts of the people. There were more than 100 employees present, one person 10,000 is also more than $1 million, this amount of money for now for Lin Yun is nothing. Lin Yun waved his hand, employees, this amount of money is nothing. As long as you do a good job, I guarantee a lot of bonuses and benefits in the future. Follow Lin Dong, I will go through fire and water. Lu Bo took the lead and shouted. Follow Lin Dong, go through fire, no more. Follow Lin Dong, go through fire and water, and then do not hesitate. The employees were all excited and followed the slogan. Lin Yun looked at the crowd's vigor, and he nodded with satisfaction. Although Grandpa had said yesterday that Lin Yun only needed to be a shirker. But since Lin Yun had become the chairman of the company, he definitely wanted to make the company develop better, and it was also a way to prove to Grandpa that he wasn't a useless rich third generation. Secretary Zhang, who had been standing next to him, took all of this into his eyes. Secretary Zhang couldn't help but say in his heart, I didn't expect the young master to be so powerful. Not only did he make the general manager of the heart of his heart, but also easily enlisted the hearts and minds of the company's employees, which is somewhat of the style of the old master Lu. Lin Yun's performance today greatly exceeded Secretary Zhang's expectations. Secretary Zhang decided to report everything he had just seen to Elder Lu Zhizhong. The company had already been on track for a long time, and all aspects were already relatively mature, so there wasn't much that Lin Yun needed to worry about. Matters were handled by Lu Bo and the executives, and Lin Yun stayed in the company for a morning before leaving the company. In addition, Lin Yun also instructed Lu Bo to clean up all the connections of the Wu family and their son from the company. According to Lin Yun's information from yesterday, the Wu family's father and son had stuffed a lot of connections into the company, only taking money and not doing anything. This kind of black sheep must be removed. On the other hand, the Wu family. Damn it! Damn! Angry Wu Xiao ruthlessly smashed the cup on the table on the ground. Dad, is it possible that we just let it go? Wu Xiao looked very unwilling. Of course not. Today this breath is not out. Wu Daong swore not to be a person. Wu Daong gritted his teeth. However, he is the grandson of Lu Dong. With this, we simply cannot fight him off. Wu Xiao face helpless. We can't fight him in the open, so let's do it the dirty way. Let's secretly find a few thugs and waste that kid. Wu Daong's face was hideous. Wu Xiao's eyes lit up. Dad, brilliant idea. As long as we don't admit it, no one will know that we hired him. As for the fighters, give them some money and let them hide abroad for a while and they'll be fine. That's right, I know a few of the fighters, I'll go and do it right now. Wu Daong got up and headed out. Dad! Tell the fighters to hit harder, better make him a vegetable. Wu Xiao roared. At noon, Xingyang University. Inside the 8112 dormitory. Lin Yun, this morning is Zhang Tuofu's class. You kid even directly missed class and didn't come. As soon as Lin Yun entered the dormitory, a fat man came in front of Lin Yun. This fatty, Lin Yun's only friend in the university, was called Huang Sun. There was really something going on in the morning. Lin Yun spread his hands. Then you kid also take a vacation. Zhang Tuofu said that he's going to hang up your section. Fatty had a serious face. He wants to hang up on me? Lin Yun's eyes narrowed, and a few chills rose in his eyes. Butcher Zhang's original name was Zhang Daowei, one of Lin Yun's college teachers. However, Lin Yun had a very bad impression of him, one because he was already fierce, hence the nickname Butcher. There was also a more important reason. Last semester Lin Yun bumped into Butcher Zhang having sex with a certain female student. It was said that Butcher Zhang had threatened that female student that if she didn't have sex with him, she would hang up that female student's section. How can this kind of scum be worthy of being a teacher? Lin Yun, you go to find Zhang Tuofu to apologize and beg him. Maybe you can save it. If you really hang your section, it will be very troublesome. Fatty said. Don't worry, I will go to him, but well. Lin Yun's mouth showed a cold smile. If it was put in the past, if Lin Yun encountered this kind of thing, he would probably go to find Butcher Zhang to apologize. But now that Lin Yun was the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, Lin Yun would go and beg him? Branch office. The door was unlocked, so Lin Yun directly pushed the door and walked into the office. Zhang Tufu was watching a small movie in his office at the moment, and when he heard the movement of the push door, he hurriedly turned off the page before turning his head to look. When he saw that it was Lin Yun, he burst into flames. After all, Lin Yun had disturbed his pleasure and scared him. Lin Yun! Don't you know how to knock when you enter an office? Do you know the rules? Also, you dared to miss my class this morning. Do you know the consequences? Zhang Tufu's face was grim as he bellowed. Mr. Zhang, I'm here for the matter of failing the class, Lin Yun said as he walked up to Mr. Zhang Butcher. Oh? You want to beg me not to fail your subject? It's very simple. Butcher Zhang rubbed his fingers together, signaling that he wanted money. Lin Yun smiled coldly. He had already guessed that Butcher Zhang would ask for money. Lin Yun sat on the chair next to him, then crossed his legs and said, Sorry, I'm not here to beg you, I'm here to give you a chance. If you're sensible, the matter of absenteeism in the morning will be written off. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Butcher Zhang pursued with a playful smile. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed. Otherwise, I promise to make you pay a terrible price. What? Make me pay a terrible price? With just a poor college student like you? Ha, what a joke. Butcher Zhang couldn't help but laugh. Although Butcher Zhang was fierce, he was all about picking soft persimmons to pinch, and he knew that Lin Yun was a soft persimmon. Immediately afterward, Butcher Zhang put away his smile and slammed the table. Kid, I'll put my words down here as well. You've upset me today. You have to apologize to me and then seal a $5,000 red packet of goodwill. Otherwise, I'll not only make you fail your final, but I'll also make it so that you won't be able to get your diploma in the future. In Butcher Zhang's opinion, a poor boy with no money and no power like Lin Yun would compromise and beg for forgiveness as long as he made a slight home threat. Lin Yun's face sank after hearing this. Butcher Zhang, scum like you really don't deserve to be a teacher. Also, you didn't value the opportunity one gave you, you'll regret it. After saying that, Lin Yun directly got up and walked outside. When Zhang Tufu heard Lin Yun call him a nickname, he slammed his fist on the table in anger. Bastard, how dare you call me Butcher Zhang? How dare you talk to me like that? I guarantee that the one who regrets it will be you. Butcher Zhang yelled towards Lin Yun's back. In college, offending a teacher was a very unwise act. Zhang Tufu had already made up his mind in his heart. not only would he fail Lin Yun's subject at the end of the period, he would also make things difficult for Lin Yun when he retook the course, so that Lin Yun wouldn't get his diploma, so that he could get out of his heart's bad anger. On the other side, what a clothed beast, wasted as a teacher. Lin Yun couldn't help but shake his head after he left the office. This Zheng Tufu really made Lin Yun feel sick. In fact, on the matter of absenteeism, Lin Yun only needed to take out a few $1,000s and give it to Zheng Tuofu to solve the problem, but Lin Yun definitely wouldn't do that. What Lin Yun wanted to do was to make Butcher Zheng pay a heavy price for what he had done. Lin Yun made his way outside the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Upon entering, Principal Zhou, dressed in a suit, came into Lin Yun's eyes. Principal Zhou looked up at Lin Yun before continuing to read the newspaper while saying, "This student, what is your business?" "Principal Zhou, I want to make a donation to the school," Lin Yun said lightly. "Donation? This student, we appreciate your good intentions, but our school isn't short of a few dozen or a few $100s, so you'd better keep it for yourself," Principal Zhou replied while reading the newspaper. Lin Yun smiled. "Principal Zhou, what I want to donate is not tens or hundreds of dollars, but $10 million. What? $10 million. The principal hurriedly put down the newspaper and looked at Lin Yun with a stunned expression. "This student, are you kidding me? You're donating $10 million? The principal looked at Lin Yun's dress and didn't look at all like a master who could take out $10 million. "You report the school account number to me. After I transfer the money, you'll understand if it's true or not," Lin Yun said. The principal thought about it and finally reported the account number to Lin Yun. "The transfer is complete, principal, you check it." Lin Yun quickly used his cell phone to complete the transfer. "Shaoli, you make a call to the finance to see if you received a $10 million transfer," the principal said to the secretary not far away. The secretary nodded, then hurriedly called to confirm. "Principal, the verification is complete." The financial side said that just suddenly received a mysterious transfer of $10 million. The secretary eagerly said, "Hiss." The principal immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He didn't expect this to be true. 10 million donations. This is definitely the most donations received since the opening of Qingyang University. Shaoli, hurry up and make tea for this student. Make him some of my favorite pu'er tea. After the principal finished speaking, he hurriedly got up with a smile and came to Lin Yun, enthusiastically saying, "I don't know what your name is, which family's young master?" Chapter 5, The Expulsion Controversy. The principal's heart is very clear. To be able to casually come up with 10 million donations for fun, absolutely extraordinary family, absolutely very rich family to do this kind of top son, the principal must also be worshipped as God. "I am called Lin Yun." Lin Yun turned around and sat down, then crossed his legs and said, "Principal, I didn't donate this $10 million for nothing. I have two requests." You say?" The principal nodded his head. The principal was thinking before, surely this son of a bitch wouldn't donate money for nothing, right? There's always a purpose, right? Lin Yun took a sip of the tea handed to him by his secretary, then said lightly, "First, fire the school teacher Zhang Daowei, Butcher Zhang, and second, guarantee that I don't fail all my subjects, even if I miss class at will." "No problem." The principal didn't even think much about it and agreed in one breath. Firing a teacher in the district, it's an easy thing to do, there are plenty of teachers anyway, surely $10 million is more important. Good, then I won't bother the principal. The matter of dismissal, I hope the principal will implement it as soon as possible. Lin Yun stood up. Lin Yun had come on this trip to get Butcher Zhang expelled, and now his purpose had been achieved. "I'll see Mr. Lin off." The principal followed closely behind Lin Yun, sending him all the way out of the office. After Lin Yun left, "Shaoli, hurry up and access his file to find out which family's son he really is," the principal instructed his secretary. Just based on the fact that Lin Yun could casually take out $10 million, the principal was certain that Lin Yun had a deep family background. "Yes, I'll go and do it now," the secretary hurriedly responded. 2:00 in the afternoon, inside the classroom. "Lin Yun, you just went to the office to see Butcher Zhang, right? Did he agree to forgive you?" the fat guy at the same table asked. "He didn't agree, because I didn't apologize to him. He's the one who should apologize," Lin Yun said lightly. What? Lin Yun, you kid don't have a fever, do you? Fatty was puzzled. Don't worry, I'm fine. As for Butcher Zhang, if he offended me, Lin Yun, he'll only be fired. Lin Yun's mouth revealed a smile. Lin Yun, you're still saying you don't have a fever, you're talking nonsense. You'd better hurry up and go find Butcher Zhang and apologize, otherwise he'll be in trouble if he really gives you a hard time at the end of the period. Fatty eagerly said. In Fatty's eyes, they, poor students, could never offend a teacher. The conversation between Lin Yun and Fatty was heard by Zhang Hu, who was sitting at the back. This Zhang Hu and Lin Yun is the same classmate. His father is doing building materials business, has a family quite rich, and he also knows people on the road. With these, Zhang Hu, usually in the class, is arrogant and domineering kind of people. No one dares to offend him. Lin Yun, did you just say that if Zheng Tufu offended you, he would only be expelled? Ha, you're too good at bullshitting, aren't you? You're really laughing at Grandpa. Zhang Hu laughed. Immediately afterward, Zhang Hu stood up and shouted. Classmates, Lin Yun just went so far as to say that Zheng Tufu offended him, so Zheng Tufu will be expelled from the school. Do you think it's funny? Zhang Hu's voice was loud, so loud that all the students in the classroom could hear the words clearly. After the students heard the words, they looked at Zhang Hu and Lin Yun. That's right, those words just now were indeed said by me. What's the problem? If Zheng Tufu offends me, he'll be expelled, and Jesus won't be able to protect him. Lin Yun said blandly. What? Jesus can't protect him? Ha ha. The whole class, including Zhang Hu, burst into laughter. Damn, Lin Yun, this kid usually looks quite honest. How come he's bragging about this kind of bullshit now? That's right, he thinks he's a rich and powerful second generation. He's just a poor guy. What's he capable of getting Butcher Zhang expelled? The students in the class basically knew that Lin Yun's family was poor. Who would believe that Lin Yun had the ability to get Zheng Tufu expelled? Even Fatty poked Lin Yun and whispered, Lin Yun, you can just brag to me, why do you have to brag to the whole class? Fatty, I really didn't brag. Lin Yun was serious. Looks like you really have a fever today. Fatty's face was speechless, he didn't know what to say anymore. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by Fatty's reaction. After all, Fatty knew his family well. Ding bell. The bell rang for class. The first period of the afternoon was still Zheng Tufu's class. Zheng Tufu slowly walked into the classroom. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Hu suddenly stood up and said. Teacher Zhang, just now Lin Yun made a big deal in the classroom about you offending him, saying that you would be expelled from the school because of it. After saying that, Zhang Hu smiled and hugged his bladder, ready to watch the show. Zheng Tufu's face sank after he heard this. Lin Yun calling him out in the office at noon had already made him very upset, and now it made his anger soar even more. Pang! Zheng Tufu ruthlessly slammed his textbook on the table, then with a stern face, he shouted at Lin Yun. Lin Yun! You see that you really don't want to live. How dare you openly slander a teacher? I'll make sure the school gives you disciplinary action. Yoo-hoo! This Lin Yun kid is going to be out of luck. Zhang Hu, who was watching the show, as well as a few of his friends, whistled. The students in the class also secretly shook their heads. It was very unwise for an ordinary poor college student to offend a teacher. Lin Yun. You hurriedly get up and deny it. Say that you didn't say it and apologize, or it's really over. Fatty anxiously poked Lin Yun with his elbow repeatedly. Lin Yun really stood up. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, he smiled and said, Butcher Zhang, classmate Zhang Hu was right about everything. I did talk about you like that. Boom! The moment Lin Yun said this, the entire classroom was in an uproar. He actually admitted it? He actually called Zhang Butcher by his nickname? Geez, he's just being a deadbeat. Does he still want to read on? Does he still want to graduate? In the eyes of all the students, Lin Yun was simply crazy. No student had ever dared to call out the nickname Butcher Zhang in front of Butcher Zhang. Zheng Tufu on the podium, his eyes were flashing with uncontrollable anger. Lin Yun, I'll put my words here. If you can successfully graduate, I'll write the word Zhang backwards. Butcher Zhang roared angrily. Just then, a director with 2 security guards appeared at the classroom door. Director Wu, what brings you here? Zheng Tufu hurriedly converted a smile when he saw this director. Zheng Dawei, you've been expelled from the school. The principal told you to get out of the school immediately. The director coldly said. What? What? I've been expelled? Butcher Zhang's face changed drastically. Director Wu, are you kidding me? How could I? How could I suddenly be fired? Zheng Tufu forced a smile. Zheng Dawei, do I look like I am joking with you? Security guards, rack Zheng Dawei out of the school. The director directly waved his hand. Two security guards immediately stepped forward to rack Zheng Tufu. Oi! Director Wu, you must be mistaken, right? How is this possible? Amidst Zheng Tufu's shouts, he was racked out of the classroom. Director Wu said to the class, everyone go to self-study first, and then left the classroom as well. At this moment, the entire classroom fell into a strange silence. Many of the students couldn't help but look at Lin Yun. They thought about how Lin Yun had said earlier that Zheng Tufu had offended him, so Zheng Tufu would be expelled from school. At that time, they thought it was a big joke, and even laughed at Lin Yun for bragging. And now, Zheng Tufu had actually been expelled from school? Lin Yun's words had actually come true. The crowd was shaken in their hearts. Could it be that Zheng Tufu was suddenly expelled, really because of Lin Yun? Tiger, Lin Yun, this kid actually really said it. Zheng Tufu was expelled, it can't really be Lin Yun, right? A thin man beside Zhang who was shocked. How could it be? He's just a poor kid, it must be this kid, who overheard somewhere that Zheng Tufu would be expelled, and in order to act tough, he said that Zheng Tufu was expelled because of him. Zhang Hu said. Right. It must be so. The few people around Zhang Hu nodded their heads in succession. Precisely because he knew in advance that Zheng Tufu would be expelled, that's why he just dared to call out to Zheng Tufu. Otherwise, with his kind of poor boy, he wouldn't dare to call out to the teacher even if he was given 100 guts. Zhang Hu said in a cold voice. Brother Tiger's analysis makes sense. Several people around Zhang Hu nodded their heads. After hearing Zhang Hu's words, the students in the class also felt that there were a few points of truth. Where Lin Yun was. Fatty couldn't help but say, Lin Yun, you kid is so lucky, it's lucky that Zheng Tufu was suddenly expelled, otherwise if you called him out like that, you'd really be screwed. Lin Yun smiled, Zheng Tufu being expelled was his own doing, it wasn't luck. School entrance. Zheng Tufu was thrown out of the school gates by two security guards, ruthlessly. Director Wu, what the hell is this for? Even if you're expelling me, you have to give me a reason. Zheng Tufu, who fell to the ground, had a resigned face. The principal told me to tell you that you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Director Wu said blandly. Who? Who is it? Butcher Zhang raised his head and asked after him. Two words came out of Director Wu's mouth. Lin Yun. What? Lin Yun. Butcher Zhang seemed like a thunderbolt from a clear sky hitting his head, and his entire body froze. On the other hand, inside the classroom, Zheng Tufu was suddenly expelled, everyone could only study in the classroom, and many people took out their cell phones and played. Hey, someone in the school posting bar said that a sophomore student of this school donated $10 million to the school. $10 million? Is it true? Of course it's true, there's a notice on the school's official website. If you don't believe me, go check it out. It's all over the school posting boards and all the school groups. Suddenly, the matter of a student donating $10 million to the school was spread into the classroom and then hotly debated throughout the class. Holy shit! This is $10 million. Which dude donated it? Which class is it? Yeah. The rich young man from which class? Everyone was concerned about who this rich young man was who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. You know, anyone who can just take out $10 million to donate for fun must be very, very rich at home to dare to play like this. Even Zhang Hu are amazed, although his family has money, but his pocket money is limited, not to mention 10 million, or let him take $1 million to donate, he cannot get out. Zhang Hu knew clearly in his heart that the level of this kind of broad young master was definitely many times more bullish than him. Chapter 6, Men's Blood. Some female students in the class even stupidly move up. As long as they know who this broad young master is, they will definitely want to find ways to climb this broad young master. Once climbed, that is to fly on the branch to become a phoenix. It's a shame that the notice didn't include the name of the specific class, but only said that the student had donated money anonymously. That's right. Posting bar, various groups of students are inquiring, are very interested in knowing who this rich young man is, but unfortunately no one knows this mysterious rich young man. The students in the class were talking about it. Hearing that the crowd was actually talking about himself, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile. He didn't think that he would make a donation, but he had made the whole school aware of it so quickly. Fortunately, when Lin Yun had left the principal's office earlier, he had instructed the principal not to blow up his class name, so that he could save himself a lot of trouble. Zhang Hu couldn't help but say after hearing everyone's comments, "Holy shit, what was this dude thinking? Surprisingly anonymous? Donate so much money as not just wanna pretend to be a pussy? How can you pretend to be a pussy if you donate anonymously? If it is the old man, must let the school put the class name and write clearly." Unbeknownst to the students in the class, this rich young man they were wondering about was sitting in the same classroom as them. The fat man next to Lin Yun smiled and said, "This rich young man is also too broad, casually donate 10 million, with this kind of rich young man to be a friend must be very cool, he. Lin Yun secretly laughed in his heart, "Aren't we just friends? Right fatty, this is the $1,000 I borrowed from you before." Lin Yun took out 10 $100 bills. "Lin Yun, you use it first. I don't like this amount of money for the time being." Fatty pushed the money back. He knew Lin Yun's family was poor and short of money. Fatty's dad was a small businessman, and although he didn't have much money, he was much better off than Lin Yun's family. After Lin Yun heard this, his heart was a little touched. His family was poor before, no one wanted to deal with him, but the fat man was willing, and the fat man had borrowed Lin Yun's money a few times, helping Lin Yun to solve his urgent problems. "Fatty, thank you, but I really have money now, don't worry about me." Lin Yun shoved the $1,000 into Fatty's hand. Lin Yun originally wanted to return 10 times to the fat man, but Lin Yun thought about it. With the fat man's character, he wouldn't want it if he gave more, so he might as well help him more in the future. "Okay, if you are short of money, then tell me." The fat man didn't refuse anymore. "Yo, Lin Yun, you've gotten rich, huh? Surprisingly, you can take out $1,000 at a time. It wouldn't be a weekend to sell it, right?" Zhang Hu laughed and exclaimed. Lin Yun immediately frowned. "Zhang Hu, keep your mouth clean. You still dare to talk back? Looking for death, right?" Zhang Hu slammed the table, looking like he was so upset that he wanted to hit Lin Yun. In Zhang Hu's eyes, Lin Yun, a soft persimmon, must be obedient to let him pinch. "If you dare to resist, that is looking for death. Zhang Hu, if you dare to touch me today, I can guarantee that I will make your death very ugly." Lin Yunming's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Zhang Hu. Previously, Zhang Hu's behavior had already made Lin Yun's heart a little irritated, and he had now come back to touch him. In the past, Lin Yun really didn't dare offend Zhang Hu. But now, Lin Yun was the grandson of the richest man in southwest China. Would he be afraid of a Zhang Hu? If he really pissed off Lin Yun, the consequences would be something that he, Zhang Hu, could not afford. "You want me to die an ugly death? With you? I'd like to see, after I beat you up, you're a poor kid with no money and no power, how are you going to make me die an ugly death?" Zhang Hu directly rolled his sleeves up. Fatty hurriedly blocked in front of Lin Yun and said to Zhang Hu with a strong smile, "Tiger, Lin Yun has a fever today, so he is talking nonsense. I apologize to you on his behalf, Tiger, calm your anger." "I apologize on his behalf, brother Tiger, please don't be angry. Otherwise I will even beat you together." Angrily, Zhang Hu pushed Fatty away with a slap. "Stop." At this time, a voice rang out. Lin Yun took a look. It turned out to be the class president Wang Shui. Wang Shui had a delicate appearance, her complexion was white and creamy, she wore long black hair, her height was around 1.6 meters, her figure was very good, and she wore a floral dress that gave people a feeling of deer in the headlights when they looked at her. She was the class flower of the class, and was considered a beauty in the whole school. "Zhang Hu, this is a classroom. And it's class time. If you dare to mess around, I will definitely tell the counselor," Wang Shui said. Wang Shui's appearance made Lin Yun feel a little surprised. He didn't have any friendship with Wang Shui, and the two of them had never even spoken alone, and this was equivalent to her helping herself. "Great beauty Wang, you're actually helping this kid? You have to be clear, his family is poor, nothing worth letting you help." Zhang Hu is not happy. Wang Shui bit her red lips. "It is because his family is not good. I, as the class president, more cannot let you bully him." "Is that so? Then I will still bully him." Zhang Hu had an arrogant face. After saying that, Zhang Hu punched at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, be careful! Fatty shouted in panic. Wang Shui also had a worried look on her face after seeing this scene. Under the gaze of the entire class, Lin Yun dodged Zhang Hu's fist in one go, then copied the pen on the table and ruthlessly poked Zhang Hu's shoulder. Ow! Accompanied by a mournful scream, the pen poked directly into Zhang Hu's shoulder, which was immediately drenched in blood. This scene frightened the students present and their faces changed drastically. So ruthless. This kid was so ruthless. He actually dared to injure Zhang Hu. Didn't he know that Zhang Hu's family background? Did he really not want to live? In the past, Lin Yun had given his classmates the impression that he was a soft touch, so no one had expected that Lin Yun would dare to strike this kind of hard blow. Even Zhang Hu himself didn't expect that Lin Yun would dare to make a move on him. Zhang Hu, you think you're the only one who's horizontal? I'm going to treat you today. Lin Yun's tone was icy cold. F***ck, get on me. Get this kid killed for me. The enraged Zhang Hu yelled madly to the few people behind him. Lin Yun copied another pen and yelled at the same time. I'll kill whoever dares to go. If you're not afraid to die, come on. Gulp. Gollum. The few dogs behind Zhang Hu gulped and looked a little scared. Just now, Lin Yun's ruthlessness has completely shocked them. The soft are afraid of the horizontal are afraid of the desperate. Don't look at Zhang Hu's group of doglegs, usually horizontal, really met this kind of situation. They also goat, after all, they are just students. Tiger, look at you bleeding so much blood, the body is important, or we still send you to the medical treatment first. One of them said. Right. These few lapdogs nodded their heads and then came forward to assist Zhang Hu. They didn't want to fight with Lin Yun. Zhang Hu took a look at the blood on his shoulder, coupled with the gusts of severe pain, he could only nod his head. Lin Yun! You brat dared to hurt me. I'm telling you, you're finished. Wait for me. Zhang Hu roared angrily. After letting out his vicious words, Zhang Hu was assisted by a couple of lapdogs and ran out of the classroom. Zhang Hu's entire body was filled with rage, his heart had already made up his mind. When he finished going to the hospital for treatment, he had to ruthlessly take revenge on Lin Yun in order to relieve his heart's anger. Good, I'll wait. Lin Yun looked at Zhang Hu's back as he left and smiled coldly. At this moment, the students in the classroom all looked at Lin Yun with admiring, pitiful gazes. Lin Yun's behavior made them feel relieved. After all, Zhang Hu was usually a tiger in the class, and the vast majority of students couldn't stand Zhang Hu, they just dared to be angry. But they all knew in their hearts that the consequences of injuring a rich second generation like Zhang Hu was definitely not something a poor boy like Lin Yun could bear. Lin Yun, you just poked Zhang Hu with the tip of a fountain pen, killing Zhang Hu's prestige. It's simply too much of a relief, Fatty said excitedly. Immediately afterward, the fat man's words turned to worry. But Zhang Hu, that kind of rich second generation, not at all, we cannot afford to mess with. You just hurt him, he will certainly retaliate. How can this be good? Retaliation? I'll wait. Lin Yun grinned. In the past, perhaps Lin Yun couldn't afford to mess with Zhang Hu, not because Lin Yun was weak, but mature. A man had to be bloodthirsty, but he also had to be mature and understand what he was carrying. But now, Lin Yun was the top rich third generation, just light up his bloodlust, don't have to worry about everything else, even if it was to get him killed. Zhang Hu was no problem. Hey! Fatty let out a long sigh, things had gotten to this point, what else could be done? The other side. Principal's office. Principal, this is Lin Yun's file. The secretary handed a file to the principal. The principal hurriedly took the file and scrutinized it. Single-parent family? A poor family? The principal's face was filled with surprise after reading the file. According to the file, Lin Yun's family was poor and he had applied for a bursary in the previous 2 years. How could someone who could casually take out $10 million to donate be from a poor family? Principal, maybe this file is fake. With his handiwork, it's easy to create a fake file. He should be trying to keep a low profile, so the donations are also made anonymous to us, the secretary said. The principal nodded. It makes sense. I have a vague feeling that his identity is not simple. No matter what, be cautious, never offend him. Evening. Starlight Bar. Lin Yun sat at the bar. Pretty girl, I need information on someone. Zhang Hu, a sophomore at Qingyang University. Lin Yun handed a petal of money to the beautiful woman at the bar. The beautiful woman had a head of burgundy-colored long wavy hair that was silky and hot, with thick eyelashes, seductive eyes, and brightly colored lips, revealing all kinds of styles at all times. This was a woman who exuded charm from her bones, and she seemed to be seducing men all the time, tugging at their nerves. It was through this beautiful woman that Lin Yun inquired about the situation in the Qingyang branch of the Huading group yesterday. "Little handsome, it's you again, have a drink first, the information will be sent to you right away." The woman smiled and took the money. Lin Yun drank while waiting up. In Lin Yun's mind, he had heard Zhang Hu today, and with Zhang Hu's kind of character, he would definitely retaliate against himself. Therefore, Lin Yun wanted to first figure out the specific information about Zhang Hu's family, knowing himself and knowing his enemy, so that he could better deal with Zhang Hu. About 10 minutes later, a piece of information was sent to Lin Yun. Zhang Hu, a student at Qingyang University, arrogant character, typical second-generation rich, his father Zhang Guoming, owner of Qingyang Hongda Building Material Company, assets of nearly $100 million, one of the main building material suppliers of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. Tisk, interesting. Lin Yun couldn't help but reveal a smile when he saw this information. Lin Yun never expected that Zhang Hu's family's company would be one of his company's suppliers. Chapter 7, Encountering a Crisis. Beauty, let me ask you a question. If the Huading Group breaks off cooperation with the Zhang Hu family, what will happen to the Zhang Hu family's company? Lin Yun asked the beautiful woman. It will be miserable. It can be said that Zhang Hu's family's company is relying on Huading Group to feed them. The beautiful woman said. Is that so? The smile at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth grew even bigger, while an idea came to his mind. Little handsome, everyone here calls me Sister Hong, if you don't mind, call me Sister Hong as well, the beautiful woman revealed a flirtatious smile. Sure, Sister Hong, Lin Yun smiled gentlemanly. I don't know what your name is, little brother? Sister Hong smiled. Lin Yun was dressed in a pair of ground floor goods, giving the first impression that he was a poor boy, very inconspicuous. But when Lin Yun inquired about news, he was very generous, which made Sister Hong vaguely feel that the man in front of her was not simple. Lin Yun drank the wine in his cup in one gulp, while two words came out of his mouth. Lin Yun. Sister Hong searched her mind and didn't come up with any such person in Qingyang City. How much is this glass of wine? Lin Yun put down the cup. This glass of wine, Sister Hong, please. Sister Hong smiled. Then. Thank you. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he got up and headed out. A place like a bar, Lin Yun didn't like it too much. Right at this moment, Lin Yun suddenly saw a familiar figure. Wang Shui. Lin Yun realized that the girl who was singing on the bar stage at the moment was actually class president Wang Shui. Seeing Wang Shui, Lin Yun thought of the incident in the classroom this afternoon. At that time, when Zhang Hu had threatened to beat up Lin Yun, Wang Shui had even stepped in to stop Zhang Hu. How could she be singing here? Lin Yun looked very surprised. In Lin Yun's impression, Wang Shui was a girl who didn't talk much, but she was a good girl in both character and academics. She, on the other hand, had now appeared in a bar to sell her songs, which completely subverted Lin Yun's perception of her. If it wasn't for the fact that she looked exactly the same, plus her voice was the same, Lin Yun even suspected that he was mistaken. The singing was good. Lin Yun only knew that Wang Shui was a good student and had a good speaking voice, but he didn't expect her to sing so well. Lin Yun, who had been ready to leave, turned around and returned to the bar after seeing Wang Shui, and walked to the crowd under the stage. At this moment, many young people under the stage were screaming at Wang Shui on the stage, and there was no lack of unpleasant obscenities. Of course, the vast majority of them are over the mouth, do not dare to really mess around, after all, the venue is covered by the people on the road, the general people do not dare to mess around in the venue. After a song was finished, Lin Yun blocked Wang Shui at the place where she got off the stage. Today's Wang Shui had put on makeup, and under close proximity, Lin Yun realized that Wang Shui was a lot prettier than usual. Class President Wang Shui, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. When Wang Shui saw Lin Yun, panic immediately flashed in her eyes. This friend, you recognized the wrong person, right? My name is not Wang Shui. Wang Shui's eyes dodged, not daring to meet Lin Yun's eyes. Wang Shui specifically picked a bar that was a little far from the school, just afraid to meet her classmates. She did not expect that she would still meet Wang Shui, class president, it might be a coincidence that you look the same, it might be a coincidence that you sound the same, and the moles on your chain bones are all exactly the same, so I don't think it's possible that it's still a coincidence, right? Lin Yun smiled. Wang Shui was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Class President Wang Shui, this afternoon in the classroom, you helped me speak. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. As a thank you, I'll buy you a drink, Lin Yun said. Lin Yun was going to talk to Wang Shui. Why did Wang Shui come to this kind of place to sing? Intuition told Lin Yun that Wang Shui wasn't a bad girl, maybe she had a hard time. Lin Yun, there's no need to drink, I don't know how to drink. If you really want to thank me, please don't tell anyone else about me singing here, can you? Wang Shui carried a tone of supplication. Don't worry, Lin Yun, am not a gossip, it's just that I would like to know why you came here to sing. I don't think you're a bad girl. Lin Yun said. Wang Shui lowered her head and spat out 2 words from her mouth. Lack of money. If you're short of money, you can go to a part-time job, why come here? What kind of place is this place? You should know clearly, a girl as pretty as you, it's very unsafe here. Lin Yun said. No, there are people here to protect you, ordinary people don't dare to mess around here, thank you for your concern. Wang Shui raised her head. At this time, a man in a suit walked over. Manager Zhou. Wang Shui hurriedly greeted the man in suit. It looked like the man in the suit was the manager of the bar. The man in the suit glanced at Lin Yun before turning his head and ordering Wang Shui. Xiao Shui, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and go fix your makeup, get ready to field the next song right away. Wang Shui nodded, then followed the manager inside. Wait a minute. Lin Yun stopped the manager and said, she's not singing. The manager frowned, kid, TM, who are you? Who the hell are you to say you won't sing? How old are you? Manager, he is my classmate, you do not get angry. Wang Shui quickly stopped the manager. Your classmate? Snow, this isn't your boyfriend, is it? That's why he doesn't want you to sing here? The manager said while looking Lin Yun up and down. Immediately afterward, the manager said to Lin Yun disdainfully, look at you, you're a poor kid, I'm telling you, get out of here. Poor boy? Ha! Lin Yun smiled coldly. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun pulled out a large handful of money and ruthlessly smashed it on the manager before scattering it all over the place. These money, by her not to sing tonight, is it enough? Lin Yun's voice was loud and clear. When the manager saw Lin Yun pull out so much money, he was a little confused. At this time, Lin Yun once again pulled out a handful of money and ruthlessly slammed it on the manager while shouting. Now, is it enough? The manager swallowed his saliva, this money was at least tens of thousands, right? To just take it out and smash people like this? He hadn't encountered such a customer yet. Lin Yun pulled out another handful of money and then smashed it on the manager's face, sternly questioning. I'm asking you. Is it enough? Enough. Enough. The manager nodded his head in a hurry. The manager is not a fool, can casually take a handful of money out to smash people's mane, can be. Ordinary people? Definitely family background is not general put, this kind of person he dare not offend. Besides, there is so much money on the ground for him. Since it's enough, then pick up the money and get out. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he directly pulled up Wang Shui and walked out. After leaving the bar, Wang Shui was still a bit baffled. Lin Yun, how did you? You have so much money? You wouldn't have done something illegal, would you? In Wang Shui's impression, Lin Yun's family was poor, and he had applied for a scholarship in the last 2 semesters, so how could he suddenly take out so much money just now? If I say that I'm Lu Zhizhong's grandson, do you believe me? Lin Yun smiled and said. That Lu Zhizhong from the Huading group? It can't be? Wang Shui looked disbelieving. It's normal that you don't believe it, I can't believe it myself, just think of it as me winning the lottery. Lin Yun spread his hands and said. Immediately after, Lin Yun took out another $20,000 and handed it to Wang Shui. Take the money, and don't come to places like this to sing in the future. No way. No way. We're just classmates, how can I accept your money, and it's still so much? Wang Shui quickly waved her hand. There's nothing I can't do, you're a good girl, you shouldn't be tarnished by this, especially because of the money. Saying that, Lin Yun directly shoved the money to Wang Shui. Don't worry, I won't tell my classmates about tonight, I'll leave first. Lin Yun smiled at Wang Shui. After saying that, Lin Yun directly turned around and left. Lin Yun. Wang Shui looked at Lin Yun's back as he left, and then looked at the $20,000 in her hand, her gaze complex. After leaving the bar, Lin Yun was ready to catch a ride back. At the same time, Lin Yun also pondered that since he was now so rich, he had to buy a car. The vast majority of boys had car dreams, especially luxury car dreams, and once upon a time, Lin Yun, looking at the luxury cars that traveled on the road, was so envious. Only, at that time, Lin Yun did not even dare to think of buying a car. And now, as the grandson of the richest man in Southwest China, not to mention buying a car, buying an airplane was not a problem. Boom! Right at this moment, a black commercial vehicle suddenly stopped in front of Lin Yun. The car door opened and 4 big men in black surged down. "Kid, get in there." The 4 black-clothed dudes didn't say a word and directly pressed Lin Yun into the car. Immediately afterward, the black commercial vehicle quickly drove away from the scene. Inside the black business car. "Who are you guys?" Looking at the 4 black-clothed big men in front of him, Lin Yun had an ominous feeling in his heart. "Kid, you don't need to know who we are, all you need to know is that we're going to drag you to a place where no one is, and then beat you into a vegetable," the bald big man said. Lin Yun's face changed after he heard this. Although Lin Yun had now become a top-rich third generation, Lin Yun didn't know martial arts. "Were you guys sent by the Wu family's father and son? Or were you sent by Zhang Hu?" Lin Yun asked with a frown. Lin Yun could only think of these 2 enemies. "Shut up." The bald man glared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and said, "Whoever it is, I'll pay double whatever they pay you, you guys go and catch the point man for me." "I told you to shut up, didn't you hear me? We have to be ethical in this business too, understand?" The bald man glared at Lin Yun again. 5 times. "I'll give you 5 times the money." Lin Yun held out 5 fingers. 5 times? The other 3 black-clothed big men, upon hearing 5 times the price, were instantly moved. The bald big man was all a bit moved. Lin Yun spoke again, "How about this, 10 times, and I don't need you to catch the instigator, just tell me who the person who instructed you is." 10 times. Big brother, he's giving 10 times. Still don't need us to do anything. The other 3 black-clothed big men were completely unable to sit still. The bald big man also could not help but ask. You really can give 10 times the price? The gold master gave us $1 million pay, 10 times can be 10 million. The 8th chapter of the luxury car dream. $10 million? No problem. Lin Yun nodded his head. Good deal. The bald big man immediately clapped his hands. Under a large amount of money, the so-called professional ethics were completely unbearable. Lin Yun immediately transferred $5 million to them. After the bald big man received the bank text message, he was naturally laughing his ass off. "Now, can you guys tell me who instructed you?" Lin Yun asked. "It was Wu Daong." The bald big man directly said the name. "Wu Daong?" Lin Yun's eyes narrowed and a chill spread in his eyes. After Lin Yun transferred the remaining $5 million to the bald man, they also kept their promise and put Lin Yun down in the car. After the black business car left. "Wu family father and son, it seems like you guys are really looking for death," killing intent surged in Lin Yun's eyes. Originally, after Lin Yun dismissed the Wu family father and son, he had no intention of finding trouble with them again, but for them to want to hire a murderer to harm Lin Yun, this absolutely could not be tolerated. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun felt out his phone and called the new general manager, Lu Bo. "Lu Bo, I'm currently on this side of Tianlin Road, drive over and pick me up, I have something to discuss with you." Half an hour. Later, a Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Lin Yun. Lu Bo got out of the car. "Chairman, it's so late, why are you in such a desolate place?" Lu Bo was surprised. "Get in the car and talk." Lin Yun directly sat in the car. After getting in the car, Lin Yun told Lu Bo directly what had just happened. "This Wu Daong is really bold." Lu Bo gritted his teeth in anger after hearing Lin Yun's words. "By the way, Chairman, the Wu family father and son have embezzled quite a lot in the company over the years. I've already collected evidence in the company. As long as it's denounced, sentencing his father and son for more than 10 years isn't a problem, and as long as we run the operation again, it's fine to sentence them for more than 20 years. "Really? Then let his father and son go in to repent, leave this matter to you." Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. Originally, Lin Yun wanted to get rid of the Wu family's father and son, but on second thought, it would be good to let them squat in jail, letting them spend the rest of their lives in regret. Chairman, don't worry, I will definitely get it done. Lu Bo swore and promised. Right, Lu Bo, Hongda Building Material Company, is one of our material suppliers, right? Lin Yun asked. Hongda Building Materials Company is exactly Lin Yun classmate Zhang Hu's family company. Yes. Lu Bo nodded his head. If we cut off cooperation with him, will it have a big impact on our company? Lin Yun asked. Not much impact, change a building materials company on the line. A lot of building materials companies are scrambling to supply us with materials. This Hongda Building Materials was bribed the Wu family father and son, only with our company to reach cooperation. Lu Bo said. Good, I know. Lin Yun nodded. The Wu family father and son and Fei Fei, all under control. What are you doing? Yes, what are you doing? Wu Daong and Wu Xiao all yelled. Fifi inside the room was even more frightened and turned blue. Wu Daong, how much have your father and son coveted from the company over the years? Don't you have any idea in your heart? The evidence I have already grasped, now is the time to arrest you, so big amount, enough for you to squat inside for half a lifetime. Lu Bo sneered. What? Wu Daong was once again shocked. He certainly knows in his heart how much money he has coveted the company. Originally, Chairman Lin only intends to dismiss you and did not continue to pursue your meaning, but you do not know good and bad, even want to harm the chairman, you are called self-seeking death. Lu Bo said in a cold voice. Dad, what to do? How to do? I do not want to go inside. I don't want to. Wu Xiao, who was handcuffed, was terrified. Snap. You still have the nerve to say that if you hadn't snatched Lin Yun's girlfriend, would it have come to this? Wu Daong slapped Wu Xiao's face hard. People, take away. The leading man in police uniform waved his hand and directly took the Wu family father and son away from the villa. Fei Fei, who was standing in the villa, saw the Wu family's father and son being taken away, and she completely froze in place. For Fei Fei, if Wu Xiao went to jail, then she would completely lose everything. At this moment, Fei Fei's heart was filled with regret. She regretted dumping Lin Yun to go with Wu Xiao. If she hadn't dumped Lin Yun, she would be the chairman's wife right now. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regrets in the world. On the other hand, Lin Yun didn't go to class in the morning. Instead, he went straight to the car 4S store and prepared to buy a car. As a boy, although Lin Yun used to be poor, he still knew more or less about cars. As for what car to buy, Lin Yun already had an idea in his mind. The entrance to the Lamborghini 4S store. This was the place. Lin Yun smiled slightly. Once upon a time, Lin Yun had seen a Lamborghini Big Bull supercar on the road, and that racy appearance had instantly attracted Lin Yun to the point where it was still fresh in his mind. Lin Yun was certain that it was the most beautiful car he had ever seen. At that time, Lin Yun had fantasized about how nice it would be if he could own this car. But Lin Yun knew that a poor boy like himself would never be able to afford it in his lifetime. And now, as the grandson of the richest man in Southwest China, Lin Yun definitely had enough money to make a beautiful dream come true. So when he was preparing to buy a car, Lin Yun's first thought was to buy a Lamborghini Big Bull to fulfill the beautiful dream he had once had. Immediately after, Lin Yun walked directly towards the store. This kind of luxury car 4S store usually had very few customers, and the store was very cold. There were no other customers. After all, there were very few people who could afford a Lamborghini. Wait a moment. Just as he arrived at the door, a male salesman standing at the door stopped Lin Yun. You're Lin Yun? The male salesman recognized Lin Yun at once. You are? Lin Yun realized that the male salesman in front of him looked quite familiar. I'm Chong Gang, your elementary school classmate, don't you remember? The male salesman said with a smile. Lin Yun heard him say his name, and then remembered at once. Chong Gang, you seem to mix well. Lin Yun said with a smile. Not bad. Chong Gang deliberately puffed out his chest. When Chong Gang saw that Lin Yun was dressed in a ground floor suit, he immediately concluded that Lin Yun must be in a bad place right now, or at least much worse than him. So he naturally felt arrogant and honorable when he was in front of Lin Yun. Immediately afterward, Chong Gang looked at Lin Yun and smiled. Right, Lin Yun, what are you doing here? You're not here to apply for a job, are you? We're selling luxury cars here, we probably won't recruit employees with too little taste. Although Chong Gang was wearing a smile, his tone carried a bit of contempt. I'm afraid you've got it wrong, I'm here to buy a car. Lin Yun said lightly. Chapter 9. It's just a small amount of money. What did you say? You're here to buy a car? Chong Gang's voice all became shrill with surprise. The next moment. Put. Chong Gang and the several salesmen beside him couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Those who came to their place to buy a car were either rich or noble. Where were the brats like this one dressed in a ground floor suit? Lin Yun, we are a Lamborghini 4S store, we sell luxury cars here, not a place to sell bicycles. Chong Gang stifled a laugh. Lin Yun frowned. Of course I know this is a Lamborghini 4S store, I did come here to buy a car, what? Are you not welcome? Lin Yun could feel that Chong Gang was looking down on himself. Of course we welcome, just. Are you sure you can afford to buy a car here? Chong just face hanging disdainful smile. A few sales around have also opened their mouths. Kid, do you know, our cars here are more than $1 million. That's right, just with you, would you be the one who can afford a Lamborghini? What a joke. They would rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than to believe that a kid who wears stall goods can afford a Lamborghini. A bunch of dog-eyed things. What Lin Yun hated the most was this kind of discrimination against the poor. Kid, what are you talking about? When the next few sales heard Lin Yun's words, they were not happy. In front of those tycoons, they were all pretending to be grandchildren, but in front of a brat wearing ground floor goods, they weren't afraid. Brothers, this is my old elementary school classmate, let me receive him. Chong Gang waved his hand to these sales. Chong Gang, this kid can't possibly afford a Lamborghini at first glance, are you sure you want to waste your time receiving him? A few salesmen looked skeptical. Chong Gang smiled and came to the front of these sales, lowered his voice and whispered. Doesn't he want to pretend to be a big spender? Then I'll let him pretend no longer, later I see how he ends up. According to Chong Gang's guess, Lin Yun 80% is to apply for sales, only Lin Yun see him this old classmate, in order to make face, only pretended to say that he is to buy a car. Since this was the case, Chong Gang's idea was to go with the flow. Didn't you say you were coming to buy a car? Then I'll show you the car, I'll see if you can get the money to buy it, then I'll see how you can still pretend. When Lin Yun couldn't pretend anymore, Chong Gang was ready to taunt and satirize Lin Yun when the time came. Immediately afterward, Chong Gang looked at Lin Yun with a smile and asked. Lin Yun, tell me, what kind of car do you want to see? Lamborghini Big Bull. Lin Yun didn't think twice. Big Bull? The crowd was shocked again, then once again covered their mouths and snickered. The Great Bull was Lamborghini's flagship sports car, the naked car was $7 or $8 million, and anyone who could afford this car was definitely a top rich second generation in Shenyang City. After Chong Gang laughed, he said. Okay, then I will take you to see the car. After saying that, Chong just led Lin Yun toward the showroom. The presence of a few sales also followed, ready to see Lin Yun's joke. Under Chong Gang's leadership, Lin Yun arrived in front of an orange Lamborghini Big Bull. This appearance, this color, as racy as it could be. It was still so awesome. Lin Yun stared at this big bull and nodded in satisfaction. The supercar he had once fantasized about was now in front of him and within reach. What was the exact price of this car? Lin Yun looked at Chong Gang. Their car price $7.55 million. After Chong Gang had quoted the price, he hugged his bladder, ready to watch Lin Yun laugh. Chong Gang could imagine that Lin Yun would definitely be dumbfounded by this price. $7.55 million? Not bad, not expensive. Lin Yun waved his hand blandly, seemingly not putting this amount of money in his eyes. Not bad? Not expensive? Put. The next few sales once again covered their mouths and snickered. Chong just also snickered. Lin Yun, you do not know, $7.55 million is a big number, ah? Of course I know, it's just a small amount of money. Lin Yun does not think. What? A small amount of money? I'm not going to be able to do that. The few sales watching the show from the side, as well as Chong Gang, finally couldn't help but laugh. A kid wearing ground floor goods, to say that $7 to $8 million was small money? They felt that this was simply a big joke. Chong Gang finally couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Yun, I say you're too capable of pretending, right? You said it's a small amount of money, right? Fine, if you're capable, come up with the money. If you can come up with that much money, I, Chong Gang, will eat a ton of shit. Chong Kong laughed in his heart. Let's see how you can still pretend. That's right, come up with the money if you can. The other sales also chimed in. How could Lin Yun not know what was going on in Chong Gang's mind? You guys can swipe your cards here, right? Lin Yun directly felt out the bank card in his pocket. This is the Merchant Bank Diamond Card. When Lin Yun touched out the card, the few salespeople present couldn't help but let out exclamations of surprise. Because they clearly recognized that the card in Lin Yun's hand was the Merchant Bank's Diamond Card, the highest grade VIP card issued by the Merchant Bank. At least 10 million or more had to be deposited into the card before they could get this card. In the past, there had been VIPs who used this kind of card when they came to buy a car. After Chong Gang saw this card, the whole person froze. He only felt a pot of cold water poured hard on him. From head to toe, his whole body was numb. To be able to hold this card was enough to show that Lin Yun was definitely not a poor boy, but a rich lord. 7.55 million, swipe your card. I won't cut the price, I don't lack that much. Lin Yun handed the card to Chong Gang. You. Chong just stared at Lin Yun with wide eyes, as if looking at a monster. He never dreamed that Lin Yun could take out a diamond card. What are you waiting for? Receive the card. Lin Yun frowned. Yes. Chong Gang hurriedly stretched out his trembling hands and took this heavy diamond card. His face looked a little white. At this moment, where would he dare to show the slightest disrespect to Lin Yun? Immediately afterward, Chong Gang held the bank card and hurriedly ran towards the manager's office. Lin Yun again dropped his gaze to the several sales next to him. These few sales were all scared white and lowered their heads at the same time, not daring to meet Lin Yun's eyes. After all, they had all mocked Lin Yun before. They didn't dare to imagine how they would be able to bear it if someone who could hold a merchant bank's diamond card were to settle a score with them. A minute later, a middle-aged man with a big belly ran out quickly. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the manager of this store, a warm welcome to our store. The middle-aged man was full of smiles. Warm welcome? Oh, so far, no one has invited me to sit, no one has poured me a glass of water. From the moment I entered the store, your store's sales staff has been sneering at me. This is called a warm welcome? Lin Yun shook his head and sneered. The manager's face sank after hearing this. What are you guys doing for food? How dare you neglect your guest? Hurry up and apologize to your guest. The manager snapped at these few salesmen. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. The salesman hurriedly apologized to Lin Yun. The manager continued to scold them. You guys, this year's bonuses will all be deducted. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and pour coffee for the guest of honor. Yes. After the few sales nodded, they hurriedly turned around and ran away. At this time, Chong just held the bank card back here, but his face is ugly, fearful. Chong Gang, is the card swiped yet? Lin Yun looked at Chong Gang with a light breeze. Brush is done, 7.55 million, swipe the card successfully. Chong Gang lowered his head and handed the bank card back to Lin Yun with both hands. At this time, Chong Gang, his heart was still tossing and turning with shocking waves. He never thought that Lin Yun, once a very insignificant old classmate, had really turned into a tycoon. Although he couldn't believe how Lin Yun had done it, it was an indisputable fact. Of course, what was more inside him was nervousness, fear, and dread. Lin Yun took the card and said at the same time. Chong Gang, if I remember correctly, you just said something here. If I can come up with 7.55 million for a car, you'll eat a ton of shit, right? Chong Gang's face muscles twitched violently, and he said in his heart, Lin Yun wouldn't really want him to honor his promise, right? Lin Yun, I was all talk. Chong Gang squeezed out an ugly smile. Is that so? Then what does that count for when you intentionally or unintentionally mocked me before, even trying to see me laugh? You're not going to tell me that it was all a joke too, are you? I'm not a fool. Lin Yun sneered. After Chong Gang heard this, he was so shocked that his face changed drastically. He knew that the fact that Lin Yun could afford a Lamborghini meant that he had already skyrocketed, which was something he could mess with. Not to mention that if Lin Yun bought a Lamborghini here, as far as this store member was concerned, just one word from Lin Yun could get him expelled. Lin Yun, I was wrong. I apologize to you. For the sake of us being classmates, just spare me. Chong Gang was terrified and begged for forgiveness again and again. Sorry, we weren't familiar with you when we were in the same class, so don't climb into friendship with me. Lin Yun sneered. Immediately after, Lin Yun looked at the manager. Manager, I don't want to see this person appear in front of me. No problem. The manager accompanied with a smile and nodded repeatedly. Immediately afterward, the manager turned around and sternly scolded Chong Gang. Chong Gang, I announce that you are fired. Get out of here immediately. Fired. Fired? When Chong Gang heard these two words, his heart suddenly fell into the abyss. Chong just easily find this good job, just like this is gone? At this moment, Chong Gang finally regretted it. He was thinking, if he didn't choose to mock and amuse Lin Yun at the beginning, but instead treated Lin Yun warmly, why would it be like this? The manager directly called out to the security guards not far away and kicked Chong Gang out. Inside the store. I've already paid the money, can this car be driven away now? Lin Yun said to the manager. Mr. Lin, the car still has some formalities to go through, we'll help you get it done on our side, and when it's done, we can only drive it away in about a day's time. The manager said with a smile. Okay, after you're done, send it over to me directly, I'll leave first. Lin Yun said indifferently. No problem. I'll send Mr. Lin. The manager followed Lin Yun with a smile on his face and respectfully escorted him away. Chapter 10. Whose car is this? After coming out of the 4S store, Lin Yun returned directly to the school. In the classroom. Zhang, who didn't come to class today, 80% still hospitalized in the hospital. In addition, the matter of the mysterious tycoon's student donation continued to ferment in the school, and everyone in the school knew about it, but no one knew what kind of big shot the mysterious tycoon was. When Lin Yun went to class, he found $20,000 pressed in his desk, along with a note. Lin Yun opened the note. Lin Yun, thank you for your kindness, I can't take this money without merit. Although the note wasn't signed, Lin Yun knew that it was left behind by the class president Wang Shui, and this money was exactly the same money that Lin Yun had given her last night. This chick actually didn't even want the money that was delivered to her door? Tisk, interesting. Lin Yun couldn't help but smile. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked up at Wang Shui, who was sitting at the very front, who was currently reading a book. Lin Yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart, she was really a world away from his ex-girlfriend. Right at this moment, Lin Yun suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little interested in Wang Shui. At this time, the fat man who was at the same table as Lin Yun patted Lin Yun. Lin Yun, why do you keep staring at class president Wang Shui? You're not liking her, are you? You kids should know that you're the one who has a girlfriend. I broke up with Fifi already, just the day before yesterday. Lin Yun replied. What? You guys broke up? Why Fatty looked surprised. She disliked me for being poor. Lin Yun spread his hands. I don't know, I said why are you so strange these 2 days, so it's because you fell out of love. Fatty suddenly realized. This way, Lin Yun, I will treat you to a drink at night. Fatty patted Lin Yun's shoulder. The fat man thought that Lin Yun lost his love, the mood must be bad, how he also have to accompany Lin Yun drink a few cups. Okay. Lin Yun nodded and agreed. 8 o'clock in the evening, in front of the taste bar. As soon as Lin Yun entered the bar, the deafening music came into his ears, and to be honest, Lin Yun didn't really like this environment. It was the time period when the bar was doing a lot of business, so there were a lot of people in the bar. After entering the bar. Lin Yun, here. Fatty waved to Lin Yun repeatedly. Lin Yun nodded, then quickly walked towards where Fatty was. As soon as Lin Yun sat down, the fatty came to Lin Yun's ear and whispered. Lin Yun, you are not out of love, to introduce you to a beautiful woman to know, the old calendar will turn the page. Lin Yun heard here to understand over, the original fat man about himself to the bar to drink, is afraid that he did not come out from the shadow of love lost, so to introduce himself to the object. After Lin Yun heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Fatty's worry was definitely superfluous, of course, Lin Yun's heart was definitely still somewhat touched. On the table, in addition to Fatty, there were 2 young women, both dressed very beautifully. One of the young women is the fat man's girlfriend called Zhou Mei. As for the other girl, Lin Yun has not seen, she is called Gua Xiao Xiao. It is the fat man who wants to introduce to Lin Yun. Lin Yun, hurry up and say hello to the human girl. Fatty poked Lin Yun with his elbow. Hello, my name is Lin Yun. Lin Yun took the initiative to extend his hand. Although Lin Yun wasn't interested in the girl in front of him, he still had to give the fatty face right. Guo Xiaoxiao sized up Lin Yun, and when she saw how he was dressed, she skimmed her mouth and a flash of disappointment flashed across her pretty face. My name is Guo Xiaoxiao. Guo Xiaoxiao answered casually, while not choosing to shake Lin Yun's hand. Lin Yun shook his head and laughed bitterly. At the same time, he withdrew his hand. He could naturally tell that this Guo Xiaoxiao had some despise in her eyes, so she didn't even shake his hand. At this time, Fatty's girlfriend Zhou Mei spoke up. Fatty, you said you want to introduce Xiaoxiao's boyfriend. Who do I think it is? After half a day it's him. Lin Yun. Then you introduce Xiaoxiao to Lin Yun's family situation. When Lin Yun heard this, he frowned slightly. This Zhou Mei knew that Lin Yun's family was poor, yet she took the initiative to bring this up, obviously wanting to use this to satirize Lin Yun for being a poor boy. For this Zhou Mei, Lin Yun had never had a good feeling about her. At a glance she was not a light that could be saved. In the past, Lin Yun had told Fatty that it would be best for him not to get together with this Zhou Mei. It is a pity that the fat man was overwhelmed by love and did not listen to Lin Yun. I am the child of a poor family, my family is poor, there is nothing to introduce. Lin Yun said as he sipped his wine. The fat man realized the awkwardness of the atmosphere, so he quickly opened his mouth to round off the situation. That is, although my brother Lin Yun's family is not very good, but he has always been good at studying. In the future, when he graduates, he will definitely be able to find a good job, and his future will definitely not be bad. Guo Xiaoxiao laughed coldly. Oh, an ordinary two just can find what good job? Even if the struggle of a lifetime cannot compare to others' rich second generation of finger. Zhou Mei also hastened to echo, yes, recently our school has a mysterious tycoon student, casually donated 10 million to the school, like his family Lin Yun, even if you work hard for a lifetime cannot compare. Of course I can't compare to that mysterious tycoon. Lin Yun laughed. Lin Yun had wanted to say, that's what I donated. But on second thought, they wouldn't believe it if they said it, instead they would laugh at themselves for bragging, so Lin Yun didn't say it. You're still a bit self-aware. Do you know what kind of family our Guo Xiaoxiao has? Not afraid to tell you, her family owns a company. Are you Lin Yun worthy of it? Zhou Mei proudly said. Sorry, it's her who doesn't deserve me. Lin Yun said lightly. Today's Lin Yun, as the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, a small millennial whose family owns a company in the district, Lin Yun can't really look at her. What? You're saying that our Xiaoxiao doesn't deserve you, a bumpkin? How dare you even say such a thing? Do you still want to have a face? Zhou Mei seemed to have heard the most shameless words in her life. Guo Xiaoxiao's pretty face also revealed a color of displeasure. A bumpkin dared to say that she was unworthy? This made her heart very unhappy. Guo Xiaoxiao took out an invitation. Kid, do you know what this invitation is? The invitation to the reception of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group. A bumpkin like you, I'm afraid you won't be able to go to this kind of high-class reception for the rest of your life. Guo Xiaoxiao had a haughty look on her face. Wow, a cocktail party for the Huading Group, I'm so envious. Zhou Mei was envious. There was no need to say how famous the Huading Group was in the 3 southwestern provinces. Even if it was an invitation from the Qingyang branch, it was still very, very bullish in their eyes. Moreover, the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group was very high in Xinjiang in terms of fame and status, and in the eyes of Zhou Mei and the others, it was even more important to look up to them. Lin Yun couldn't help but reveal a playful smile after hearing this. Lin Yun himself was the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, and he didn't expect this Guo Xiaoxiao to take out an invitation to show off to himself. Guo Xiaoxiao, you're going to this reception on Saturday, right? By then maybe we'll meet then. Lin Yun said with a smile. Lin Yun was the host of this reception, so if Guo Xiaoxiao was going to this reception, meeting Lin Yun was a given. It was just that Lin Yun was wondering what kind of expression Guo Xiaoxiao would have when she realized that she was the new chairman of the Qingyang branch. Meet with you? How could that be? Are you qualified to go in? Guo Xiaoxiao sneered disdainfully. Not necessarily, in case he goes to work as a cleaner in a hotel by then, maybe he'll be qualified to go in. Zhou Mei covered her mouth and laughed. Okay, stop, let's go to the dance floor. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Fatty suggested dancing so as to ease the atmosphere. I will partner with Zhou Mei, Lin Yun, Guo Xiaoxiao, you two together. Fatty proposed. Sorry, he doesn't deserve to dance with me. Guo Xiaoxiao had a cold face, she didn't even look at Lin Yun. After saying that, Guo Xiaoxiao got up and walked towards the dance floor alone. This. Fatty had an awkward face, he had wanted to introduce Lin Yun to his girlfriend, but he didn't think that his good intentions would go awry and he would end up like this. Lin Yun is really sorry, I didn't expect it to be like this. Fatty was full of apologies. It's okay, Fatty. Lin Yun patted the fat man's shoulder. Lin Yun knew that his intentions were good, he was trying to help himself. In the end, Fatty didn't go to the dance floor, but accompanied Lin Yun to drink. During this time, Lin Yun also received a call from the Lamborghini 4S store. Because the bar was very noisy, Lin Yun even ran to the toilet to answer the call. The 4S store said that all the formalities had been completed, and asked Lin Yun where he wanted the car delivered, and how soon. Lin Yun thought for a moment, and then asked the 4S store to send the car directly to the entrance of the bar, so that he could drive it later. It was only about half an hour later that Guo Xiaoxiao came back from the dance floor. Today's play is really no fun, how can we go? Guo Xiaoxiao opened her mouth. After leaving the bar. A brand new orange Lamborghini Denyo, parked in front of the bar, was exactly the one Lin Yun had looked at in the 4S store in the morning. Such a racy supercar placed here was certainly very eye-catching. Wow! What a cool Lamborghini! It's so beautiful. Which young master's Lamborghini is this? It's parked in front of the bar, which means the owner is in the bar right now, right? Anyone who's lucky might be able to hook up with this young man tonight. If I could drive a car like this, I'd be so happy. Around the car, there were a lot of young men and women, many of them were talking while taking out their cell phones to take pictures. There are even a few beauties who are waiting for the owner of the car to show up, so they are ready to hook up with the owner of the car. Lamborghini Big Bull has the nickname of nightclub killer, this is definitely not an empty rumor. In a southern city like Qingyang City, there are definitely not many rich second-generation people who can afford to drive this kind of luxury car. Wow! Lamborghini. After Guo Xiaoxiao and Zhou Mei saw this car, both of them couldn't help but exclaim. If my boyfriend could have a car like this, how great would it be, it would definitely give him face when he drives out. Fatty's girlfriend Zhou Mei envied. You don't dream, this car bear car on 7 or 8 million, I'm afraid I can't afford to buy a lifetime. Fatty shook his head and smiled bitterly. Guo Xiaoxiao also envied, I do not know the owner of this car is which big young, if you can recognize it, it would be so good ah. Chapter 11 You are not worthy. Although Guo Xiaoxiao's family runs a company, the company is not very big, and his dad is only driving a car that costs more than $1 million. This car is mine. Lin Yun suddenly opened his mouth. The moment Lin Yun said this, Zhou Mei, Guo Xiaoxiao and Fatty all rushed to look at Lin Yun. Put. Don't joke with me, brother. Fatty laughed and patted Lin Yun, thinking that Lin Yun was joking. After all, Fatty was very clear about Lin Yun's family situation. Zhou Mei also snickered, Humph, with your appearance, driving a Lamborghini? I can still believe you when you say you ride a shared bicycle. A kid wearing stall goods, also dare to brag that he drives a Lamborghini, really shameless, I am too ashamed to stand with you. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head in disappointment. If Guo Xiaoxiao had known that the person he was introduced to was such a person, she definitely wouldn't have come today. Sorry, I'm neither joking nor bragging, this car is really mine. Lin Yun said lightly. At this time, the door of the Lamborghini was suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked out from the driver's side. Lin Yun instantly recognized this middle-aged man as the manager of the Lamborghini 4S store. Seeing this, Zhou Mei quickly said, Look, this is the owner of the car. Lin Yun, aren't you bragging? Now that the owner of the car has shown up, your bragging doesn't break. What do you have to say now? No. He's manager Joe from the Lamborghini 4S store, I met him once. Guo Xiaoxiao said. The manager of the Lamborghini 4S store? Then what's he doing here? And driving a Lamborghini? Zhou Mei was puzzled. Just at this time, the fat man suddenly stared ahead and said. That person seems to be coming towards us. Zhou Mei and Guo Xiaoxiao hurriedly looked up and saw that the manager of the Lamborghini 4S store was walking towards them. Under the gazes of the crowd, the manager, with a face full of smiles, arrived in front of Lin Yun and the others. The next moment. Mr. Lin, I've brought your car, here are the keys. The manager bowed and presented the keys to Lin Yun with both hands, respectfully. G.A. After Fatty, Zhou Mei, and Guo Xiaoxiao saw this scene, they were like a bolt from the blue hitting them in the head, and they were stunned and froze directly in place. They hadn't even dreamed that the manager had handed the key over to Lin Yun. In other words, Lin Yun was really the owner of this car? Manager Zhou, it's a pleasure to have you bring me a car so late at night. Lin Yun calmly took the car keys. Mr. Lin, you're too kind. As long as you need it, even at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night I'm always on standby. Manager Zhou was full of complimentary smiles. Mr. Lin, the car has been delivered, I will take my leave. Mr. Lin, in the use of the car, have any questions, feel free to call me. Manager Zhou was still full of smiles. After Manager Zhou left, Lin Yun turned his head to look at Fatty, Zhou Mei, and Guo Xiaoxiao. Now, do you guys believe that this car is mine? Lin wore a smile on his face. The three of them sniffed before snapping out of their stupor. Gulp. Gollum. Zhou Mei and Guo Xiaoxiao both swallowed hard. They didn't dare to believe it, but the facts had been laid out in front of her. She had to believe it. The thought of Lin Yun owning such an expensive supercar sent shockwaves rippling through their hearts. Which one of them didn't have a family fortune of over $100 million if they could own such a supercar? At this time, Guo Xiaoxiao hurriedly revealed a warm smile. Lin Yun, I had a brain cramp before, so I've been treating you poorly. I'm really sorry. Why don't we do this? Let's go back to the bar and play for a while. I'll definitely atone for my sins. Guo Xiaoxiao said while going up to try to hold the main Lin Yun. Seeing Guo Xiaoxiao's attitude towards herself, suddenly a 180-degree turn, Lin Yun could not help but laugh in his heart. This kind of woman is really fucking realistic. Lin Yun, of course, clearly, Guo Xiaoxiao's attitude big change, because of the money. As long as I'm willing, a big bar of beautiful women with better quality than you are waiting to date me. What are you? What are you? Lin Yun pushed Guo Xiaoxiao away. Sure enough, at this moment, there were already several nightclub beauties with heavy makeup that came in front of Lin Yun. Handsome guy, can I make friends with you? I'll give you the V signal. Handsome guy, buy me a drink. Handsome guy, I don't have a date tonight, how about a date? These few heavy makeup beauties who took the initiative to hit on Lin Yun kept rubbing up against him and took the initiative to throw themselves at him. Most of them were not inferior to Guo Xiaoxiao in terms of posture. The kind of posture that wasn't so good, they were too embarrassed to come and take the initiative to hit on Lin Yun themselves. Lin Yun raised his head and said gently, Guo Xiaoxiao, see? I don't lack women, much less trash like you. When Guo Xiaoxiao heard Lin Yun call her trash, her face turned red. If an ordinary person dared to talk about her like that, she would definitely go ballistic. But she didn't dare to get angry with Lin Yun because with the car Lin Yun drove, it was enough to show that Lin Yun's family was stronger than hers. Lin Yun directly pulled out a handful of banknotes and threw them to these few women who threw themselves at him. Take the money and leave, I'm not interested in you guys, again. These women were all rather dirty, they didn't know how many people had played with them. Lin Yun really had little interest in them. Thank you, handsome. Thank you, handsome. These women took the money and hurriedly smiled and thanked him before leaving. They weren't frustrated, after all, the others were rich young men who drove supercars. It was normal for them to look down on vulgar women like them. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun would fall back to Zhou Mei next to him. Zhou Mei hadn't been sarcastic about Lin Yun when he was in the bar earlier. Zhou Mei felt Lin Yun's gaze, her petite body trembled, and then hurriedly forced a smile. Lin Yun, before it was all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, it was me who looked away, I apologize to you, you look at the sake of my boyfriend, don't bother with me. For the sake of the fat man, this time I won't bother with you, remember, there is no next time. Lin Yun said in a cold voice. Zhou Mei was relieved after hearing this. Of course, Zhou Mei regretted it in her heart. She realized that if she had been warmer to Lin Yun before, she might have been able to climb up to Lin Yun. At this time, Lin Yun dropped his gaze to Fatty again. Lin Yun, you. Fatty is still in shock and hasn't come back to his senses at this time. With Fatty's understanding of Lin Yun, wasn't Lin Yun's family poor? How could Lin Yun own a big Lamborghini Bull? He didn't even know until now what was going on. Fatty, get in the car, I'll send you back to school, I'll talk to you on the way. Lin Yun patted Fatty's shoulder. Honey, you go. We'll just get a ride back ourselves. Zhou Mei hurriedly pushed Fatty. Zhou Mei felt that Lin Yun should be well off, and he certainly hoped that Lin Yun was on good terms with Fatty, so that she might be able to reap some benefits from it. Fatty nodded, then followed Lin Yun with an expectant face and sat in the Lamborghini. Rumble. With an explosive roar, the Lamborghini left in a cloud of envious eyes. Inside the car. The Lamborghini was just awesome to drive, this power, this sound. Lin Yun smiled inside. Fatty's family had a Jetta. At that time, Fatty often secretly drove it out, and sometimes gave Lin Yun a drive to get over it. Lin Yun's driving skills were taught by Fatty. It's a Lamborghini. This TM is a Lamborghini Bull. This TM is a V12 engine. I've Wongsun never dreamed that I would be able to sit in this kind of car in my life. Fatty was all excited. Immediately afterward, the Fatty turned his head to look at Lin Yun and couldn't help but ask. Lin Yun, can you tell me now? What exactly is going on? How did you afford a Lamborghini? Fatty still had a feeling, even now, that he was dreaming. Fatty, do you know Lu Zhizhong? Lin Yun was smiling. Lu Zhizhong? The richest man in southwest China. Rich thief, who doesn't know the name Lu Zhizhong? Fatty said. I'm his own grandson. Lin Yun smiled slightly. What? You said that you are Lu Zhizhong's grandson. The Fatty's eyes widened in shock, and his voice became incredibly shrill from the horror within. Lin Yun, you are joking with me, right? You're Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Fatty's tone was still sharp. I don't blame the fat man for not believing it, it's really that this is too unbelievable. It's like a friend next to you, suddenly telling you that he is the son of my Yun, you definitely can't believe it. Lin Yun smiled and said, I also only just found out a few days ago, I couldn't believe it at first either, but that's just the way it is, otherwise you think I can afford a Lamborghini? Fatty nodded, just with this Lamborghini, even if it was unbelievable, Fatty believed it. Also, do you know why Butcher Zhang was fired? Lin Yun said as he drove. Why? Fatty had a curious look on his face. Because I donated $10 million to the school and then got the principal to fire him, it's as simple as that. Lin Yun said. Holy shit. That mysterious rich young man who donated $10 million was you? Fatty's eyes dropped out in shock. I finally realized it. I said how you weren't afraid of Zheng Tufu at all that day. I thought you were out of love and not normal. It turns out that you had absolute confidence that the school would expel Zheng Tufu. Fatty slapped his thigh and said. Fatty excitedly continued. And there is also Zhang Hu. You call the shots with Zhang Hu, and even injured him. I have never understood. Now I finally understand. Because you are the grandson of the richest man, just based on this, your background is 10,000 times harder than him. Since learning this identity, the fat man all the incomprehension, to this moment all unraveled. That's right. Lin Yun smiled and nodded his head. Bullshit. Bullish. Simply too bullish. Ha ha. Fatty was so excited that he didn't know what to say, he could only say awesome one after another. Fatty, in the past, we didn't have much status in the school, and there were a lot of people who dared to bully us, but, from today onwards, who dares to bully us in the slightest, you'll just blow your ear off, and if there's any trouble, I'll take care of it. Lin Yun confidently said. Chapter 12 is so crazy. Fatty, in the past, we didn't have much status in the school, and there were a lot of people who dared to bully us, but from today onwards, whoever dares to bully us in the slightest, you'll just blow your ear off, and if there's any trouble, I'll take care of it. Lin Yun confidently said. Directly call a big ear scrape? No matter who? Lin Yun, really? Really so crazy? The fat man stared wide-eyed. That's right. It's that crazy. Lin Yun grinned. Ha ha. No problem. Fatty was excited just thinking about it, and in the future, he wouldn't be afraid of being bullied in school anymore. Fatty, want to try a Lamborghini? Let you have a go at it too. Lin Yun parked the car on the side of the road and let Fatty drive it. Really? Great. Fatty nodded his head excitedly, then hurriedly opened the car door to change places. Who wouldn't want to drive a Lamborghini for a while? By the time he got to the school entrance, it was already past 11 at night, the school gates were closed, the car couldn't get in. After the Fatty got out of the car, Lin Yun directly drove the car to a nearby parking lot and stopped. On the other side. Inside a cab. Fatty's girlfriend Zhou Mei and Guo Xiaoxiao were sitting inside the car. Not right. It's not right. I don't think this kid can be rich. As far as I know, his family is very poor. He even went to a summer job during the summer vacation. If his family is really rich, would he go to a summer job? If his family was really rich, would he have taken a summer job? The more Joe May thought about it, the more wrong it was. Yes, the general rich people, who would like him wearing a cheap clothes, not a little rich people look, but with his Lamborghini, have to believe that he is rich. Hua Xiao Xiao shook her head. Maybe that Lamborghini was rented by him, just to pretend with us. Joe May came to a realization. As soon as Hua Xiao Xiao heard about renting a car, she was immediately able to figure it out. Bastard! Dare to trick us for fun. Next time I have to run into him, I'll definitely settle the score with him. Hua Xiao Xiao stomped her feet in anger. The next day. The day before yesterday, Zhang Hu had been in the hospital after being stabbed by Lin Yun with a pen in the classroom. Today, he was finally discharged from the hospital. School entrance. Brother Tiger, you're finally back. Several of Zhang Hu's followers were already at the school entrance to greet him. Zhang Hu's face was incredibly gloomy. Damn it, when I go back to school today, the first thing I'm going to do is seek revenge on Lin Yun. Zhang Hu's gaze was grim. When Zhang Hu thought about how he had been poked by Lin Yun with a fountain pen, he had a belly full of fire, and it was in the classroom at the time, which made him feel like he had lost all his face. Brother Tiger, how are you going to clean up that kid? Find someone to beat him up? The skinny follower curiously said. Beat him up? Humph, just beating him up won't relieve my anger. I'll have the school expel him. I'll make him lose his future. Zhang Hu said viciously. Expelled? How can I get him expelled? The skinny follower asked. The head of the school's political education department is a friend of my dad's, so it's easy to get the school to expel a poor kid like him. Zhang Hu narrowed his eyes. The school's political education department. Uncle Li Zhang Hu walked the office. On the office chair sits a middle-aged fat man with a big belly. He is the Uncle Li in Zhang Hu's words, also the director of the school's political education department. Zhang Hu nephew, how are you free to come to Uncle Li here today? How is it going in school this time? Director Li was all smiles. Uncle Li, I've been having a bad time these few days. Zhang Hu said while pulling down his collar. The gauze wrapping the wound appeared. Zhang Hu nephew, this. What is going on? Director Li was surprised. This is by our class a boy with a pen stabbed, and is in the classroom in public murder. Uncle Li, you can give me to do the Lord. Must be this kid open out off. Zhang Hu said through gritted teeth. What? There is such a thing. Zhang Hu nephew, you don't worry, I guarantee to give you the authority. What is the name of this person? Director Li directly responded. His name is Lin Yun. Zhang Hu reported his name. Zhang Hu nephew, go back and wait for news. Within today, I will expel this kid for you. Director Li said with conviction. Thank you, Uncle Li. Zhang Hu revealed an excited smile. Inside the classroom. Zhang Hu entered the classroom and then came directly to Lin Yun. Zhang Hu, you've only just returned to the classroom and you're here looking for me. What's the matter? Still don't think you've stayed in the hospital long enough? Lin Yun said without lifting his head while reading a book. Lin Yun, you. Zhang Hu's face turned green with anger after hearing Lin Yun's words. Zhang Hu was originally prepared to humiliate Lin Yun, but in the end, he was humiliated by Lin Yun first, and in front of the class, which made Zhang Hu feel like he had lost all his face. Lin Yun, how dare you be arrogant? I'll tell you the truth, Director Li of the school's political education department is a friend of my father. Director Li has promised me that before school ends today, you'll be expelled. That's what you get for going against me. Zhang Hu's face was hideous. Fire me? Lin Yun smiled. Zhang Hu suddenly changed his words and arrogantly said. Lin Yun, don't say that I, Zhang Hu, won't give you a chance. If you kneel down right now and apologize to me, and then lick the ash off my shoes, I can consider not letting Director Li fire you. Lin Yun smiled. I'll give you a chance too. Apologize to me now and stay away from me in the future. I can consider not letting your dad's company go down the drain. What? Let my dad's company fall into bad luck? With a poor kid like you? You're dead in the water, but still dare to talk big here. Zhang Hu sneered. Zhang Hu had thought that Lin Yun would be scared and even beg him for forgiveness when he learned that he was going to be expelled, but Lin Yun's calm and collected reaction surprised and puzzled him greatly. Lin Yun shook his head. It seems like you didn't cherish the opportunity one gave you. You could have apologized, but you chose the road to hell. Naturally, Zhang Hu didn't understand Lin Yun's words. Kid, you're the one who didn't value the opportunity one gave you. You're damn well waiting to be expelled. After dropping these words, Zhang Hu directly turned around and left. Good, I'll wait. Lin Yun was wearing a confident smile. This scene was all in the eyes of the students in the class, and everyone was whispering about it. Zhang Hu's backstage in the school, but the director of the political education department, this time, maybe Lin Yun will really be expelled. What do you mean by maybe? It means he will definitely be expelled. Lin Yun dared to go against Zhang Hu, courageous, but he was just a poor boy, so his failure was doomed. The students all understood in their hearts that Lin Yun was afraid that he would be expelled this time. Fatty wasn't too worried because he had already learned Lin Yun's true identity last night. At this time, the class president Wang Shui suddenly got up and came to Lin Yun. Lin Yun, come with me to the office. I'll help you testify to the teacher that it was Zhang Hu who bullied you first. The teacher definitely won't expel you. Wang Shui had a serious face. Lin Yun was somewhat flattered by Wang Shui's sudden arrival. When Zhang Hu saw this, he shouted at Wang Shui. Wang Shui, class president, you're really naive. What are you? You think the teacher will listen to you? Do you have a background? Don't be so naive. Even if you go and beg the teacher, he will be expelled today. It's the class president. It's a society of backgrounds. Do you have any background? Several of Zhang Hu's followers have chimed in. I don't believe it. Wang Shui stomped her foot, a few moments of unwillingness on her pretty face. A few days ago, Lin Yun helped Wang Shui at the bar. Wang Shui remembered it in her heart. Of course she couldn't bear to see Lin Yun get expelled. She wanted to help Lin Yun. Wang Shui, I appreciate your thoughts. I have my own way to deal with it. Just Zhang Hu, I didn't even put him in my eyes. Don't worry, I definitely won't be expelled. Lin Yun looked up at Wang Shui. But Wang Shui's pretty face still carries a touch of worry. He knows that Zhang Hu's family has money and a powerful background. It's not something Lin Yun can deal with. No buts, not to mention you can't help me. Even if you go to the office, it's useless. Lin Yun shook his head. After Wang Shui gave a no, she walked away lost. On the other side. Brother Tiger, I heard that the Qingyang branch of the Huading group is holding a reception tomorrow. Do you want to go then, Brother Tiger? A follower asked Zhang Hu. Of course, my family and Huading group are very important partners, so of course I'll go to the party. Tiger said proudly. Wow, I'm so envious. This is a reception for the Huading group. When will we be lucky enough to enter this kind of place? The followers all looked envious. Not only were Zhang Hu's followers envious, but the students in the class also looked very envious. It should be known that the Huading group was a famous star group in the 3 southwestern provinces, and its reputation was so great that being able to participate in the Huading group's cocktail party was definitely a great honor. Zhang Hu's vanity was greatly satisfied when he saw the crowd envious of him. Like certain wastes, I'm afraid that they won't be able to enter this kind of class of reception in their lifetime. Zhang Hu sneered. When Zhang Hu said this, he dropped his gaze towards Lin Yun, clearly being sarcastic. Zhang Hu, you can't talk too much. Maybe we'll see each other at the reception tomorrow, he said. Lin Yun smiled and said. You? Ha, a poor bastard like you can't enter a place like that in your lifetime. Also, you might as well think about the fact that you're about to be expelled. Zhang Hu revealed a smug smile. Fatty patted Lin Yun and asked in a low voice, Lin Yun, you'll be going to this reception tomorrow, huh? Fatty already knows Lin Yun's identity. This reception, I'm the one who initiated it, Lin Yun smiled and said to Fatty. What? The Fatty was shocked for a moment. Immediately afterward, the Fatty revealed an excited smile, then. Tomorrow, you and Zhang Hu, 1T you meet at the reception? Of course they will meet if he is going to attend. Lin Yun smiled and nodded. Interesting. He, that would be so interesting. I really want to see what his reaction will be when he sees you tomorrow. Fatty said excitedly. You want to see? Then come to the reception tomorrow, I'll pick you up and take you in then. Lin Yun said with a smile. Okay, Fatty nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Fatty wanted to go because he wanted to see Zhang Hu's reaction, and on the other hand, who wouldn't want to enter that kind of a reception? Chapter 13, Lemony Dining. There were a total of 2 big classes in the afternoon, which quickly passed. During these 2 classes, Zhang Hu waited every moment, waiting for Director Li to come to the classroom and then announce Lin Yun's expulsion. But Zhang Hu waited for a full afternoon and didn't wait. In the afternoon after school, Lin Yun stood up and smiled towards Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, didn't you say I would be expelled from school within today? But now that school is over, I'm still fine. As soon as Lin Yun said this, the classroom erupted in a loud murmur. After Zhang Hu heard this, his face turned purple and green with a swish. After all, he had previously let out a bold statement in front of the entire class, saying that Lin Yun would be expelled within the day. As a result, Lin Yun was now going to be fine and mocking him in return, which made him feel very humiliated, which made him feel that others would instead think that he was bragging. Most importantly, he wanted to retort, but he couldn't think of anything to say in retort. After all, up until now, no one had come to announce that Lin Yun had been expelled. Uncle Li, what the hell? He clearly promised me that he would expel Lin Yun within today. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth, looking furious. Zhang Hu felt embarrassed about his face, so he left the classroom quickly and grayly. Lin Yun also got up directly and came to the class president, Wang Shui. Wang Shui, I didn't lie to you, did I? I said that I wouldn't be expelled. Lin Yun smiled and said to Wang Shui. Aha. Wang Shui nodded. She was also relieved in her heart. She had been apprehensive all afternoon. She didn't know why. She really didn't want Lin Yun to be expelled. But I really thank you. You're the only one in the whole class who's willing to help me. Lin Yun still maintained his smile. The fat guy next to him snickered. Class president, you care so much about Lin Yun, you would. Like Lin Yun, right? After Wang Shui heard this, her pretty face swished and turned red. Nonsense. I am the class president, of course I have to do justice for my classmates. Wang Shui bit her red lips and said. After saying that, Wang Shui hurriedly turned around and ran out of the classroom. Lin Yun had wanted to invite Wang Shui for a meal, but it turned out that she had already left. On the other side, after Zhang Hu left the classroom, he went straight to the political education office. He was going to ask Director Li why Lin Yun hadn't been expelled until now. Political Education Office. Uncle Li, you promised me that you would expel that kid within today. Why is he still not expelled when school is over? As soon as Zhang Hu entered, he inquired in an exasperated manner. Zhang Hu, I can't help you with this favor. Director Li shook his head. Zhang Hu frowned. What? Uncle Li, you've obviously promised me, but now you're saying you can't help? I'll be honest with you, the principal is going to bail him out. As for the specific reason, the principal didn't disclose it to me either. Director Li shook his head. What? The principal is protecting him? He is a poor boy, why would the principal protect him? Zhang Hu could not figure it out at all. This I don't know. If you want to know, you can ask the principal yourself. Director Li spread his hands and said. Zhang Hu definitely couldn't run to ask the principal because he didn't have much of a relationship with him. Damn it! Damn it! Zhang Hu's face turned pale with anger when he thought that his plan had fallen through just like that. He had to know that he had already put down his bravado in the class that Lin Yun would definitely be expelled, and he had also put down harsh words to Lin Yun, so if Lin Yun wasn't expelled, then he would lose even more face in the class. Feast Eatery. This restaurant was one of the highest grade restaurants near the school. The restaurant was decorated in a very stylish manner, and the environment of the restaurant was relatively quiet. On a dining table, Lin Yun and Fatty were seated. After school, Lin Yun had said that he wanted to treat Fatty to dinner, and now that Lin Yun was a top-tier rich second generation, he naturally chose the restaurant with the highest grade in the neighborhood. The Feast Eatery was famous at Qingyang University, but it was Lin Yun's first time eating here. Lin Yun, you're rich, let my buddy me follow the light. Fatty's face was excited. Although Fatty's family did a little business, it wasn't much richer, and Fatty was likewise coming to Feast Eateries for the first time. In the past, you often invited me to dinner, and now I invite you to dinner, it is only natural. Lin Yun said with a smile. When Lin Yun was poor and couldn't afford to eat, most of the time it was the fat man who was assisting Lin Yun. This favor Lin Yun had always remembered in his heart. Fatty suddenly looked up and said, Lin Yun, I think the class president Wang Shui should have a good feeling about you. And Wang Shuilong and so sweet and beautiful, the most important thing is that the character in good and not gold digging, and still single, so good girl, hit the lantern or hard to find, I think you can chase her to the hand-o. Fatty said with a smile. She is a pretty good girl, but I don't have too many ideas at the moment, let nature take its course. Lin Yun spread his hands and said. At this time, a dish began to be served, what with the squirrel gouet fish, the signature cold chicken, and a seafood curry, as well as a few other signature dishes of the store, and of course, a bottle of red wine. In the past, ordering so many dishes at once was definitely something Lin Yun wouldn't dare to think about, and they were also expensive signature dishes. Half an hour later, Lin Yun and Fatty were full of wine. Buying the bill. Lin Yun called out to the waiter to come and pay the bill. Sir, you have spent a total of 4,330 renminbi, erase 30 renminbi, payable 4,300 renminbi, do you want to swipe your card or cash? The waitress had a smile on her face. A meal of more than $4,000, in the past, Lin Yun did not even dare to think, this is Lin Yun's living expenses for a year. Brush card. Lin Yun said while touching his wallet. Huh? Where's my wallet? Lin Yun abruptly realized that his wallet had gone missing. Lin Yun hurriedly stood up and searched his entire body, still not finding his wallet. Shit, it couldn't have been stolen, could it? Lin Yun suddenly remembered that when he had just gone to the restroom, a sneaky man had bumped into him. At the time, Lin Yun hadn't felt anything, but now that his wallet was missing, Lin Yun immediately associated it with him. Lin Yun scanned around and didn't find the man's figure in the store. I'm afraid that he had long since slipped away after committing the crime. The wallet was stolen? The fat man also looked surprised. Yes, just went to the toilet, there is a person in the toilet bumped me, I'm afraid it is that bastard for me to steal. Lin Yun laughed bitterly. I'll settle the bill then. The fat man hurriedly dug through his pockets, but in the end only managed to scrape together 286 yuan, not even enough to pay for the change. Paying the bill only to realize that there was no money was the most embarrassing thing. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit came over, looking like the manager of the restaurant. Xiaolin, what's going on here? The manager asked the waitress. Manager, the two of them said they lost their wallets and don't have money to pay the bill. The waitress said. I know, you go and get busy, let me do it. The manager waved his hand at the waitress. Immediately after, the manager looked at Lin Yun and the two of them, two gentlemen, I am the manager of this store. Manager, I just had my wallet stolen when I was in the toilet for convenience, so. Can I owe an account first? I can make a note and send the money tomorrow. Lin Yun looked embarrassed. Is it stolen, or do you want to eat a bully? It's hard to say. The manager smiled coldly. From the time Lin Yun and Fatty entered, the manager I noticed the two of them, because the spending here was relatively high, so the people who came here to eat were basically dressed up. But Lin Yun and Fatty were wearing cheap clothes. At that time, the manager was thinking in his heart, can these 2 hours afford to spend here? But all visitors were guests, so the manager couldn't possibly drive them away. What? Are you saying that we are having a king's dinner? You've got to be kidding me. Do you know who's next to me? He's Liu Zhizhong's grandson? He'll eat the king's food? Fatty exclaimed. You say he's Liu Zhizhong's grandson? Then I'm still Liu Zhizhong's grandfather. The manager snorted. How could the manager believe that a person wearing cheap clothes was the grandson of the richest man in southwest China? This was simply bullshit. Lin Yun sniffed and frowned. I lost my wallet in your restaurant. Your restaurant should have a big responsibility too, right? Humph, I think you're just trying to blackmail our restaurant, using this as an excuse not to pay. Where is what wallet was stolen? The manager's tone was icy cold. Lin Yun's face was even more somber. The place where he lost his wallet happened to be a restroom with no surveillance coverage, so there was no way to call up surveillance to prove himself. You guys listened to me for 2 hours? No matter what you guys think of, you have to pay the money, otherwise, I can only call the police to deal with it. The manager had a serious face. The commotion over here caught the attention of many diners present. Holy shit, there are still kingpin diners these days, and they even came to the feast eatery to have a kingpin dinner. Isn't this asking for pain? That's right, if you don't have money, don't come to this kind of place to consume awe. Many of the diners present were talking. Lin Yun, what to do about this? The fat man was also speechless. Although Lin Yun was a little annoyed, but eating to pay, this is really a natural thing. The main reason for the wallet being stolen is because of his own carelessness. Lin Yun thought for a moment, then turned his head and said to the diners present, "Anyone willing to lend me $4,000 to pay the bill, I will return 10 times tomorrow. I can play the loan note, press the handprint." 10 times? That is 40,000 ah. Many people present after hearing this figure, or some heartbeat, casually can earn 40,000, must be cool ah, this is more violent than usury. Look at the way he's dressed. Does he look like a man who can afford $40,000? I think he's a scammer trying to get money. That's right. Look at him like that, there is absolutely no way he can come up with $40,000, don't fall for this kid's trick. Although the payment Lin Yun gave was heartwarming, no one was willing to lend money to a stranger while still being dressed so cheaply. "Kid, don't play tricks, I think you just want to cheat money, no one will believe you, I'd better call the police to deal with it," the manager said while touching his cell phone. Chapter 14, The Stranger. Wait a minute. Right at this moment, a light voice rang out. Lin Yun turned his head to look, and what met Yi Li's eyes was a young girl with a ponytail. The girl was wearing a white jacket and jeans, outlining her slender legs, long eyelashes with aura-like eyes, and a small mouth like a cherry. Beauty. This was definitely a beauty overflowing with sunshine and youthfulness. Not only was she beautiful, but her temperament was okay. To be honest, she was like a piece of iron-absorbing stone that possessed magnetism. Lin Yun was attracted at the first sight of her, so much so that he looked at her several more times. The girl walked straight over and stopped in front of Lin Yun. "Manager, I paid for them, swipe your card." The girl handed a card to the manager, her voice soft and delicate. "Pretty girl, are you really going to pay for them?" He looked like a scammer at first glance. "You're just being cheated by them." The manager looked surprised, he didn't expect someone to really come out and pay for the Lin Yun duo. "Whether or not I've been cheated is my business, your hotel just collects the money," the girl said. "This is fine." The manager nodded, then took the bank card and went forward to swipe it. For their restaurant, as long as they received the money, that was the most important thing. If the police dealt with it, even if they arrested the Lin Yun duo, no one would pay for the meal, and their restaurant would have losses instead. This scene, in turn, caused many diners present to talk. They all had similar views. They all felt that this girl, he was stupid to even believe this. The manager went to swipe the card during. "Beauty, thank you for believing that we are not liars. Thank you for being willing to help us." Fatty thanked one after another. "No need to thank, who all have difficult times." The girl smiled politely and slightly. Lin Yun, on the other hand, looked at her with surprise. Lin Yun didn't think that someone would really be willing to help, and it was still such a beautiful beauty. "Hello beautiful girl, my name is Lin Yun. At the risk of asking, why is it that you're willing to believe us when everyone else thinks we're liars?" Lin Yun curiously said. "If you guys are crooks, then consider me unlucky. If you guys aren't crooks, then I'll be able to help someone in need, and I think it's worth it," the girl said lightly. Hearing these words in the girl's heart, Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart. This was considered a girl with a good heart, right? At this time, the manager returned here once again. "This lady, the card has been swiped successfully. This is the small ticket." The manager handed the card and the small ticket to the girl. Seeing this, Lin Yun said to the girl, "Pretty girl, I'll give you an IOU right now. Leave me your cell phone number, I'll make sure to pay you back tenfold tomorrow. I'll make you understand that I'm not a liar." Lin Yun had said before that if anyone was willing to lend him money, he would return it tenfold, so Lin Yun would naturally do what he said he would do. The girl, however, shook her head. "No need, I'm not helping you for money, it's just purely for the sake of helping people." After saying that, the girl directly walked towards the outside. The girl's sudden departure left Lin Yun a little bewildered. Lin Yun originally thought that this girl's willingness to help herself was because she was aiming for her tenfold bounty. It turned out that this girl hadn't come for the money, and didn't even intend to let Lin Yun return the money? Just straight away like that? Lou, this. Fatty also has a surprised face. "Fatty, go." Lin Yun hurriedly called out to Fatty and chased him out. After chasing out of the restaurant, Lin Yun just happened to see the girl as sinister back. "Hey, can you tell me what your name is?" Lin Yun shouted towards the girl's back. Lin Yun wanted to know the girl's name, and Lin Yun wanted to return this money he owed her. The girl stopped and said, "Stranger." After saying that, the girl walked directly to a white Audi A4 on the side of the road. pulled open the door and sat in. Immediately afterward, the car started and disappeared from Lin Yun's sight in an instant. Stranger, what a stranger. Lin Yun sighed dully. Lin Yun, how can we just let her settle the bill for nothing? Fatty looked at Lin Yun. Of course I want to return the money to her, but unfortunately she didn't leave us any information. Lin Yun spread his hands helplessly. Right. The license plate number. Lin Yun suddenly slapped his head. The girl had just driven away, so as long as Lin Yun knew her license plate number, he would definitely be able to find her somehow. It was a pity that Lin Yun hadn't thought of this just now, so he hadn't bothered to memorize the license plate number. Fatty, did you memorize the license plate number? Lin Yun looked at Fatty. I didn't think of that much. Fatty smiled bitterly. I owe her a favor today, I hope I can meet her again in the future. Lin Yun looked far away. Such a kind girl, of course Lin Yun hopes to be able to meet her again, and Lin Yun also wants to return the favor he owes her, personally. Only, the sea of people want to meet again. I'm afraid it's not an easy thing, maybe never see her again in the future. By the way, that asshole who stole my wallet. Don't let me run into him again, or I'll make him look good. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and said viciously. Lin Yun knew that the culprit who had left him with no money to pay the bill and was even mistaken for a crook was that thief. If he hadn't stolen Lin Yun's wallet, none of this would have happened. Right. This kind of hateful thief, if you catch him, you must make him look good. Fatty nodded in agreement. On the other side. Inside the white Audi A4 just now, the girl who had helped Lin Yun pay for the bill was concentrating on driving the car. The matter of helping Lin Yun just now was already behind her. Just then, the girl's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Dad. The girl picked up the phone. Meng Yi, tomorrow's reception is very important. It's a matter of life and death for our company. You can't be late, you have to be on time. Oh. The middle-aged man's voice came out from the phone. I know, Dad, don't worry, I definitely won't be late. The girl answered. After a pause, the girl's pretty face was filled with worry. Dad, our company is small, there is no advantage in terms of price, and those competing companies are not comparable at all. I am really worried, and if we still cannot talk about it. This time, I am afraid that it will be difficult for our company to do it again. The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and then said in a serious tone. We really don't have any advantage, we can only take out 100% of our sincerity, so that the Huading group can see our sincerity. Hopefully there will be a miracle. The next day. For the vast majority of people, today was just an ordinary Saturday. But for Lin Yun, today was the day the company held a reception. It was a small reception, and the companies invited were all companies that had a partnership with the Huading group. Qingyun Hotel. This was one of the top hotels in Xinjiang City, and it was normal for a supergroup like the Huading group to choose to hold a reception here. Lin Yun came earlier, arriving at the hotel at 9 o'clock. In the VIP lounge on the second floor of the hotel, because the time was still on, Lin Yun touched his cell phone to play a game. As a college student, although Lin Yun studied well, he still played games, and there really weren't many male college students who didn't play games these days. Lin Yun would also occasionally play games in his spare time. At this time, the door to the VIP room was pushed open and a middle-aged man walked in with a smile on his face. Hello Chairman Lin Yun, I'm Zhu Zhe, the chairman of the Qingyun Hotel, and I've come to pay my respects to Chairman Lin. Zhu Zhe had a smile on his face and his posture was lowered. Although the Qingyun Hotel was very impressive in Xinjiang City, it was certainly far worse than the Huading group, which was the most powerful group in the 3 southwestern provinces, and was also famous throughout the country. Even if Lin Yun is only the chairman of a branch, behind the branch is the entire Huading group. Moreover, Zhu Zhe had heard from Lu Bo that Lin Yun was the grandson of Mr. Lu Zhizhong. With that, Zhu Zhe has to treat Lin Yun with respect. You're Zhu Zhe from the Qingyun Hotel, I've heard of you. Lin Yun looked up at Zhu Zhe. Qingyun Hotel was famous in Xinjiang City, and the owner, Zhu Zhe, was naturally little known, so Lin Yun had heard of his great name before. Yes, I am precisely Zhu Zhe. Early on Mr. Lu said that you, Chairman Lin, are a young man of great talent, and today I see that you are indeed extraordinary. Zhu Zhe was all smiles. Chairman Zhu Zhe is very kind. Lin Yun looked up at Zhu Zhe. In the past, Lin Yun did not even dare to think that he would be able to enter a 5-star hotel like the Qingyun Hotel, and at that time, Zhu Zhe was also a big man that Lin Yun needed to look up to, and could only hear about his reputation in other people's mouths. And now, the owner of the Qingyun Hotel had to be respectful in front of himself, and even had to kiss his own ass. Chairman Lin, this is our hotel's diamond VIP card, specially gifted to you, Lin Dong. In the future you come to our hotel consumption, can enjoy the top treatment. Zhu Zhe respectfully presented a membership card with both hands. Xu Dong's heart, I appreciate it. Lin Yun was not polite and directly took the membership card. When Xu Zhe saw Lin Yun accept the card, a happy smile appeared on his face as it showed that Lin Yun appreciated his face. Director Lin, you go ahead and get busy, I'll retire first. If you need anything, feel free to call me. As Xu Zhe still had a complimentary smile on his face. From 10 o'clock onwards, the bosses who came to the reception arrived at the hotel one after another. As the general manager of the company, Lu Bo stood at the entrance of the hotel and welcomed the arriving bosses one by one. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the hotel, and a balding middle-aged man, as well as a young man, walked out of the car. If Lin Yun was here, he would be able to recognize the young man at a glance, as he was Lin Yun's classmate, Zhang Hu. Mr. Zhang, son Zhang Hu, welcome. Lu Bo, like receiving the other bosses, went forward to shake hands and welcomed him with a smile on his face. Zhang Hu's dad, Zhang Dachuan, hurriedly smiled and went forward to shake hands with Lu Bo. Mr. Lu, you are too polite, I have to congratulate you first. Congratulations on defeating the Wu family. Father and son rose to the rank of general manager. In the future, Mr. Lu, you can take care of my little brother. Mr. Zhang, I don't dare to take care of anyone. The new chairman said to take care of who. I can only take care of who. Lu Bo said. The meaning of Lu Bo's words is very obvious. I only listen to the new chairman. The new chairman wants to cooperate with you, then continue. Right, what Mr. Lu said. Zhang Dachuan nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. Chapter 15 Meeting with Zhang Hu. By the way, Mr. Lu, where is the new chairman now? Zhang Dachuan asked. Zhang Hu also had a curious face. The chairman is currently resting in the VIP lounge, waiting for the reception to officially begin. Lu Bo replied. Is that so? Then, can I go to the VIP lounge to pay him a visit first? Zhang Dachuan asked with a smile. Now that the new chairman was in office, if he, Zhang Dachuan, wanted to continue to work with Huading Group, of course he had to flatter the new chairman. I can only report for you. As for whether Lin Dong wants to see you or not, it depends on Lin Dong's will. Lu Bo said. Good, then I will trouble Mr. Lu to help report. Zhang Dachuan said with a smile. Zhang Dachuan's company is just a local building materials company, while the Huading Group, but the Southwest Top Big Group, the two certainly have no comparison. In the VIP lounge. The chairman of the hotel had just left not long ago when Lin Yun's phone rang. Hello, Lu Bo. Lin Yun picked up the phone. Chairman, Zhang Dachuan and his son Zhang Hu from Hongda Building Materials Company Limited would like to come and pay you a visit in the lounge, Lu Bo said. Oh? Do their father and son want to meet me? Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. Yesterday at school, Zhang Hu had even let loose harsh words on Lin Yun in the classroom and had taunted him. And now, Zhang Hu and his father were coming to pay themselves a visit. What a marvelous world! It was clear in Lin Yun's mind that Zhang Hu had no idea at this point that the new chairman he was coming to see was actually himself. Lu Bo, bring them up. Lin Yun said with a smile. Yes, Lin Dong. Lu Bo answered and then hung up the phone. Hotel entrance. Mr. Lu, how is it? Did the new chairman agree? Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu looked at Lu Bo with an expectant face. The new chairman asked me to take you guys up. Lu Bo said. Great. When Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu heard this, they both revealed happy smiles. At this moment, Zhang Hu did not know that the new chairman he was looking forward to meeting was actually Lin Yun. Come with me. Lu Bo directly led Zhang Hu's father and son towards the VIP lounge on the second floor. On the way. Mr. Lu, can you tell me, what is the origin of this new chairman? I heard that this new chairman is very young and has a big background. I don't know if it's true or not. Zhang Dachuan asked. Lu Bo nodded. That's right, he has a big background, so big that you dare not imagine. Oh? Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu became more interested after hearing this. Mr. Lu, you quickly tell us, what exactly is the background of the new chairman? Zhang Dachuan hurriedly asked after him. Zhang Hu also looked at Lu Bo with curiosity. This new chairman is Chairman Lu Zhizhong's own grandson. Lu Bo said. Hiss, it is Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Both his father and son were shocked and sucked in a breath of cool air. Who was Liu Zhizhong? The richest man in the 3 southwestern provinces and the founder of the Huading Group. Such a big shot was a tier that Zhang Hu's father and son could not even come into contact with, a terrifying existence that their father and son needed to look up to. TSK, this background, it really is terrifying. Zhang Dachuan couldn't help but smack his lips. Dad, I didn't expect that you and I would be able to come into contact with such a bullish figure, Zhang Hu excitedly said. Yes, so we have to be more careful. You kid must give me respect, don't talk nonsense, don't bump into him, understand? Zhang Dachuan said to Zhang Hu. Zhang Dachuan's heart has secretly made up his mind, must be careful to treat the grandson of Liu Zhizhong. He was even thinking that if he could climb up to this Liu Zhizhong's grandson, then he and his company would really soar in the future. Dad, don't worry, such a bullish character is to lend me 100 guts, I don't dare to rush off. Zhang Hu said with a smile. VIP lounge. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded. Come in. Lin Yun spoke to the door. Immediately after, the door was pushed open and 3 figures came into Yi Li's eyes. The one walking in front was Lu Bo, and the ones following behind were none other than Zhang Hu's father and son. After Zhang Hu entered the door, he hurriedly raised his head to look ahead, wanting to catch a glimpse of the new chairman's appearance. G.A. However, the moment Zhang Hu saw Lin Yun, the smile on his face instantly froze and his mind was even more filled with question marks. Wasn't this fucking Lin Yun? How could he be here? But there was no one else in the room besides Lin Yun. At this time, Lu Bo opened his mouth. Mr. Zhang, young Master Zhang, let me introduce you, this is our new chairman, Lin Yun. What? When Zhang Hu heard these words, he only felt a thunderbolt from a clear sky hit him in the head, directly splitting his entire being. Zhang Dachuan didn't notice the abnormality as he hurriedly bowed his body with a smile full of compliments and said, My humble self is Zhang Dachuan, the head of Hongda Building Materials Company, I pay my respects to Chairman Lin. Immediately afterward, Zhang Dachuan looked at his son. When he saw that his son actually froze in place and didn't react, he immediately frowned and then reprimanded. Zhang Hu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay your respects to Chairman Lin. How? How could it be him? Zhang Hu did not answer his dad's words, but stared straight at Lin Yun, his voice all becoming unusually sharp because of the horror inside. Zhang Hu had never dreamed that the new chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group would be Lin Yun. Zhang Hu had never dreamed that the person he desperately wanted to come and pay his respects to would be Lin Yun. Zhang Hu, what the hell are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and pay your respects to Chairman Lin? When Zhang Dachuan saw his son babbling, he was so angry that he kicked Zhang Hu in the leg. He had specifically instructed his son to be respectful when he came in, but it turned out that his son was yelling and screaming as soon as he came in. Could he not be angry? Lin Yun smiled and waved his hand at Zhang Dachuan. Zhang Dachuan, you don't have to be surprised or strange, because I know your son and we are still in the same class. Recognize? The same classmates? Zhang Dachuan was stunned. At this time, Lin Yun stood up from the leather sofa, then slowly walked to Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, are you surprised to see me? I said yesterday in the classroom that we might meet at the reception today, now, you believe it. Lin Yun had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. How could you? You be the new chairman, how could you be Liu Zhizhong's grandson? This is definitely a mistake. Zhang Hu shook his head vigorously, he was completely unable to accept this fact. Lu Bo, who was on the side, coldly rebuked, Zhang Hu, please correct your attitude and language, this is the new chairman of our branch, and also Liu Zhizhong's grandson's own grandson. As fake. After Zhang Hu heard these words, his heart instantly fell below the 9 ghosts of hell. General Manager Lu Bo had said so, and the fact that Lin Yun could be here was enough to explain Li Yun's identity, so even if Zhang Hu had a million disbeliefs, he had to believe it. At this time, Zhang Hu just suddenly understand why yesterday he let the political education director dismiss Lin Yun, but the principal to protect Lin Yun, I'm afraid it is because of Lin Yun's horrible identity background. At this time, Zhang Hu realized why Lin Yun dared to call his bluff and even stabbed him with a pen, because Lin Yun had such a horrible identity background to back him up. After thinking about this, Zhang Hu only felt a chill down his back and a wave of fear. He had actually been working against such a terrifying existence. Zhang Hu's dad, Zhang Dachuan, naturally saw the signs. Zhang Hu, say. You are not the guilty chairman. Zhang Dachuan to his son sternly shouted. I. Zhang, who at this time only feel heart incomparable despair. After Zhang Dachuan saw his son's reflection, he understood that his son had definitely offended Lin Yun. Zhang Dachuan, who was furious, directly kicked over and ruthlessly kicked Zhang Hu's body. You asshole! Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to Chairman Lin to make amends. Zhang Dachuan was furious in his heart. He knew that if he offended Lin Yun, it would most likely lead to Hua Ding Group no longer cooperating with him. The vast majority of their company's business was supported by the Hua Ding Group, and if the Hua Ding Group didn't order building materials from their company, then his company would rapidly decline or even close down. What's more, was a terrifying existence like Lu Zhizhong's grandson something they could afford to offend? Zhang Hu certainly understood this. Terrified, Zhang Hu's body couldn't stop trembling as cold sweat broke out. In the next moment, Zhang Hu directly knelt on the ground. Lin Chairman, I was wrong. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please forgive me. Zhang Hu said while slapping his face hard with his ears. Zhang Hu understands, just by Lin Yun is Lu Zhizhong grandson this point, Lin Yun get dead him, then pinch death and more simple. Just by virtue of Lin Yun being Lu Zhizhong's grandson's horrible identity, he couldn't afford to put up any resistance. The only thing he could do was beg for mercy. Oh, didn't you threaten to have me expelled from school yesterday? Didn't you say you wanted to ruin my future? Now how come you are begging for mercy again? I. Zhang Hu held his face red. Looking at Zhang Hu, who was kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, Lin Yun sneered. I said yesterday that if you gave me an apology, I could consider sparing you, but you didn't. You chose another path to hell yesterday. Zhang Hu trembled in fear after hearing this. He knew that Lin Yun's words meant that he wouldn't give him a chance. Zhang Hu directly crawled to your feet, hugged your thighs and begged. Lin Yun, I'm begging you, for the sake of being in the same class, just give me a chance, spare me. At this time, Zhang Hu, where was the arrogant and domineering look that he once had in front of Lin Yun? All there was just wretchedness. Roll. Lin Yun directly kicked Zhang Hu away. People like Zhang Hu didn't deserve mercy at all. Lin Yun stood with his hands in the air, looked at Lu Bo, and said, Lu Bo, from today onwards, terminate all cooperation with Hongda Building Material Company and no longer purchase any building materials from their company. Chapter 16, Brothers Beaten. Yes, Chairman. Lu Bo nodded and answered. After Zhang Dachuan heard the words, he immediately became anxious. If Hua Ding Group I'm cooperating with them, I'm afraid his company will be finished off. Chairman Lin, please give us a chance. I will go back and clean up my son properly. Zhang Dachuan also begged up. Shut up. Lin Yun frowned. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun's eyes narrowed and he said with a great deal of anger. With this result, I've already given enough face. If I really want to pursue this, you and your son will have to die. Even the King of Heaven can't protect you. When Zhang Dachuan heard this, his face turned pale due to the spasm of his heart. He knew that based on Lin Yun's identity as Lu Zhizhong's grandson, if Lin Yun really wanted to kill his son, he could definitely do it. Zhang Hu even fell to the ground at once, despair written all over his face. It's over. Zhang Hu knew that everything was over. Lin Yun sat back down on the leather sofa, while waving his hand and spitting 2 words out of his mouth. If there's nothing else, then get lost. The two of you, please put. Lu Bo pulled open the door of the room, signaling Zhang Hu's father and son to leave. Just like this, the father and son duo, who were full of despair, left the VIP lounge unhappily. Outside the VIP lounge. Pa! Just as soon as he came out, Zhang Dachuan slapped Zhang Hu's face hard. Damn thing, you even dared to offend Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Do you think our lives are not long enough? Zhang Dachuan's face was full of anger. Dad, I really don't know that he is Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Zhang Hu had a face of despair. After experiencing what just happened, Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu naturally didn't have the face to continue staying at the reception, and the two of them grayly left the reception directly. Inside the VIP lounge. Mr. Lin, even if you don't have any grudges against Hongda Building Material Company, I'm actually ready to cut off cooperation with them this time. Lu Bo said. Oh? Why? Lin Yun looked up at Lu Bo. Because the building materials provided by their company are not only expensive, the materials are also general. They once could cooperate with our company because they bribed the Wu family father and son. Lu Bo said. I see. Lin Yun nodded indistinctly. Lu Bo continued, Lin Dong, after we cut off cooperation with Hongda Building Materials Company, we need to choose a new building materials company to replace it. I don't know if Lin Dong has any requirements or suggestions. I trust you, you look after it. Lin Yun said. Lin Dong, don't worry, I will definitely choose a company with the right price and good materials. Lu Bo saw that Lin Yun trusted him so much, he naturally looked happy. Hotel entrance. Lin Yun's good friend, Fatty, came to the hotel entrance in high spirits. Yesterday, Lin Yun had said that if Fatty wanted to come to the reception, feel free to come, so of course Fatty came to see the world. This gentleman, wait a minute. Fatty had just arrived at the entrance when he was stopped by two security guards. They saw that Fatty was dressed in such an ordinary way, it didn't look like he could be used to spend money at the Qing Yun Hotel. I'm here to attend the Huading Group's reception, what's wrong? What's the problem? Fatty looked at the two security guards. Mister, if you are here to attend the reception, please show your invitation. The two security guards said. Invitation letter? I was verbally invited by the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, there is no invitation letter. The fat man said. Sorry, if you don't have an invitation, you can't go in. The two security guards blocked the way. Didn't I tell you, I was verbally invited by the chairman? If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. Fatty was speechless. The two security guards not only did not believe, but instead laughed, as if they had heard a very ridiculous joke. At this time, the lobby manager in a suit came over. What's going on? What's the reason for all the commotion? Manager, this gentleman said that he came to attend the Huading Group's reception but didn't have an invitation letter. He said that the chairman of Huading Group verbally invited him. The two security guards said. Fatty nodded, that's right, it was the chairman who verbally invited me, and I'm good friends with him. The lobby manager looked the Fatty up and down, then snorted. What did you say? The chairman of Huading verbally invited you? You are good friends with the chairman of Huading? Right. Fatty nodded again. Fatty, don't tease me, you look like this, and you're still a friend of the chairman of Huading? You don't even look in the mirror to see what you are, I think you just want to enter the reception to eat and drink. Manager De Tong snorted. Fatty held back his red face, being looked down upon like this, of course Fatty was very upset. If placed in the past, being looked down upon would be something that Fatty could only endure. But the last time Lin Yun and he had, who dares to look down on us in the future, directly dislike back, there is something Lin Yun to smooth things out. After thinking about this, the fat man directly looked up and said. I'm not wearing a brand name, so you should be looked down upon? I'm telling you, don't look down on people. The lobby manager immediately frowned, you call me a dog? Are you looking for death? I am scolding you. Dog-eyed thing. The fat man did not show any weakness. Kid, you're fucking looking for death. Snap. The angry lobby manager directly to the fat man's face is a slap. Loud slaps fell on the fat man's face. The fat man was not able to touch the defense. He never thought that this lobby manager would directly do it to him. You hit me? The fat man covered his face and stared with wide eyes. Lobby manager proudly said, hit as you, dare to scold the old man, also do not look at yourself as a thing, you too will be the stinking loser, to throw out. The lobby manager waved his hand to the two security guards next to him. After the two security guards heard, they directly went forward to frame the fat man. You wait for me. You hit me, I will definitely make you pay. The angry fatty pointed his finger at the De Tong manager. Good I will wait. The lobby manager sneered. The lobby manager usually read countless people, he thought he could tell at a glance what the status of the other party was, and he decided that the fat man was just a bottom feeder who was easy to bully, so he wasn't the least bit afraid. After being thrown out by the two security guards, the fat man directly felt out his phone and flipped out Lin Yun's number and broadcast it. In the VIP lounge. What? You got beaten up in front of the hotel? Lin Yun stood up from his seat in surprise. Okay, don't worry, I'll come downstairs now, Lin Yun said into the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yun's face looked very gloomy, His own brother came to attend a reception he held and was beaten at the entrance. How can this be? Dong Lin, what happened? Lu Bo hurriedly inquired. My friend was at the entrance of the hotel and was beaten by the hotel manager. Lin Yun's tone was icy cold. What? Lu Bo was also shocked. This was a big deal. Lu Bo, follow me. Lin Yun headed directly outside. Lu Bo realized the seriousness of the matter. He also hurriedly followed him out. At the entrance of the hotel, the fat man who had been thrown out re-entered the doorway. That lobby manager was still standing at the door and hadn't left. Kid, why the hell are you back again? Still looking for a fight? The lobby manager pointed at Fatty and was arrogant. Shut up. A stern and violent voice came out from the hotel. The lobby manager turned his head and what met his eyes was none other than Lin Yun and Lu Bo. Lin Dong, Mr. Lu. The lobby manager was startled for a moment. Immediately afterward, the lobby manager hurriedly revealed a fawning smile and said, Lin Dong, Mr. Lu, why have you two suddenly come? Get out of my way. Lin Yun pushed the lobby manager away with a slap, then walked directly to the fat man. Lin Yun, you finally come. Fatty had an aggrieved look on his face. Fatty, who hit you? Lin Yun narrowed his eyes. Him. Fatty directly pointed at the lobby manager. Lin Yun twisted his head to look at the lobby manager, his eyes already flashing with a shocking coldness. After the lobby manager felt Lin Yun's gaze, he was so frightened that his face instantly turned pale. The lobby manager wasn't a fool. After he saw the scene, he had realized that the fat man was really a friend of the new chairman of the Huading Group. After thinking about this, his heart instantly fell into the abyss of 10,000 feet. He actually hit the friend of the chairman of Huading Group. You've got some guts, a district manager, you even dared to hit my friend. Is it that you even want to hit me too? The furious Lin Yun grabbed the lobby manager by the collar. Lin Dong, spare my life. The lobby manager's legs shivered and he directly knelt on the ground. Along with the two security guards next to him, they were also so frightened that they hurriedly knelt on the ground. They too had never expected that the fat man dressed in such ordinary clothes was really a friend of the new chairman of the Huading Group. With their status, the consequences of offending the chairman of the Huading Group, where were they able to afford it? Lin Yun turned his head to look at the fatty and narrowed his eyes. Fatty, how he just hit you, you tenfold. 100 times give it back to me. Good. Fatty nodded vigorously. Fatty had just been beaten by the lobby manager and had long held a belly full of fire. Now was his time for revenge. Fatty directly rolled his sleeves up and then rushed to the lobby manager's face. Manager, do you believe now that I am the chairman's friend? Fatty looked down at the lobby manager who was kneeling on the floor. I believe. I believe it. Master Fatty, it's me who has no eyes, just spare me. The lobby manager's voice was trembling. Spare you? Dream on. After Fatty finished speaking, he snapped a slap directly on the lobby manager's face. This slap is to pay you back. What comes next is the interest. Snap. 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 Fatty was not polite at all and ruthlessly slapped the lobby manager several more times. The lobby manager's face was full of red fingerprints, but did not dare to have the slightest resistance. After these slaps, the fat man's heart held that stock of gas finally came out. After the beating, the fat man again to the tone of the lesson, to the lobby manager reprimanded. Remember, in the future, don't be a dog's eye card people low. You think you're good, what makes you look down on others? There are many people who are better than you. Chapter 17, Encountering Huang Mengyi. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person, but I think you're a good person. The lobby manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Lin Yun looked at the lobby manager and said in a cold voice. The matter of you hitting my friend, I will inform your chairman. As for what he will do with you, I think he will have his own decision. After saying that, Lin Yun directly called out to the fat man and walked towards the hotel. Inform? Inform the chairman? The lobby manager heard that Lin Yun wanted to inform the hotel chairman. He was so scared that he was directly paralyzed on the ground. If the hotel chairman knew, his job would definitely not be saved. After walking into the hotel. Lu Bo, you take this matter and report it to the chairman of the Qing Yun Hotel. Lin Yun said to Lu Bo. Yes, Lin Dong. Lu Bo nodded. Lin Yun looked at Fatty again. Fatty, you've just gotten all the anger out of your heart, right? Of course. It's thanks to Lin Yun. If you didn't back me up, I wouldn't have been able to get my revenge at all. Looking at him scared and begging for mercy, it was so relieving. Fatty had an excited face. For the old Fatty, when he suffered from this kind of anger, he could only endure it. Who told him that his status and background were inferior to others? But now that he had Lin Yun to back him up, he no longer had to suffer anymore. Shortly after Lin Yun returned to the VIP lounge, the chairman of the hotel ran to make amends with Lin Yun and Fatty and said that he had fired the lobby manager. Inside the reception venue. At this time, there were still about 20 minutes before the reception began. There were already more than 40 people gathered in the reception venue. The invitees had basically arrived. The scale of this reception was not big in the first place, and the invitees were only companies that had a cooperative relationship with Howdy Doody Group. Because the reception hadn't officially begun, many bosses gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to chat. On one table, a middle-aged man was sitting with a young girl wearing heavy makeup. If Lin Yun was here, he would have recognized the girl with heavy makeup at a glance. Because this heavily made-up girl was the girl that Fatty had introduced to Lin Yun at the bar the day before, Guo Xiaoxiao. At that time, Guo Xiaoxiao had even bragged to Lin Yun that she had been invited to the Huading Group's reception. The middle-aged man beside Guo Xiaoxiao was none other than his father. Xiaoxiao, I heard that this new chairman is very young. After the reception is over, I'll find a chance to meet with him privately. Then you have to work hard. If you climb up to this new chairman, then your family will be really developed. Guo Xiaoxiao's father urged. Guo Xiaoxiao's father's meaning was obvious. It was for her daughter to seduce the new chairman of Huading. Dad, don't worry, I'll definitely use all my skills. Guo Xiaoxiao looked very expectant. Guo Xiaoxiao's family, again, was a very ordinary local small company. The scale was even much worse than Zhang Hu's family's company. Xiaoxiao certainly understands that once he can climb up to the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, then his family will be able to take this opportunity to soar, but of course, he doesn't realize that the new chairman is Lin Yun. Inside the VIP lounge. Dong Lin, the boss of Tianchang Building Material Company, wants to see you, Lu Bo said. Is there anything he wants? Lin Yun asked. It should be to talk to us about cooperation. We now happen to have a building materials company partner, but their company is small and does not have any advantage in terms of price. Lu Bo said. In that case, to talk about cooperation, you can explain to him. I will not see. Lin Yun waved his hand. Yes. Lu Bo nodded and then backed out. Lu Bo had just gone out not long before the fat man rushed into the VIP lounge out of breath. Lin Yun. Guess who I saw in the reception hall? The fat man was panting, but appeared excited. Look at you excited, who did you see? Lin Yun asked with a smile. Remember last night at the hotel, the girl who helped them pay? The fat man was still breathing heavily. What? Did you see her at the reception? Really? Lin Yun was surprised and stood up from his seat in a flash. That's right. Right in the hall where the reception was held. I saw it with my own eyes. It's definitely not fake. Fatty smiled and nodded vigorously. It seems that Wow and her are still destined to be together. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Lin Yun was still thinking last night that he hoped to be able to see this girl again so that he could return the money and favors he owed her. But Lin Yun also knew how difficult it would be to meet again in the vastness of the human sea. I didn't expect that I would have her whereabouts today. Go! Let's go meet her. It's time to return that meal money from yesterday. After Lin Yun finished speaking, he directly headed out of the house. At a corner within the reception hall, a beautiful woman in a white jacket and jeans, overflowing with youthful sunshine, stood here. She was, precisely, the girl who had paid for Lin Yun at the feast eatery last night, Huang Mengyi. When Huang Mengyi saw her father walking over, she hurriedly inquired. Dad, how's it going? Did you meet the new chairman of Huading? Is he willing to work with you? The lean middle-aged man shook his head with a bleak gaze. I didn't see him. It was General Manager Lu Bo who talked to me, and although I put forth all my efforts, General Manager Lu declined. After hearing this, Huang Mengyi's pretty face also flashed with disappointment and sadness. Dad, don't be sad, the business world is like this. Huading Group does business to make money. They naturally want to pick better material suppliers. It's only our fault that we are too weak and uncompetitive. Huang Mingyi comforted her father. I understand. The lean middle-aged man nodded, helplessness written all over his face. Although Huang Mingyi didn't say anything on her lips, she secretly made a note in her mind that after the reception was over later, she was going to intercept the new chairman of Huading and try to convince him again. Because Huang Mingyi understood that if she couldn't get this big client of Huading Group, with the current situation of their company, it wouldn't last long before they had to close down, and this was their last chance. Hello, we meet again. Just at this time, a voice sounded behind Huang Mingyi. Huang Mingyi turned her head to see that it was Lin Yun and Fatty. Because the bosses at the reception site had basically never seen Lin Yun before, they didn't realize that Lin Yun was the new chairman of Huading, so Lin Yun hadn't caused any ripples when he entered the reception site. It's you guys? Huang Mingyi recognized Lin Yun and Fatty at once, only she looked a little surprised, not expecting to meet here. I didn't think it was really you, I didn't think we'd see each other again, it seems like the heavens are destined to make me return the money to you. Lin Yun said with a smile. I also didn't expect to run into you guys. Huang Mingyi smiled slightly. I have to say, she smiled really beautifully, able to melt the hearts of people. Being able to meet again shows that we are still destined to be together, so. This time, can you tell me the name? Lin Yun also returned the smile. Well, my name is Huang Mingyi. Huang Mingyi pondered for a moment before she still reported her name. Huang Mingyi, good name. Lin Yun mumbled the name over. Right, Huang Mingyi, give me your card number, I'll transfer money to you, I don't have much cash on me, I'll prove to you that I'm not a liar, I really did have my wallet stolen yesterday. Lin Yun said. Really no need, I believe you're not a liar, that meal will be my treat. Huang Mingyi waved her hand. Huang Mingyi never wanted to get that money back in the first place. Mingyi, who is he? Huang Mingyi's father, who was standing by the side, finally opened his mouth to inquire. Dad, he is one of the people I was with at the hotel yesterday, he was in trouble at the hotel yesterday, so we helped him out a bit. Huang Mingyi said. Mingyi, you still like to be so nosy, you a girl, if you manage to get into trouble what to do? Huang Mingyi's father looked serious. Huang Mingyi's father had a serious look on his face. Huang Mingyi could only bow her head and obediently listen to her father's lecture. It was obvious that Huang Mingyi's family was still very strict. Hello uncle, my name is Lin Yun, nice to meet you and your daughter. Lin Yun extended his hand to Huang Mingyi's father. Huang's father didn't refuse and reached out to shake Lin Yun's hand, but his attitude was very bland. Lin Yun looked at Huang Mingyi again. Right, Huang Mingyi, why are you here? Of course I'm here to attend the reception. Huang Mingyi said. Oh? In that case, your family has a partnership with the Huading Group? I wonder if it's convenient to reveal which aspect of the cooperation. Lin Yun was curious. We would like to cooperate with the Huading Group, but our company is too small to enter the eyes of the Huading Group. After Huang Mingyi said this, her spiritual eyes became dim. The fat man on the side couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. He wondered what Huang Mingyi's reaction would be if she knew that Lin Yun was the new chairman of Huading. Lin Yun then asked, Huang Mingyi, is it convenient to tell me what your family's company is called? Tiancheng Building Materials Company. Huang Mingyi said. Tiancheng Building Materials Company. Lin Yun was shocked for a moment. Because after hearing this name, Lin Yun immediately remembered that Lu Bo had just reported to himself, saying that the owner of Tiancheng Building Materials Limited wanted to come to see himself. At this time, Huang Mingyi curiously opened her mouth and asked Lin Yun. Right, where are you guys? Why are you here? Is your family a partner with the Huading Group? Lin Yun thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I'll be here because God knows you're here, so he told me to come here to pay you back. Lin Yun thought for a moment, it was better not to rush to tell her his identity first. After Huang Mingyi heard Lin Yun's words, she covered her mouth and sneered. However, Father Huang's face looked a little gloomy. This little brother, is this something you're doing to tease my daughter in front of me? Do you think this is good? Father Huang had a stern face. Lin Yun immediately revealed an embarrassed look after hearing this. Huang Mingyi also had a pretty red face. Dad, what's this nonsense? It's just a conversation for a few sentences. Chapter 18, The Stage. Lin Yun also opened his mouth to explain, Uncle Huang, I really didn't come to your daughter with bad intentions, it's simply because she helped me yesterday, so I want to return the money to her. But my daughter has just said that the money doesn't have to be returned, so go ahead. Father Huang waved his hand at Lin Yun, signaling for him to leave. Father Huang thought that Lin Yun wanted to pick up his daughter, and as a father, he naturally had to block it for his daughter. There were too many people who wanted to pick up his daughter over the years. Right at this moment. Holy shit, a kid dressed so shabbily, how dare he come to pick up Sister Mingy? An arrogant voice suddenly rang out from behind Lin Yun. Lin Yun turned his head and what met his eyes was a young man covered in designer labels, with an Omega watch on his wrist and a face full of fanaticism. Willow. After Huang Mingy and Huang's father saw this man, both of their faces slightly changed. Lin Yun, on the other hand, frowned slightly because the words that this young man had just said were clearly talking about Lin Yun. The man named Willow turned his eyes and walked up to Lin Yun and Huang Mingy. Kid who came out of nowhere, get lost. Sister Mingy, is she not worthy of trash like you? Willow looked at Lin Yun with a disdainful gaze. Immediately afterward, Willow looked at Huang Mingy. Sister Mingy, I've heard that you've come to talk to Huading about cooperation today. Commander Wei had his hands in his pants pockets, a dangling look on his face. Wei Xiao, this doesn't seem to be any of your business. Huang Mingy's face changed slightly. How is it none of my business? You are my future wife. Willow revealed a colorful smile. Willow. Please watch your words. Huang Mingy's father also stopped him. Uncle Wang, why are you so aggressive? I am here to help your family. Willow said with a smile. Willow continued. If my guess is right, Huading Group will definitely not cooperate with your company. The result is that your company is facing closure, but I can help you. As long as Huang Mingy you promise to be my girlfriend, I will let my father help you. Just as Huang Mingy and Huang's father were about to open their mouths and refuse, Lin Yun suddenly opened his mouth. You help? This young master has such a big mouth. So crazy? After Willow heard this, she turned her head towards Lin Yun with a cold face. Where did you pop up from, you stupid bastard? Do you know who I am? Lin Yun, you can't mess with him. Huang Mingy pulled on Lin Yun's sleeve. Although Huang Mingy didn't have much of a friendship with Lin Yun, but Lin Yun was helping her after all, she naturally didn't want to see Lin Yun suffer. Couldn't afford to mess with him? Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. In this Qingyang city, I'm afraid there was no one Lin Yun couldn't afford to mess with. To be honest, Lin Yun didn't really care which rich second generation this Wei Xiao was. Anyway, he couldn't be more bullish than Lin Yun. Lin Yun was the grandson of the richest man in southwest China, Lu Zhizhong. Father Huang Mingy's father, also patted Lin Yun's shoulder and spoke. Junior, his father is a shareholder of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group. It's not something we can afford to offend. A shareholder's son? Lin Yun frowned slightly. Lin Yun didn't expect that this person would be the son of a shareholder of his own company. The son of a shareholder of his own company was arrogant in front of himself? How interesting. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun let out a cold laugh. Heh, the son of a mere shareholder, how dare you be so arrogant, who gave you this courage? Willow became enraged when she heard Lin Yun's words. Kid, you dare to talk to me like this, I think you're tired of living and looking for a fight. Willow directly swung his fist and made a show of hitting Lin Yun. Seeing this, Huang Mingy's father hurriedly stopped Willow. Willow. Today is the reception held by the new chairman of Huading Nu. If you hit someone here, you're not giving face to the new chairman of Huading Nu, and if things really get out of hand, your father won't be able to give an explanation to the new chairman of Huading Nu. Willow barely calmed down after hearing these words. Although he was arrogant and cocky, he was not brainless. He knew that this was a cocktail party organized by the new chairman. If he really stirred up trouble at the cocktail party, and the new chairman went berserk, his dad wouldn't be able to handle it, I'm afraid. Kid, count yourself lucky, I won't punish you now. When the reception is over, I will let you know the consequences of messing with me. Willow said. Viciously. Immediately after, Willow turned his head to look at Huang Mingy and said in a cold voice. Huang Mingy, you and your father think about it. Still, if you're willing to be my girlfriend, I'll let my father help you, otherwise, your family will be finished. After dropping these words, Willow directly turned around and left. Lin Yun looked at Willow's back as she left and said with a cold smile. I will also make you understand what happens when you mess with me. Waiting for this Willow to leave. Lin Yun, you are too impulsive. His dad is one of the shareholders of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group. It's not something people like us can mess with. Huang Mengyi worried. The identity of the shareholders of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group might not count for much in the eyes of Lin Yun nowadays, but in the eyes of Huang Mengyi, it was definitely a very powerful existence. After all, the Huading Group was the most powerful supergroup in the southwest region, and even if it was just a shareholder of a branch, it was not something that Huang Mengyi could compare to. Father Huang also opened his mouth and said, "That's right, this Wei Xiao is flawed and will be rewarded, young man. After the reception is over, he will definitely come to find you trouble. Listen to my advice, take advantage of the present, hurry up and leave." Yes, you hurry to leave. Huang Mengyi also worried. Huang Mengyi knew that Lin Yun had just stood up for her and got into trouble with Willow. Of course she didn't want Lin Yun to get into trouble because of this. In that case, her conscience would definitely not be able to get over it. "Don't worry, just a mere Willow, I'm not so much as to put it in my eyes," Lin Yun smiled faintly. "You're saying you don't even care about Willow? Junior, you're too arrogant." Father Huang couldn't help but shake his head. Although Father Huang wasn't a snob, he still had the ability to determine a person's status and position by virtue of their appearance. With his judgment, Lin Yun's status and position was definitely no match for Willow. "By the way, you guys just said that you wanted to cooperate with the Huading Group, perhaps I can help you," Lin Yun said to Huang Mengyi's father and daughter. "You? Young man, don't make fun of me, you can't help with this matter." Father Huang shook his head. "Uncle Huang, that's not necessarily true, whether I can help or not, you'll know later," Lin Yun smiled faintly. At this time, General Manager Lu Bo walked up to the front stage. "The time for the reception has arrived, all bosses hurry up and take your seats," Lu Bo announced from the stage. As soon as these words came out, the bosses and their children present all took their seats. "Little brother, the conversation has come to this point. If you understand what is at stake, I think you should know how to choose," Father Huang said to Lin Yun. After saying that, Father Huang took his daughter to the table. "Boss, why didn't you just tell them that you are the new chairman of the Huading Group?" Fatty said curiously. "They won't necessarily believe me when I tell them, so they'll naturally know when the time is right," Lin Yun smiled. "Seats from front to back, the position is a matter of taste, identity status is higher, naturally sit more forward, and vice versa, identity status is not good." A person like Willow sat further forward, he sat with his father at a table in the second row. A more backward seat. Huang Mengyi and Huang's father sat here, and there were some other bosses at the table. They were all the lowest-ranked small bosses in the reception, so they sat further back. After Huang Mengyi sat down, she looked up and looked around the room and didn't see Lin Yun. He should have already left the reception, Huang Mengyi murmured. After thinking about this, she was relieved. If it was because of her that something happened to Lin Yun, her conscience would definitely not be happy about it. Father Huang also said, "It shows that he still has some self-awareness, and it was the wisest choice for him to leave the reception." Immediately afterward, Father Huang turned his words around and smiled bitterly. "Daughter, we are now struggling to protect ourselves, yet we are still worrying about other people's safety. It is really ironic." At this moment, on the ceremony stage, Lu Bo held the microphone in his hand. "Bosses, I'm sure you're all looking forward to seeing our new chairman of Huading, right?" The people on the stage nodded their heads. 99% of the people present had never seen the true face of the new chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. The main purpose of this reception today was also to let them get to know the new chairman. Of course, they might have just met him at the reception, but they didn't realize that he was the new chairman of Huading. Since everyone is looking forward to it so much, then please welcome our new chairman on stage with a warm round of applause. As Lu Bo's stirring words fell, thunderous applause instantly rang out from the stage. Everyone looked at the stage with an expectant face. The new chairman of Huading was finally going to take the stage. "I heard that this new chairman is very young, so I can finally see his true colors." There was a lot of discussion under the stage. The second row of the seating table. Willow put down her cell phone and dropped her gaze to the stage. Willow's father looked at the stage while speaking to Willow. "Xiaowei, after the new chairman finishes his speech, he will definitely come down to the stage to toast to the guests. At that time, you will put your attitude to the best, and you mustn't bump into the new chairman, do you understand?" Willow's father knows very well that his son is usually arrogant and domineering and often bumps into others. "Dad, don't worry, even if I borrowed 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to bump into the new chairman," Willow said with a smile, leaning back on a table. Guo Xiaoxiao and her father applauded and welcomed while locking their eyes tightly on the stage. Finally, I'm going to see the true face of the new chairman. I'm looking forward to it. Anticipation was written all over Guo Xiaoxiao's face. On the other table, Huang Mengyi and her father similarly locked their eyes on the stage. Under the attention and warm applause that greeted them, a figure slowly walked onto the auditorium. He was none other than Lin Yun. Shelf notice, must read. Starting today, this book is officially on the shelves. For all chapters today and tomorrow, I'll be sending out chapter red envelopes, 200 copies per chapter for today's VIP chapters, and for tomorrow's chapters, 100 copies per chapter, for a total of 10,000 rock coins that will be sent out on a first-come, first-served basis, and after subscribing to the red envelope chapters, the rock coins that you receive will automatically go into your balance, which can be viewed in your balance details. This is the fourth novel I'm working on, and as a full-time web novelist, chapter subscriptions are all we have to live on, so I really need the subscription support of my fellow bookworms. For you to subscribe to a chapter of nearly 20 cents, 5 or 6 cents a day, a month is the money for a meal, but for us, is a very important report card. I hope you can subscribe to support. As I write a month of novels for all of you, everyone treats me to a meal. Bye-bye all the readers who subscribe to this book, thank you. About the plot, read my old readers know, absolutely stable. You may wish to chase down, there will be unexpected surprises. Regarding the update, after the shelves normal 3 to 4, the time is usually in the evening. Want more accurate update time? You can also add my Penguin book group, 6069127763. I updated the day of the chapter, usually in the group to say a word. The group will also send red packets from time to time. Plus a key point, did not add the book to the bookshelf, must not forget to add the bookshelf favorite, so that after the update can be the first time to receive notification, and easy to read later. Finally, thanks to every old and new friends of the book's support, your subscription will be my power to move forward, thank you. Chapter 19, shocking the whole scene. What's going on? Willow in the front row, after seeing Lin Yun who had ascended the stage, his face, for a split second, turned gray. He instantly recognized Lin Yun. Wasn't this the person he had previously put words in his mouth to teach him a lesson? And the person who should be on stage at this moment should be the new chairman of the Huading Group. It definitely wasn't him. It must have been this kid who blindly barged onto the stage. Willow gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe that this was the new chairman of the Huading Group. A table at the back. After Guo Xiaoxiao saw Lin Yun who had taken the stage, she was also shocked. Wasn't this the person she had a blind date with at the bar a few days ago? At that time, she had looked down on Lin Yun, and then Lin Yun had actually gotten into a Lamborghini. Then later, under careful recall, she decided that Lin Yun's Lamborghini was a rental, and she secretly decided then that if she met Lin Yun again, she would make sure to make him look good. Could he be the new chairman of Huading? No. That was never possible. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously. She was equally unconvinced. On the other table. How come it's him? Huang Mengyi's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that he was the new chairman of the Huading Group? This can't be possible, right? Huang's father also looked incredulous. On stage. Lin Yun had already walked to the center of the auditorium at this time and came to Lu Bo's side. I'd like to make a grand introduction to all of you. This is the new chairman of our Huading Qingyang branch, Mr. Lin Yun. Next, please ask our Lin Dong to make a speech. General Manager Lu Bo said loudly. Boom. After Willow heard this, he only felt a boom in his head, and his entire essence was instantly drawn away from his body. General Manager Lu Bo has already announced, so is it still wrong? He was actually really the chairman of the Huading Group. Finished. Willow leaned back in his chair with a soft limp. He thought about the harsh words he had said to Lin Yun earlier, and after his attitude towards Lin Yun, he felt like he was finished. The seating table in the back. Guo Xiaoxiao stared straight at Lin Yun on the stage, revealing a look of how she couldn't grasp the gist of the situation. She hadn't even dreamed that Lin Yun was the new chairman of the Huading Group. On the other table. He was actually the chairman of the Huading Group. Shocked, Father Huang couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Father Huang had never expected that Lin Yun, who had talked to him and his daughter before, was actually the chairman of the Huading Group, and before that, he had tried every possible way ahead to pay a visit to the new chairman of Huading. The most dramatic thing is that the person he wanted to see is right in front of him, but he didn't recognize him. Although Huang Mingyi didn't say anything, she also covered her small mouth and looked at Lin Yun on the stage with a face full of incredulity. She didn't dare to imagine that the person she had casually helped last night was the new chairman of the Huading Group. It was only at this moment that she suddenly realized why Lin Yun was completely unafraid of Willow before, because Lin Yun was the new chairman of the Huading Group. At this moment, Lin Yun had already finished his short speech, and then as the host, he stepped down to give a toast to the crowd to show his welcome to the guests. Lu Bo, on the other hand, followed closely beside Lin Yun, introducing Lin Yun to the names and information of these people. From the front, after the toast, every time Lin Yun arrived at a table, the bosses and sons and daughters of the table, each face was respectful. During the toast, each of these people raised their heads and drank their fill, as if this was the only way to show their respect for Lin Yun. With Lin Yun's status as the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, who wouldn't be respectful? Lin Yun quickly arrived at the second row and came to the table where Wei Xiao was, and the people at the table all hurriedly stood up. Lin Dong, this is Wei Ming, a shareholder of our company, on his left is his son Wei Xiao Liang. General Manager Lu Bo introduced. Lin Dong, hello, I am Wei Ming, in the future please Lin Dong you more care. Wei Ming respectfully cupped his hands to hold up the wine glass. Lin Yun coldly smiled, Wei Ming, your face is too big, I cannot take care of it. Chairman, you. Why did you say this now? Wei Ming smiled awkwardly, he didn't understand at all why Lin Yun said that. Lin Yun didn't answer him, but instead looked directly at Willow. Willow, come on, I'll toast you. Lin Yun had a playful smile on his face. After Willow heard this, she was so frightened that she almost fell off her chair and onto the floor. Lin. Chairman Lin, I. Willow's face was pale and his mouth stuttered. Willow's heart trembled when he thought about how he had spoken out against Lin Yun earlier, even threatening to clean up Lin Yun. What? I toasted you and you don't accept? Lin Yun frowned. Don't dare. Don't dare. Willow hurriedly picked up his wine glass, but his hands kept shivering so much that a lot of the wine spilled on the table and on his body. Immediately afterward, Willow poured the wine into his mouth in one gulp. Willow's dad, who was on the side, had already seen that something was wrong, but he didn't dare to interrupt for a while. Lin Yun held his wine glass and sneered. Willow, didn't you threaten to finish me off before? Now that I'm right in front of you, tell me how you're going to finish me off, I'm all ears. Lin Dong. I didn't know that you were the new chairman at that time, so I. Willow's voice trembled and his face was pale. So you think that I am in a lesser position than you and am a good bully, so you can just bully me, right? Lin Yun asked back with a smirk. Willow nodded stiffly. People with a lower status deserve to be bullied? Do you know that what I hate the most is dogs like you who bully the weak and bully others? After Lin Yun finished speaking, he directly poured the wine in his cup, pang, onto Willow's face. In a flash, the entire venue was plunged into a deathly silence, with only Lin Yun's violent shouts echoing through the venue. Once Lin Yun was angry, everyone present, no one dared to venture out and disturb, for fear of running into a gun at this time. The bosses and gentlemen at Wei Xiao's table were even more frightened, all of them bowed their heads, and individual cowards even had their legs trembling. Lin Dong mercy ah! Wei Xiao, who was splashed with wine, was so frightened that he quickly fell to his knees and begged for mercy. At this time, Willow can be said to be completely scared out of his wits. He now regrets to death, how did he offend on the Lin Dong it? Wei Xiao's father also quickly followed, kneeling on the ground. Because Willow's father was a shareholder of the company, he knew very well that not only was Lin Yun the new chairman of the company, but he was also Lu Zhizhong's grandson. With this, if Lin Yun wanted to crush them, it was as simple as crushing an ant. Mr. Lin, my son was unintelligent, I apologize for what he did to you. From now on, I'll be sure to keep a close eye on him. Wei Ming, Willow's father, pleaded for his son. Lin Yun looked at Wei Ming and said in a domineering manner. In the future, if I hear that he's bullying the weak and bullying others, I'll clean up your mess. Understand? Understand? Wei Ming nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, unusually humble. At this time, Lin Yun turned around again and said loudly to someone at the reception. From today onwards, I'm going to set a rule here, anyone who cooperates with our company, but if you let me know that any one of you is bullying the weak and going to bully the people at the bottom, we, the Huading Group, will immediately break off all cooperation with him and call on the city's business community to carry out a blockade. When Lin Yun used to be a poor boy, he was bullied by others, and the reason he was bullied was because his family was poor and easy to bully. They didn't even need a reason to bully a poor person like Lin Yun, perhaps they were using it to have fun, or to show themselves off, that's all. Therefore, Lin Yun hated these types of people who were strong in words and weak in reasoning, and who bullied others based on their power. Now that Lin Yun had gained power, of course he had to do what he could to make this kind of thing happen less often. The moment Lin Yun's words came out, the scene was silent. What? Everyone here, didn't you hear what I said clearly? Answer me. Lin Yun asked in a cold voice. Lin Yun's voice wasn't loud, but it was imposing. Hear me clearly. Hear me clearly. The bosses, eunuchs, and millennia present all hurriedly nodded their heads in response. When these bosses had first met Lin Yun, they had thought that Lin Yun was so young that he seemed like he should be relatively easy to deal with, and that a little bit of random flowery language should be enough to fool him. However, after Lin Yun's outburst just now, there wasn't anyone who felt that Lin Yun was a good person to fool anymore. After Lin Yun saw the crowd respond, he then nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun turned around again and looked at Willow, who was kneeling on the ground. Willow, I hope you won't harass Huang Mingyi in the future, otherwise, I'll make you look good. As Lin Yun spoke at the end, his eyes narrowed as a shocking chill erupted from his eyes. Chapter 20, Because of You. Yes, yes, yes. I'll never harass Huang Mingyi again. Willow nodded her head repeatedly, like a bereaved dog. Only after Lin Yun sniffed did he turn around and leave, heading for the next table. After Lin Yun left this table. You sinful animal. How dare you even offend Lin Dong? Snap. Wei Ming, Wei Xiao's father, slapped Wei Xiao's face hard to pour out his anger. Listen to me, I'm punishing you with a 1-year grounding, you're not allowed to go out for a year, stay at home and think about it. Wei Ming pointed at Wei Xiao Liang and cursed. When Wei Xiao Liang heard that he was grounded for a year, he was bitter in his heart, but he didn't dare to retort. Who asked him to offend the new chairman of Hua Ding Group? Everything that had just happened was all in the eyes of Huang Mingyi and her father. Their father and daughter's hearts were filled with emotion. Before the reception started, they were worried about Lin Yun's safety, and advised Lin Yun to leave the reception in a hurry. The result? Lin Yun was the new chairman of the Huading Group, easily crushing Wei Xiao and Wei Xiao's father into kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. Next, the toast continued. After Lin Yun's power just now, everyone's attitude towards Lin Yun became even more respectful. Many bosses even took the initiative to introduce their daughters to Lin Yun, with the aim of naturally wanting to climb the high branch of Lin Yun. At the other table, Wu Xiaoxiao's father admonished her. Xiao, Lin Dong is about to honor us at this table. When the time comes, you must perform well, and strive to give Lin Dong a good first impression, and if you can directly climb into a relationship with him, then it would be the best. Dad, Guo Xiaoxiao's face was a bit ugly. She knew deep down that she had already left a very bad first impression with Lin Yun, who had told her last time that she was not worthy. But Guo Xiaoxiao, again, didn't dare to tell his dad about this. At this time, Lin Yun had already come to the table. I'll toast to all of you. Lin Yun held his wine glass. Everyone stood up with their glasses in their hands, all of them respectful. Lin Yun only took a sip, but everyone at the table raised their heads and drank, not leaving a drop behind, as if this was the only way to express their respect for Lin Yun. At this time, Guo Xiaoxiao's father smiled and spoke. Dong Lin, this is my daughter Guo Xiaoxiao, she's about the same age as you, Xiaoxiao admires you and wants to make friends with you. Immediately after, Guo's father gave Guo Xiaoxiao a wink, signaling that it was her turn to speak. Just as Guo Xiaoxiao was about to open her mouth, Lin Yun glanced at her and then directly turned around to leave, not giving her a chance to speak at all. Looking at Lin Yun's back as he left, Guo Xiaoxiao was instantly baffled. She realized that Lin Yun hadn't even looked at her squarely, as if he regarded her as heir. Am I that bad? Guo Xiaoxiao had thought that Lin Yun might coldly mock her or teach her a few lessons. This wasn't scary. The most scary thing was that Lin Yun didn't take her seriously at all. At this moment, Guo Xiaoxiao once again remembered that night, meeting with Lin Yun at the bar. How could I have been so stupid? Such a good opportunity, all of it was missed by me. Guo Xiaoxiao was infuriated in her heart. She was clear that that night at the bar was definitely a perfect opportunity to make friends with Lin Yun. If she had behaved well at that time, it was very likely that she would have gotten her hands on the super thigh of the new chairman of the Huading Group. It was a pity that the heavens had given her such a good opportunity, but it had been wasted. Of course, there were no pills of regret for sale in the world. At this moment, Lin Yun had already walked over to the table where Huang Mingyi was. The people at the table had their hands on their cups and stood up. The position of this table was relatively backward, and the bosses sitting at the table were the lowest ranked and least mixed in the room, so they were naturally more respectful when they saw Lin Yun. After Lin Yun toasted everyone, he walked directly to Huang Mingyi and Huang's father. Before Lin Yun could say anything, the terrified Huang father bowed to Lin Yun and said, Lin chairman, before the reception started, I had much offense, I hope you chairman forgive me na. When he thought about how he had treated Lin Yun poorly before, he had a pang of fear in his heart. He knew that if Lin Yun wanted to do something about him, it would be simply too easy. Lin Yun helped Father Huang up and smiled. Uncle Huang is being overly concerned. I'm not angry with you, you're protecting Mingyi by telling me to stay away from her. This is what a qualified father should do. As for you telling me to hurry up and leave the reception, it's really for my own good. The other bosses present were envious after seeing this scene. Because Lin Yun wouldn't say much to them at all when he had just made a toast, but he appeared to be very warm to Father Huang, even calling him uncle. How could they not be envious? Father Huang heard Lin Yun call him Uncle Huang, he was even more flattered. After all, there was a huge difference between his and Lin Yun's status. Lin Yun was the new chairman of the Huading Group, and he was just a small boss of a small company. So Father Huang hurriedly said, Chairman Lin, I can't afford this title, just call me Little Huang. Uncle Huang, Mingyi did me a favor yesterday, I treat her as a friend, and a friend's father is an elder, so you can afford this title. Lin Yun said with a smile. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked at Huang Mingyi. Mingyi, how are we meeting again? Lin Yun still maintained his smile. Lin Dong, I really didn't expect that you would be the new chairman of the Huading Group. Huang Mingyi still had a few shocks on her pretty face until now. When Huang Mingyi helped Lin Yun at the hotel yesterday, she never dreamed that this person would be the new chairman of the Huading Group. You'd better call me Lin Yun, it's too formal to call me Lin Dong. Lin Yun said with a smile. Lin Yun. After hesitating for a moment, Huang Mingyi still called out. Lin Yun, thank you for making Willow stop harassing me. Huang Mingyi bit her red lips and said. Huang Mingyi hadn't been harassed by Wei Xiao much in the past, and since Wei Xiao was so powerful, she didn't have a good solution. But having just let loose on Wei Xiao to stop harassing her, she could finally have peace in the future. A girl like you shouldn't be harassed by that kind of asshole. Don't worry, if anyone else dares to harass you in the future, just tell me and I'll help you out. Lin Yun smiled. Huang Mingyi bit her red lips and nodded. Although Huang Mingyi hadn't spent much time with Lin Yun, he realized that Lin Yun was very different from the other rich second generation. He wasn't arrogant and domineering, he didn't bully the weak, instead he was able to stand up for the weak. By the way, I heard that you and your father are eager to talk to me about cooperation, right? Lin Yun asked. Aha! Huang Mingyi hurriedly got up and looked at Lin Yun while nodding her head vigorously. Father Huang also looked at Lin Yun with an expectant face. Originally, Father Huang felt that there was no chance of cooperation with the Huading Group, but at this moment, he suddenly rekindled his hopes. Regarding cooperation, I said before that I could help you guys, now do you think I have the ability to do so? Lin Yun asked with a smile. Of course. Of course. You are the chairman of the Huading Group. Father Huang nodded his head repeatedly. Good, when the reception is over, come to the VIP lounge and we'll talk about the cooperation in detail. Lin Yun said lightly. Good. Good. Father Huang nodded his head excitedly. The people present were envious when they saw this scene, how they wanted to get on Lin Yun's good side, but couldn't succeed. But Lin Yun took the initiative to talk to the Huang family's father and daughter, and even invited the Huang family's father and daughter to talk in detail after the reception. Could they not be envious? After the reception dispersed. Inside the VIP lounge. Lin Yun was sitting right in front, General Manager Lu Bo was standing beside Lin Yun, and Huang Mingyi and Huang's father were seated at the bottom. Uncle Huang, our company has just dissolved our cooperation with Hongda Building Materials Company today, so there is a shortage of a partner in building materials, so in the future, your company will supply it, just to fill the gap, Lin Yun said. Really? Really? Huang's father was surprised and happy. Huang Mingyi was also surprised. If they could cooperate with the Huading Group, not only would their company not go out of business, but they would be able to grow as a result. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Yun asked rhetorically with a smile. But our company is small, and we don't have an advantage in terms of price. There are more better companies than us for you to choose from. Why did you choose us? It would be a loss for you. Huang Mengyi lowered her head and said, "Of course. It's because you." Lin Yun looked at Huang Mengyi with a smile on his face. Chapter 21, A Pleasure to Work With. Because of me? A flush crossed Huang Mengyi's pretty face. Yeah, you helped me at the restaurant yesterday. I owe you a favor, so I'll give you a hand today as a way to return the favor. Lin Yun said with a smile. But I only helped you pay a few $1,000s yesterday, but now it's tens of millions or even over $100 million of benefits. Huang Mengyi said. Although Huang Mengyi really wanted to cooperate with the Huading group, she didn't want to, because of her, make Lin Yun lose a lot of money, so she would feel guilty. It's fine, it's just a small amount of money to me. Lin Yun smiled. However, my family's company is relatively small, and the production capacity might not be able to keep up. Huang Mengyi worried. This is simple. We, the Huading Group, will invest 100 million in your company to expand production capacity. Lin Yun said. Invest 100 million in us? Father Huang and Huang Mengyi froze in shock at this sudden news. Gulp. Gollum. I'm not dreaming, am I? Father Huang gulped. She had a feeling that she was dreaming. Huang Mengyi was also bluffed out with her little mouth open, staring blankly at Lin Yun. If they really invested $100 million in their company, and then entered into a partnership with the Huading Group, then their company would be truly soaring. Uncle Huang, you're not dreaming. I'll let General Manager Lu Bo implement the investment as soon as possible. Lin Yun smiled. Lin Yun, can you tell me a reason? Are you doing this just because I helped you pay for a meal? Huang Mengyi couldn't help but look up and ask. Lin Yun shook his head. No. It's more because I saw your kindness and your father's integrity, and I need partners like you. Lin Yun, thank you. Thank you for giving our family this opportunity. My father and I, we will definitely try to do well. Huang Mengyi had a serious and earnest face. Huang's father also nodded his head in succession. Right. Don't worry, Director Lin, we won't let you down. We will definitely prove to you that your investment is worth it. To Father Huang, he had always wanted to show his ambition, but he didn't have enough money or connections. Now he could finally show his skills. Lin Yun smiled, then said, Uncle Lin, you shouldn't let me, now, stay away from your daughter anymore, right? Of course. Father Huang smiled awkwardly. Father Huang was very clear about how many people wanted to be friends with Lin Yun, but didn't have the qualifications, how many people wanted to climb up to Lin Yun, but didn't have the chance to do so. Not to mention that Lin Yun had helped him so much. When Huang Mengyi heard Lin Yun say that, she instantly blushed. At this time, Lin Yun stood up. Good, the matter of cooperation is settled. I'll have General Manager Lu Bo consult with you on the specific cooperation plan. Yes. Don Lin. Next to him, Lu Bo nodded his head and responded. The cocktail party ended like this. For Lin Yun, this cocktail party not only completely cleaned up Zhang Hu, more importantly, he met the girl who helped him yesterday, Huang Mengyi. The cocktail party just ended. Lin Yun's cell phone rang. Lin Yun touched out the phone to see. Surprisingly, it was Grandpa Lu Zhizhong called. Grandpa's call. Lin Yun naturally didn't dare to be slow. Hello, Grandpa. Lin Yun hurriedly picked up the phone. Yuner, I'm at your home right now. Come back here, let's meet. There are some things we need to talk about face to face. Grandpa Lu Zhizhong's voice came out on the phone. Grandpa, you are in Xingyang City now? At your home? Lin Yun was a little surprised. That's right. The phone answered to Lu Zhizhong. Okay, I'll be right back, Lin Yun directly answered. In Lin Yun's opinion, Grandpa had suddenly come to Xingyang City and was urgently summoning himself would go. There should be something important, right? After hanging up the phone, Lin Yun hurried back home. Shantytown, Lin Yun's house. After Grandpa gave Lin Yun $100 million last week, Lin Yun had been prepared to buy a villa to live in and give his mother a good living environment for a change. But his mother said that she had feelings about living here for a long time, and that in this house there are memories of Lin Yun's deceased father, so he continued to live here and did not move. Although he didn't change the house, Lin Yun still added some new furniture to the house, giving the whole home a new look. When Lin Yun arrived home, Grandpa was already waiting at home. Yuner, come. Quickly come over and sit. When Grandpa Lu Zhizhong saw Lin Yun enter, he hurriedly and enthusiastically got up and pulled Lin Yun to sit beside him. Yuner, how's this week been? Are you happy? Grandpa Lu Zhizhong looked kind. Lin Yun grinned, Grandpa, honestly, being rich feels very good, I've had a great week. Since Lu Zhizhong had recognized Lin Yun had indeed had a beautiful week. Once the enemy has been stepped on the foot, once looked down on their own people, now have to be respectful to their own, Lin Yun is finally turned over the surf to sing. Of course, Lin Yun was very clear in his heart that all of this was thanks to Grandpa's blessing. Haha, that's good. That's good. Grandpa Lu Zhizhong laughed after hearing Lin Yun's words. After a pause, Lu Zhizhong added. Then actually, this week, Grandpa, I've also been secretly observing you. Observing me? Lin Yun looked a little surprised. To be honest, Lin Yun didn't realize it. That's right, I've been observing you this week, and honestly, your performance has greatly exceeded my expectations. Lu Zhizhong said. Was it too bad? Lin Yun revealed a bitter smile. No, it's good beyond my expectations. You just arrived at the company to take over as chairman, you were able to exclude dissenters with a thunderous approach, while at the same time enlisting the hearts and minds of the people with skillful methods. This is a bit of my style when I was young. Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Ah, is that so? Lin Yun scratched his head with some embarrassment. Right, Yuner, I have a question. The last time you were kidnapped by kidnappers, how did you get those kidnappers to release you? Lu Zhizhong said curiously. This question, Lu Zhizhong had long been curious in his heart. On the side, Lu Zhizhong's secretary also said. Young master, that day, the master thought that you will be in trouble, are ready to let the people who secretly protect you, out to rescue you, but the result is that young master, you, unexpectedly good reason from the kidnapper's car walked out, really shocked me and the master too. What Lu Zhizhong had said was exactly the incident where the Wu family's father and son had hired someone to try and take out Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled, Grandpa, is there anything that money can't solve? If not, then it only means that money isn't enough. I gave those kidnappers $10 million, so they naturally released me and gave up the mastermind behind it. Ha, so that's how it is. What a great problem that no money can't solve. Well said. Lu Zhizhong laughed out loud as he came to a realization. Lu Zhizhong realized more and more that Lin Yun's performance was much better than he had expected at first. At first, Lu Zhizhong didn't have too high expectations for Lin Yun. He only hoped that Lin Yun wasn't a foppish rich second generation, that he could have a little bit of a sense of enterprise, and that he would be able to barely hold on to the family business in the future would be enough. But Lin Yun's excellence was beyond his imagination. Yuner, in light of your outstanding performance, I'll give you another 10 billion as pocket money. In addition, if you come across a place where you need my help, call me directly. Generally speaking, in the boundaries of the 3 southwestern provinces, there's no trouble that I, Lu Zhizhong, can't handle. Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Immediately afterward, Lu Zhizhong touched his cell phone and transferred money to Lin Yun. Ding, your commercial bank card with tail number 4527 has received an amount of 1 billion.00. Looking at so many zeros, Lin Yun couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It's only been a week and Grandpa gave him another billion? After this week, Lin Yun had long since realized how useful money could be, so Lin Yun didn't refuse. Thank you, Grandpa. A smile spread across Lin Yun's face. Also, I'm going to introduce you to an important person. Grandpa Lu Zhizhong turned serious. Immediately afterward, Lu Zhizhong looked towards the door and spoke. Lone Wolf, come in. As the words fell, a black shadow flashed by, followed by a slim man appearing in front of Lin Yun. The man was slim and unassuming, with a hideous scar on his face, but his deep eyes exuded a fearful chill that was suffocating. To be honest, it was the first time Lin Yun realized that a person's eyes could be so terrifying. Master. The lone wolf bowed and cupped his fist to Lu Zhizhong, his voice hoarse and low. Grandfather, he is? Lin Yun was curious to know just where this person came from. Chapter 22 Lone Wolf. Grandpa, he is? Lin Yun was curious to know just where this person came from. His name is Lone Wolf. When he was young, he served in the special forces, and after he retired, he became an underground boxer. I saved his life, and since then, he has followed me, and now counting, he has been with me for 10 years. Lu Zhizhong recalled. Retired special fighters? Underground fighters? Lin Yun was stunned. Lin Yun was just a poor boy before, he hadn't been exposed to this level at all. Yuner, to tell you the truth, this period of time, I am letting Lone Wolf secretly protect you. I do not want my precious grandson to have any accidents. Lu Shizhong said with a smile. Is that so? Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Yun nodded indistinctly. The last time Lin Yun was kidnapped, Lin Yun felt like his life wasn't guaranteed. Now that he thought about it, it turned out that Grandpa had already thought about his safety for himself. If the kidnappers hadn't released him at that time, this lone wolf probably would have rescued him. However, Grandpa, after all, he is only one person. It's hard to beat four hands with two fists. If he really meets more than one enemy, I'm afraid he can't do anything alone. Lin Yun shook his head. Young master, you're questioning my ability. Lone Wolf's voice was hoarse. It's not questioning, I'm just being realistic. Lin Yun spread his hands and said. Ha, Lone Wolf, show my grandson a hand, Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Lone Wolf nodded, then directly turned around and slammed his fist into the wall. Thud. Under the slamming of a fist, the place where the fist hit was unexpectedly born with spiderweb-like cracks. Gulp. This. Lin Yun couldn't help but gulp. This TM was too fierce, right? One punch could actually crack a wall? This was already beyond Lin Yun's previous knowledge. If this fist hit a person's body, wouldn't it directly beat them to death? Lin Yun felt terrified just thinking about it. Little master, didn't let you down. The lone wolf let out a raspy, bottom-heavy voice. Awesome. Lin Yun gave Lone Wolf a thumbs up. When Grandpa Lu Zhizhong saw this, he smiled and said. Lin Yun, from today onwards, I'll officially hand Lone Wolf over. From now on he'll be your bodyguard, guaranteeing your safety. Lone Wolf is absolutely loyal to me, you can rest assured of that. Then thank you, Grandpa. Lin Yun grinned and didn't refuse. The last kidnapping had made Lin Yun realize that even though he was rich, he didn't have any martial arts skills, so if he really encountered revenge from his enemies, having a strong bodyguard by his side was very important. Lone Wolf, meet the young master. Lu Zhizhong said to Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf nodded, then walked over to Lin Yun, bowed and saluted. Junior Master. Lone Wolf, don't worry, following me definitely won't make you suffer, Lin Yun said with a smile. At this time, Lu Zhizhong spoke again. Grandson, I also have a request. The Lone Wolf will only make a move if you're in a real life-threatening situation. Normally, the Lone Wolf will only be in the shadows, so that you can be better trained. No problem. Lin Yun directly answered. Grandpa's idea made sense. By the way, grandson, there's one more thing. Your mom has been working hard for all these years, so I'm going to take her abroad and convalesce for a while, Lu Zhizhong said. Lin Yun nodded. This was for the sake of his mother's body. Lin Yun naturally raised his hands in favor. Yuner, during the time I'm away, you must take good care of yourself. If there's anything, call mom or your grandpa, mother urged Lin Yun with a concerned look on her face. Lin Yun went forward and held his mother's weathered hand. Mom, I'll take care of myself. You should also take care of yourself, and feel at ease when you go abroad to recuperate. Lin Yun's father died early. All these years his mother brought himself up alone. How much she suffered, Lin Yun's heart is very clear. Grandpa had dinner at home, and then left Qingyang City with his mother that night. The next day afternoon. Qingyang University, today is the day the school closes for the weekend. Inside the classroom. Boss, have you heard? Zhang Hu is transferred to another school. Surely he is afraid to see you, so he was scared away. Fatty had an excited face. Transferred? Lin Yun smiled and didn't take it too seriously. Hey, what a pity, I went too late yesterday. I didn't get to see Zhang Hu being cleaned up by you. I'm sure it was wonderful if Fatty shook his head. At this time, the students in the classroom were also talking. Have you guys heard? Zhang Hu went through the transfer procedures and transferred away. Why did he suddenly transfer to another school? It couldn't have anything to do with Lin Yun, could it? Last Friday, Zhang Hu had said that he would get Lin Yun expelled, but now that Lin Yun is fine, he transferred to another school and ran away? Many students couldn't help but associate the transfer with Lin Yun. In the eyes of the students, Zhang Hu definitely couldn't have transferred to another school for no reason. This is unlikely, right? Lin Yun, that kid, his family is poor. What can he force Zhang Hu to transfer to another school? That's right, this kid is so poor that he received 2 consecutive years of scholarships. How can he fight over Zhang Hu? There must be another reason for Zhang Hu's transfer. I'm sure there's another reason why Zhang Hu transferred. Although according to the available evidence, Zhang Hu's sudden transfer to another school seemed to have the most to do with Lin Yun. But no one was willing to believe it, for the simple reason that Lin Yun's family was poor, a fact known to the vast majority of students. As for yesterday's reception, of course they didn't know about it. When class president Wang Shui heard the news, the stone in her heart fell to the ground, because Zhang Hu's transfer to another school meant that Zhang Hu wouldn't trouble Lin Yun anymore. Just at this time, a man in a shirt walked into the classroom. The man had a height of 1 meter 8 and was quite handsome. Wow, it was Zhang Hai. Some of the students in the class couldn't help but scream when they saw this tall man. This Zhang Hai, Lin Yun also knew him, was the minister of the student union's outreach department. Lin Yun had once heard someone say that there was a reinforced platoon of female students that this Zhang Hai had slept with. Of course, this didn't stop Zhang Hai from being popular. There were still many girls chasing after Zhang Hai because he was tall and handsome, and he played basketball very well. Lin Yun was quite disgusted by a hypocrite like Zhang Hai. Why did he run into our classroom? Lin Yun frowned. Zhang Hai entered the classroom and walked directly to Wang Shui, the class president, in the front row. Senior Zhang Hai, what's the matter? Wang Shui looked up at Zhang Hai. Of course there's something, you and I will talk outside the classroom, Zhang Hai said. Okay. Wang Shui was an officer of the student outreach department, so she nodded and then followed Zhang Hai out of the classroom. Fatty, why don't we go take a look? Lin Yun looked at Zhang Hai's look and always felt that he was up to no good. So, Lin Yun took Fatty and followed him out. At the steps outside the classroom, Officer Wang Shui, in my capacity as the head of the student union's outreach department, I'm giving you a task, Zhang Hai said. Senior Zhang Hai, you say? Wang Shui nodded her head. Wang Shui was a member of the student union's outreach department, and she was equivalent to a subordinate in front of Zhang Hai. The school is going to hold the Winter Games recently. It needs a sponsor, so that they can sponsor the Winter Games for $200,000. This task, I think it is more appropriate to give you, Zhang Hai said to Wang Shui. Zhang Hai's meaning is very simple, is to let Wang Shui to the school activities to pull sponsorship. The amount is $200,000. 200,000? This is too much, Senior Zhang Hai. Wang Shui was shocked by this amount and covered her small mouth. In the past, when pulling sponsorship, it was mostly this kind of amount of $30,000 or $50,000, and rarely was there an amount as large as $200. Pulling sponsorship is already a very difficult thing. Pulling $200,000 so much sponsorship fee is even more difficult. This time the Winter Games, to organize a grand, the cost is certainly not too little, Zhang Hai said. After a pause, Zhang Hai continued. Wang Shui, the more difficult, the more can exercise people. This is a rare opportunity to exercise. I am valued you, only this task to you understand. Really TM will bullshit. Lin Yun, who was hiding on the sidelines and eavesdropping, couldn't help but shake his head and sneer after hearing Zhang Hai's words. These ministers and chairmen of the student council like to get these naive students to join the student council in the name of exercising people. Then make them do something thankless, as free labor, as well as serve them, and at the end of the day beautifully call it exercising people. And in reality? The student council was so bureaucratic that a student council president could recruit a dozen female student secretaries to serve him full-time. Lin Yun didn't know if other universities were like this, but at least in Qingyang University it was like this. Fatty nodded his head in compliance. That's right, this kid is just bullshitting. It's a good thing I quit the student council early in the first place, otherwise I would have been used by them as a dog. On the other side, after Wang Shuwen heard Zhang Hai's words, she worried. Senior Zhang Hai, but I'm really worried that I won't be able to finish it. $200,000 is really too much. Wang Shui, you are the most beautiful girl in our outreach department, as long as you sacrifice your body, I think. $200,000 of sponsorship can be easily pulled, Zhang Hai said with a smile. Chapter 23 Gambling. The meaning of Zhang Hai's words was obviously implying that Wang Shui could give her body to pull sponsorships. In this way, there would definitely be a boss willing. After a pause, Zhang Hai continued. As long as you can pull this sponsorship, I guarantee that the next time the outreach department changes, I will recommend you to be the next minister of the outreach department of the student council. In addition, this year's outstanding student selection, the first-class scholarship, I can help you get it. The first-class scholarship? Wang Shui showed some interest. Scholarships are divided into 1, 2, 3 levels. The first level of the scholarship is the Most money, but also the most difficult to get, do not go through the relationship, simply cannot get a first-class scholarship. Wang Shui knew that her family was too short of money nowadays, and if she could really get a first-class scholarship, it would be timely rain. However, Wang Shui shook her head. I'm sorry, Senior Zhang Hai, I can't do it. Even if the conditions offered were better, Wang Shui would never sell her body, absolutely not. When Zhang Hai heard this, his face instantly became gloomy. Wang Shui, I'm not negotiating with you now, but I'm giving you a task as the head of the student union's outreach department, understand? Zhang Hai said in a cold voice. Zhang Hai saw that the soft one didn't work, he directly used the hard one. Zhang Hai continued in a cold voice. If you disobey orders, I can immediately kick you out of the student council so that you don't get this year's Outstanding Student Award. You won't get a scholarship. I can even make a note in your file, leaving you with a lifelong stain. You won't be able to find a job in the future. Wang Shui's thoughts were simple, and she was bluffed by Zhang Hai, so naturally, she was immediately bluffed. Just at this time, Zhang Hai's words changed. Of course, as your senior, I can also help you think of ways. What? What way? Wang Shui hurriedly pursued. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, this 200,000 sponsorship fee, I help you think of ways to solve. Zhang Hai said with a smile. At this moment, Zhang Hai finally revealed his true colors. Zhang Hai, you. Wang Shui's face changed. Wang Shui, how many people want to be my girlfriend but don't have a chance? You should be rare. I guarantee that being my girlfriend, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. Zhang Hai said with a smile. In fact, Zhang Hai coveted Wang Shui's beauty for a long time, and had wanted to take Wang Shui for a long time, and he had hinted at Wang Shui several times, but Wang Shui pretended not to understand every time. Therefore, this time he simply directly showed his cards, using his own identity to coerce Wang Shui. Promise me, okay? Zhang Hai said while extending his hand, trying to pull Wang Shui's white jade hand. Wang Shui was so scared that she hastily shrank back and avoided Zhang Hai, but Zhang Hai had no intention of giving up. Stop it! Right at this moment, a cold shout rang out. Immediately after, Lin Yun brought the fat man with him and rushed out. Lin Yun walked directly in front of Wang Shui and blocked Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai, you're really a beast of a clothed beast, using the identity of the student council to carry out this kind of dirty deed, do you want to be ashamed? Lin Yun directly scolded. Yes, simply too shameless. Fatty also echoed with righteous indignation. Yo, whose crotch is not covered properly, popped out you two to play. You also scolded me, do you know who I am? You guys are also worthy? Zhang Hai's face was gloomy. To Zhang Hai, he was naturally very upset when two people came out of nowhere and spoiled his good deed. Wasn't it just a mere student council minister? Really think you're some kind of great person? Lin Yun sneered. This Zhang Hai, with his status as the minister of the student council, bluffing ordinary students was fine, but trying to scare Lin Yun? Not even close. At this time, the fat man also spoke proudly. Zhang Hai, do you know who my buddy Lin Yun is? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Scare me to death? Ha ha. Zhang Hai couldn't help but sneer. Zhang Hai had just sized up Lin Yun and Fatty's attire. From their appearance alone, he was enough to judge that Lin Yun and Fatty must not have much of a family background, they must be two poor boys. I'm warning you two right now, get the hell out of my way immediately, piss me off, I can guarantee that you won't be able to get along in school. Zhang Hai pointed his finger at Lin Yun and the two of them, his words were full of threatening intent. Oh, a cadre of the student council, how can he have so much power and energy? It's really ridiculous. Lin Yun shook his head and laughed coldly. Lin Yun understood why these student union cadres dared to be so powerful. It was inseparably related to their rights, which also inflated them and allowed them to enjoy it even more. That's right, I have so much power, I'll pinch you guys to death as easily as I pinch an ant to death. You two brats, wait for the end. Zhang Hai proudly said. Seeing this, Wang Shui hurriedly said. Zhang Hai, this matter has nothing to do with them. Don't you just want me to get $200,000 in sponsorship? Good. I agree. In Wang Shui's eyes, a student council cadre like Zhang Hai, Lin Yun couldn't even fight, so she didn't want to involve Lin Yun, that's why she hastily agreed to Zhang Hai. Wang Shui, just because of this kid, you even dare to agree to such a task? Fine, I'll see how you can finish it. If you don't finish, you know the price well. Zheng Hai's face was gloomy. Zheng Hai knows how difficult it is to pull 200,000 sponsorship. The average female student wants to pull so much sponsorship. There is only one way, that is to sell the body, and also have to be extraordinarily beautiful to do so. Otherwise, it does not matter. No doorway. Want to pull 200,000 sponsorship for nothing is like a dream. Wang Shui is also clear. Pull 200,000 sponsorship fee is almost impossible to complete the task, but she has agreed. There is no turning back. It's okay, Wang Shui, isn't it just 200,000 sponsorship fees? I'll help you out. Lin Yun said boldly. What? Just you? Oh, I don't know if you are bragging, or you don't know yourself. If you can pull 200,000 sponsorship fees, I eat shit. Zheng Hai sneered disdainfully. Zheng Hai had already decided that Lin Yun was a poor boy by the way he was dressed, and he didn't think that a poor boy could pull in 200,000 sponsorship dollars. You don't believe that I can pull in 200,000 sponsorship dollars? Then do you dare to bet with me? Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. How do you want to bet? Zheng Hai asked. Didn't you just say that if I could pull in 200,000 sponsorship dollars for Wang Shui, you'd eat shit? Fine, if I pull it in, you'll eat shit live on the school posting bar, how about it? Lin Yun said with a smile. Eat shit live at the posting bar? Put. Fatty, who was standing behind Lin Yun, couldn't help but cover his mouth and burst out laughing. He secretly said that his boss was really ruthless. He could think of such a bad trick, but Fatty said he was looking forward to it. Zheng Hai's face changed when he heard Lin Yun's proposed request, to give him such a disgusting request. But Zheng Hai thought for a second, would he lose? It was simply impossible, all right. So Zheng Hai said, fine, I can promise, so what if you don't finish it? If I don't complete it, I'll immediately drop out of school, or whatever else you want to do with me. Lin Yun said lightly. Good. This is what you said, I'll make this bet with you. Zheng Hai agreed in one bite. In Zheng Hai's opinion, he was bound to win this bet. After Wang Shui heard those words, she looked very anxious. Lin Yun. Don't bet with him. In Wang Shui's opinion, it was definitely impossible for her and Lin Yun to accomplish the task of pulling in 200,000 sponsorships, and Lin Yun was now going to make a bet with Zheng Hai, so wasn't this just asking for trouble? Lin Yun glanced back at Wang Shui and gave her a confident smile. At this time, Zheng Hai added. Right, there's a time limit to pulling sponsorship. I'm asking you to pull sponsorship within 3 days, and the company that sponsors it must be a large company with a market capitalization of over $100 million. A company that's too small doesn't deserve to sponsor our school. Zheng Hai added these two harsh conditions, naturally to further increase the difficulty and ensure that he would win this bet. What? Within 3 days? And it has to be sponsored by a large company with a market capitalization of over $100 million? Zheng Hai, you are clearly deliberately making things difficult for people. Wang Shui was furious and stomped her feet. Wang Shui also stayed in the outreach department for so long, she has never heard of pulling sponsorship and such a strange rules. To know can pull down sponsorship is already very not easy. Wang Shui knows very well, want to in just 3 days to pull a huge amount of sponsorship, this is simply impossible to complete the task, not to mention must require sponsors, is the market value of more than $100 million of large companies. Wang Shui, I'm the head of the student union's outreach department, of course I set the rules. Understand? Zheng Hai revealed a sinister laughing smile. Lin Yun pulled Wang Shui behind him while the corners of his mouth lifted slightly and his mouth spat out a sentence. Good. I promise. Chapter 24, Sponsorship from Huading Group. Lin Yun pulled Wang Shui behind him, while the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, his mouth spitting out a sentence. Good. I promise. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun raised another finger. Also, I don't need 3 days so much at all, 1 day is enough. 1 day? Ha, good. Zheng Hai laughed and responded, to him, if Lin Yun was going to take the initiative to increase the difficulty, he naturally couldn't be happier. He hadn't seen such a stupid person who would take the initiative to increase the difficulty for himself. Now that this was the case, Zheng Hai was even more certain of winning. Just 1 day, I'm afraid that even other companies have not yet contacted it? Kid, then we'll see what happens in a day's time. Zheng Hai dropped these words before turning around and leaving. After Zheng Hai left, Lin Yun, how? Can you make such a bet with him? How can you agree to him? He is clearly trying to trap you. Wang Shui's pretty face was filled with anxiety and worry. Because Wang Shui really can't figure out what they have to do to pull in 200,000 deposits in one day, and it has to be a big company with a market capitalization of over $100 million. Wang Shui clearly, those big companies basically do not bother to do these things, they go to find those big companies. I'm afraid that those big companies will not see them. So Wang Shui really couldn't figure out why Lin Yun had to go and agree to Shanghai. She somewhat couldn't understand Lin Yun. At this time, the fat man next to him couldn't help but laugh and say, "Don't worry, class president, I think Yun will definitely be able to accomplish it." Fatty could be very clear about Lin Yun's status nowadays, in his opinion, let alone 200,000, even if it was 2 million, 20 million, it wouldn't matter to Lin Yun at all. Fatty understood that this bet Lin Yun will definitely win. He is now looking forward to, after that Shanghai lost, he in the posting bar live eating shit will be how the picture. Fatty felt CI radical just thinking about it. However, Wang Shui didn't know Lin Yun's identity. In any case, Lin Yun, I'd like to thank you for just standing up and stopping Shanghai for me, Wang Shui said. Wang Shui understood that Lin Yun's involvement in this matter was all because of her as well, so she was both grateful and apologetic to Lin Yun in her heart. "You're the class president of our class, how can I let that scum defile you?" Lin Yun smiled. Wang Shui was silent for 2 seconds, then looked up and said, "Since things have come to this, Lin Yun, we can only try to give it a shot." In Wang Shui's eyes, even though this was an impossible task, but since things had come to this, there was only one way to let it go. Lin Yun smiled, "So, how about we set off now? Since I just said that I'll help you with the sponsorship thing, I'll just take care of this matter on me." So, Lin Yun directly called on Wang Shui and went out of the school. School entrance. "Lin Yun, why don't we study at first and prepare to go to those companies?" Wang Shui wondered. In Wang Shui's opinion, since he was going to go to a big company to beg them to sponsor a school event, he definitely needed to study the situation before choosing a target. "No need, I already have a target." Lin Yun shook his head. "Do you? Which company?" Wang Shui asked curiously. Lin Yun smiled faintly and 4 words popped out of his mouth. "Huading Group." "Huading Group?" Wang Shui's pretty face was filled with surprise. Wang Shui was equally well aware of how powerful a large group the Huading Group was. "Lin Yun, the Huading Group is such a big company, I'm afraid that if we go to them for sponsorship, they won't even bother to pay attention to us, so let's change the company," Wang Shui said. "No need, just him." The smile on Lin Yun's face remained. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun stopped a cab and went straight to the Huading Group. Although Wang Shui felt that finding sponsorship from the Huading Group had about the same chance of success as winning the jackpot in the lottery, Lin Yun strongly requested it, so she had to give it a go. Lin Yun's Lamborghini supercar was parked in the parking lot near the school, but Lin Yun didn't go to drive this Lamborghini supercar, still choosing to take a cab. This was because Lin Yun didn't want to expose his identity for the time being, lest it would cause Wang Shui to feel pressurized, leading to an identity gap with him. Otherwise, Lin Yun simply do not need to run a trip, directly take 200,000 out, and then let the general manager Lu Bo send a sponsorship agreement over the line. Moreover, doing this with Wang Shui, this is a common experience belonging to the two of them. Huading Group downstairs. Although this was only the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, the company building was still very grand. Lin Yun had to admit that he had so much interest in Wang Shui in his heart. Not only was it because she was beautiful, but more importantly, it was her character, her seriousness in studying hard and working hard, as well as her stubborn and self-reliant character, were all things that made Lin Yun interested in her. The two stood at the entrance of the Huading Group. There were 2 security guards standing at the entrance, guarding the company's gates. "Lin Yun, are we really going to the Huading Group? We won. Even be able to get in the door, right?" Wang Shui looked a little nervous. "Don't worry, I'll go," Lin Yun said with a smile. After saying that, Lin Yun took the lead and walked forward, and when Wang Shui saw this, she could only hurriedly follow. "Two of you, what's the matter?" Just before reaching the door, 2 security guards stopped Lin Yun. In theory, the security guards absolutely knew Lin Yun, but they pretended not to. The reason was simple. Just now on the way here, Lin Yun had sent a text message to the general manager, Lu Bo, telling him about the matter and requesting that when he arrived at the company, the crowd should pretend not to recognize him. This way, he could really make his identity and not expose himself to Wang Shui. We are students of Qingyang University. Recently, our school is going to hold the Winter Games, and we want your company to sponsor $200,000. Can you report to your manager? Lin Yun said. Good, I'll go report it. The security guard nodded. He even went to report? Wang Shui looked a little surprised. She thought that, after the other party heard it, they would just kick them out. Class president, relax, don't worry. Lin Yun smiled. Wang Shui obediently nodded, but she was still nervous in her heart. She was afraid that the security guard would come back and tell them that the manager didn't see them and told them to leave. A few minutes later, the security guard returned. Both of you, the general manager has promised to see you. I'll take you to the manager. Follow me, the security guard said. General manager? Really? After hearing this news, Wang Shui was surprised and happy. Wang Shui originally thought that it would already be a miracle for the Huading group to have a manager to see them, but it turned out to be the company's general manager who personally saw them? This made her feel a bit unbelievable. Of course it's true, let's go. Lin Yun said with a smile. Led by the security guard, the two of them quickly arrived at the general manager's office. Sitting in the general manager's office was, of course, Lu Bo. Lu Bo and Lin Yun glanced at each other, the two of them unspoken. On the surface they both pretended not to recognize each other. General manager, you are good. Wang Shui appeared both nervous and formal. She never thought that she would be able to meet the general manager of the Qingyang branch of the Huading group. This is definitely a very, very powerful big shot in her eyes. The two of you please have a seat. Lu Bo smiled and waved his hand. Wang Shui, let's sit. Lin Yun naturally couldn't be nervous. He directly pulled Wang Shui to sit down. After sitting down, things I've already heard the security report. Sponsoring your school for an event is also a good thing. 200,000 isn't much for our company, so I decided, sponsor. Lu Bo directly said. Wang Shui directly froze after hearing this. She hadn't even opened her mouth to talk to this general manager about this matter. This agreed? Is it that easy? Shouldn't it be as hard as heaven? Lin Yun, I'm not dreaming, right? Wang Shui froze and said. You're not dreaming, we've already pulled in sponsorship. Lin Yun said with a smile. 10 minutes later, Lin Yun and Wang Shui walked out of the gate of Huading Group side by side. They had an extra suitcase in their hands, which contained $200,000 in cash. In addition, there was a sponsorship agreement for Huading Group's sponsorship of Qingyang University's Winter Games, which was stamped with Huading Group's red official seal. Great! Lin Yun, this is really great. We actually pulled in sponsorship, and it's still the Huading Group. After walking out of the gate, the excited Wang Shui immediately jumped up and hugged Lin Yun. The faint scent of Wang Shui's body immediately assaulted Lin Yun's brain. This sudden hug made Lin Yun a little embarrassed. To be honest, Lin Yun rarely had physical contact with girls, let alone a girl as beautiful as Wang Shui. Chapter 25, Heartwarming Feeling? After Lin Yun was hugged by Wang Shui, perhaps it was because he was nervous, Lin Yun's body was a little stiff. To be honest, Lin Yun was still a virgin, and although he had been dating his ex-girlfriend Fei Fei for 2 years, he hadn't even kissed her on the mouth, let alone anything else. At this time, Wang Shui also reacted. Shamefully, Wang Shui screamed, then hurriedly let go of Lin Yun, and her face brushed to become delicately red. I was just too happy, so. That's why. The flushed Wang Shui wanted to explain, but she stuttered and couldn't explain it instead. Happy, well, I understand. Lin Yun gave a dry laugh. Yes, I really did not expect that it would be so easy to pull the sponsorship of the Huading Group. I now have a feeling of dreaming. Wang Shui revealed a stirring smile. I don't know why, but Lin Yun was happy to see Wang Shui so happy and cheerful. Didn't I tell you, it's not as hard as I thought? Lin Yun said with a smile. Of course it wasn't difficult, because all of this was arranged by Lin Yun. Otherwise, if Lin Yun was still that poor boy, he and Wang Shui were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to enter the company. At this time, Wang Shui suddenly looked at Lin Yun with a serious face and asked. Lin Yun, I always feel that smooth is not normal, so smooth, it won. Have anything to do with you, right? Wang Shui is the school student union outreach department officer. She once also went to pull a few sponsorships. She knows how difficult it is to Pull sponsorships, even if it's a few tens of thousands of dollars, have to waste 9 cows and 2 tigers. Unless the body in exchange for sponsorship fees, this is relatively easy. The outreach department of some girls, this is how to pull sponsorship, of course, Wang Shui certainly will not do so. And this time the sponsorship fee, then to use the body to exchange sponsorship fee is easier, not to mention or Hua Ding group, this kind of super big group. So, Wang Shui associated it with Lin Yun. She was thinking that coming to the Hua Ding group was Lin Yun's suggestion, so if it was so easy to get the sponsorship fee, would it have something to do with Lin Yun? How could it be related to me? Look at me, do I look like I have anything to do with the Hua Ding group? Lin Yun said with a smile. Okay. Wang Shui nodded her head, as she thought about it. With Lin Yun's family situation, it was indeed unlikely that he had any connection with the Hua Ding group, so perhaps she had been overly concerned. Immediately afterward, Wang Shui looked up at Lin Yun and said in a bird-like manner, Lin Yun, I have to thank you no matter what. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have had the courage to come to the Hua Ding group to pull in sponsorships on my own, much less pull in sponsorships. If you want to thank me, just treat me to a meal. Lin Yun grinned. No problem. Wang Shui smiled and nodded. Okay, how about we go back to school? It's time to settle the score with Zheng Hai. Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. He definitely wouldn't have thought that Hua would pull in sponsorship so quickly, and it's still the title sponsor of the Hua Ding group. Wang Shui was a little excited. This was exactly the effect I wanted. The smile on Lin Yun's face grew stronger. Xingyang University. Boys' Dormitory 415 Dormitory. This dormitory was the dormitory where Zheng Hai, the Minister of Outreach, was located. At the entrance of the dormitory, besides Lin Yun and Wang Shui, there was also Fatty. After Lin Yun returned to the school from the Hua Ding group, Fatty learned that Lin Yun wanted to settle the score with Zheng Hai, so of course he wanted to see Zheng Hai suffer, so he followed him over. Fatty, knock on the door. Lin Yun said. Okay, Lu. Fatty nodded, then hurriedly went up and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A voice came from within the dormitory, followed by the dormitory door being opened. There were a total of 4 people in the dormitory, and as Lin Yun swept his eyes, Zheng Hai was among them. Yo, it's you guys. Zheng Hai, who was chatting about V-mail within the dormitory, when he saw Lin Yun's trio, he jumped off the bed in one go and walked over to Lin Yun's trio. What, did you guys think that the mission was impossible to complete so you came to me to beg for forgiveness? Zheng Hai said with a smile. Wang Shui said with an icy voice, Zheng Hai, you're mistaken, we've already pulled in sponsorship money. What? You said that you have already pulled in the sponsorship money? Zheng Hai was stunned. Immediately after, Zheng Hai directly laughed out loud. Ha, you guys are too funny, it's only been less than 3 hours since I gave you the task, and you're even saying that you guys have already pulled in the sponsorship money? Do you guys take me for a fool? Of course Zheng Hai wouldn't believe that they were able to pull in 200,000 sponsorship dollars in such a short period of time. This was a fantasy in his mind. I also know that you won't believe it, that's fine, let's show you then. Lin Yun said with a smile. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun directly placed the suitcase in his hand on the table. Click. The suitcase was opened by Lin Yun, and stacks of $100 bills lay in the suitcase, 20 stacks of them. This. Zheng Hai, who was originally still all smiles, saw this stack of $100 bills and then his eyes widened, his eyes filled with surprise. This is a fake bill, right? Kid, the fraudulent use of counterfeit banknotes is a crime. Zheng Hai said loudly. Even if the money has been placed in front of the normal eyes, he is not willing to believe. Is it true or not? You can feel free to check. Lin Yun said, holding his bladder. Zheng Hai was not polite, and immediately stepped forward and began to examine the money. As Zheng Hai money inspection continued, the smile on his face had completely disappeared, and his face gradually became ugly. Because Zheng Hai realized that all of this money was actually real. Zheng Hai, how is it? You should have a number in your heart whether it's real or fake. Lin Yun seemed to smile. Where did you guys get so much money? Zheng Hai asked rhetorically with a blue face. Wang Shui responded, of course, it is from pulling sponsorship. No. Impossible. With just the two of you, how can others sponsor you for $200,000? I think you guys stole this money or robbed it. Zheng Hai growled loudly. Steal? Robbed? Oh, say it like it's easy to steal money and rob it. Lin Yun sneered. Wang Shui also said, Zheng Hai, we have reached a sponsorship agreement with the Huading Group. This money is sponsored by the Huading Group. What? The Huading Group? How could that be? The Huading Group is such an awesome existence, how could they possibly have the time to pay attention to you? I'm afraid you guys can't even get in the door of the Huading Group, I think you're just bragging. Zheng Hai's voice became shrill. Brother Yun, this asshole doesn't see the coffin, you let him die without understanding, Fatty said. Lin Yun nodded, then directly took out an agreement. Zheng Hai, open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is the sponsorship agreement we signed with the Huading Group. It has the official seal of the Huading Group on it. It's as good as fake. With a bang, Lin Yun slapped an agreement on the table in front of Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai hurriedly picked up the agreement. Huading Group. When Zheng Hai saw that the agreement was stamped with the official seal of the Huading Group, his hands shivered so much that the agreement fell to the ground. The blinding red official seal is stamped on it. Even if Zheng Hai is no longer willing to believe, at this moment, he also had to believe. You guys actually pulled in sponsorship from the Huading Group, and it only took 3 hours? How did you guys do it? Zheng Hai's eyes were wide and full of disbelief. This is the hallowed Huading Group, to pull Huading Group to sponsor their school's games? This was something he had once not even dared to think about. The most horrifying thing was that from the time the task was given to now, only 3 hours had passed, pulling in such an awesome big business in such a short period of time. Zheng Hai think about it all feel horrible. How did we do it? It doesn't seem to be any of your business, right? In addition, you did not say that the sponsor must be a large company to do it. I think Huading Group is big enough, right? Lin Yun said with a smile on his face. I'm not going to be able to do that. Count yourselves as bullies. Zheng Hai gritted his teeth, his face looking ugly. Although he found it unbelievable, although he found it hard to believe, but things had come to this point, he had to recognize this fact. Right at this moment, Zheng Hai suddenly had a bright idea. Since you guys have completed the task, then hand over the money and agreement to me. Wang Shui, you have done a great job with the task, don't worry, I will definitely praise you at the meeting of our outreach department. Zheng Hai said with a smile. Zheng Hai said as he reached for the box containing the money, as well as the agreement. Chapter 26, A Great Merit. Zheng Hai understood that pulling in so much sponsorship money at one time, and also the sponsorship of such a super large group as the Huading Group, this was a great merit. Zheng Hai has already made up his mind, when reporting the sponsorship fee, the main credit will be said to be his own, which will be very helpful for him to be appointed as the vice president of the student union in the future. Stop it. Lin Yun directly blocked Zheng Hai from taking the money and the agreement. What are you doing? I'm the head of the student union's outreach department. Wang Shui is under me. Since she's already completed her task, of course she has to hand over the money and the agreement to me. Zheng Hai straightened up. This is not for you to worry about, she will report it herself. Lin Yun sneered. Of course, Lin Yun could guess what this Zheng Hai was playing in his heart. How could Lin Yun hand over the money to him? Immediately after, Lin Yun turned his head. Fatty, Wang Shui, you guys put the money and the agreement away. Fatty hurriedly put away the box containing the money, and Wang Shui put away the agreement. You guys. Zheng Hai is exasperated. Don't stutter here, now, it's time for us to settle the score. Lin Yun sneered. The fat man on the side also nodded his head excitedly and repeatedly. Right. The bet you made with my brother has now come to fruition. Fatty had followed him here because he wanted to see Zheng Hai honor the bet. As soon as he heard about the bet, Zheng Hai's face changed drastically. The content of the bet, of course, Zheng Hai was very clear. At the time when he had set the bet with Lin Yun, Zheng Hai was certain that Lin Yun and Wang Shui would never be able to pull in 200,000 sponsorship dollars in a single day. It was precisely because he was absolutely certain that he could win that he had dared to bet with Lin Yun, that he had dared to boast and say that if he lost, he would eat shit live on the school posting bar. And now, he's clearly lost. That's right, Zheng Hai, the bet between us has now come to fruition. According to the bet, you're going to eat shit live on our school's posting bar. You fulfill the bet. Lin Yun said. Indifferently. When Zhang Hai heard Lin Yun ask him to honor the bet, his face muscles suddenly twitched violently. I was just joking with you, I didn't take it seriously. Zhang Hai stuttered. Letting him, Zhang Hai, eat shit live on the school posting? Of course he couldn't. Lin Yun was furious when he heard this sentence. Bang! Lin Yun slammed his palm on the table in front of him while shouting angrily. Joking with me? Oh, what the hell do you think I'm good at fooling around with? Zhang Hai, I'll put my words here, this bet, you must honor it. Don't try to deny it. Since the day Lin Yun became Lu Zhizhong's grandson, absolutely no one can fool Lin Yun. Who the hell do you think you are, kid? A poorly dressed kid, yelling at me here, I'm the head of the student union's outreach department, who the hell do you think you are? Zhang Hai similarly yelled, without the slightest fear of Lin Yun. Zhang Hai also put the words here, I will not honor the promise, what can you do? Zhang Hai has an arrogant look on his face. It's best if you honor your promises yourself, if you don't, then you'll have to let me do it for you. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, his tone cold. Help me honor it? Oh, I want to see how you can help me honor it. Zhang Hai laughed out loud. Zhang Hai held himself as the minister of the student council, and he wasn't afraid of Lin Yun in the slightest. At this time, the three roommates in the same dormitory as Zhang Hai jumped down from their beds and stood behind Zhang Hai, looking at Lin Yun's trio with a fierce look on their faces. This is my dormitory, you three get the hell out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Hai bellowed. The three people behind Zhang Hai all made a fist-sharpening gesture, a gesture that if you don't get out, then we're going to do it. Brother Yun, what should we do? How are we going to fight them? The fat man was grinding his fists and clapping his hands. Lin Yun smiled coldly, fighting is not something I do, so let's go first. Fighting is for fighters. Lin Yun is now a top-ranking rich third-generation man, does he still need to do hard work like fighting? After saying that, Lin Yun took Fatty and Wang Shui and headed out of the dormitory. How bullish did I think I was? You're still not rolling out, fighting with me? You scums deserve it? When Zhang Hai saw Lin Yun's trio heading out, he held his head high and revealed a smug smile. Immediately afterward, Zhang Hai yelled towards the back of Lin Yun's three leaving. You three, listen to me, you have offended me today, I will definitely make you understand how serious the consequences of offending me are. Zhang Hai boasted that he was the head of the student union's outreach department, dealing with three small minions was a breeze. At this moment, Lin Yun suddenly stopped in his tracks before turning his head to look at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai, do you really think I'm going to stop like this? Trust me, I'll make you honor your bet. Lin Yun revealed a strange smile that made people seep. After dropping these words, Lin Yun directly led Fatty and Wang Shui out of the dormitory. After exiting the boys' apartment. Brother Yun, could it be that we just let it go? Just looking at Zhang Hai's smug look made people angry. Fatty eagerly said. Of course it's impossible to let it go, the bet that was set with me, Lin Yun, it's absolutely impossible to deny it, Lin Yun sneered. Wang Shui sniffed and said in a hurry with some concern. Lin Yun, just forget about it, after all, Zhang Hai is the minister of the outreach department of the student union, we can't fight him, today we can make him suffer, it's already very good, in addition, my big deal is that I'll be expelled from the student union, anyway, I don't want to stay in the student union anymore. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Yun smiled, and in his heart he already had a plan. After coming out of the boys' dormitory, Lin Yun directly led Wang Shui to the office of the teacher in charge of the student union. Director Chi, this is the sponsorship money for the Winter Games that I pulled in, a total of $200,000. Wang Shui put the $200,000, as well as the sponsorship agreement, on Director Chi's desk. Student Wang Shui, you actually pulled in $200,000 of sponsorship? That's awesome. After Director Chi was surprised, he smiled and gave a thumbs up to Wang Shui. Of course, Director Chi knew how difficult it was to pull in 200,000 sponsorship dollars. Immediately after, Director Chi picked up the sponsorship agreement, she was curious to know which company was so generous. Huading Group? When Director Chi saw the Huading Group, she was filled with dismay. Gulp. Student Wang Shui, you actually pulled in sponsorship from the Huading Group. Director Chi couldn't help but gulp. To have the titular Huading Group sponsor their school's Winter Games, even Director Chi himself didn't dare to imagine it. Moreover, it was a very honorable thing to have the Huading group sponsor their school. Director Chi, I'm just lucky, Wang Shui guffawed. In any case, this is a great merit. Wang Shui, as a reward, I will help you get this year's Grade 1 scholarship, as well as the Outstanding Student Award, and in addition, promote you to the Vice Minister of Outreach Department. Director Chi said. Director Chi, I'm applying to quit the student council for personal reasons, Wang Shui suddenly said. Director Chi was surprised to learn that Wang Shui wanted to quit the student union. She was surprised and retained Wang Shui, but under Wang Shui's repeated insistence, she finally succeeded in quitting the student union. Wang Shui's reason for quitting was simple, because she had seen through the ugliness in the student council. After coming out of the office. Lin Yun, thank you for doing me such a big favor today. I promised to treat you to dinner before, but why don't you come to my house tonight? I'll cook for you, how about it? Wang Shui said with a light smile. Come to your home? Lin Yun was stunned for a moment. Lin Yun heard Wang Shui invite herself to her home. To be honest, Lin Yun was a bit surprised. Lin Yun originally thought that when Wang Shui said she would invite her to dinner, it was to a restaurant. However, Lin Yun preferred the latter, which was to go to Wang Shui's house and eat the dishes she personally cooked. And it was still going at night, which inevitably made some people think about it. What, you don't want to? Wang Shui beamed. Why would I be? Of course I'm willing. Lin Yun hurriedly replied with a smile. Once upon a time, the Wang Shui in Lin Yun's eyes was a goddess-like existence, and he was simply not worthy of such a goddess. And now, Lin Yun had actually received an invitation from the goddess to go to the goddess's home to eat the dishes she had personally made. Good, then it's a deal. 6:30 p.m., I'll see you at the school entrance. Wang Shui smiled like a flower. Chapter 27 Live Broadcast. Inside Lin Yun's dormitory. Boss, Zheng Hai, that bastard does not count, lost the bet, even did not honor the promise. Boss, how you prepare to deal with him? Fatty asked with a curious face. Lin Yun, mouth slightly raised. Evil people should be ruled by evil. He is evil. I will be more evil than him. I have already called to arrange. You wait, I think. Soon there will be a post of him live eating shit. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Yun has already called to arrange everything. Wow, really? The fat man was looking forward to it. The other side. Boys' dormitory, inside dormitory 415. Zheng Hai put down his cell phone. He had just called the student unions, a few other departmental ministers, and asked these departmental ministers to help out and collectively put shoes on Lin Yun and Wang Shui. Damn, just Wang Shui and those two brats, how dare they fight with me, Zheng Hai? Humph, what a fool's dream. You guys wait, it won't be long before you'll definitely be forced out and drop out. Zheng Hai sneered disdainfully. Bang bang bang. Just at this time, a sharp knock sounded on the door. Zheng Hai went forward and opened the door. After the door was opened, 6 big men poured in at once. What kind of people are you? Zheng Hai immediately bellowed after seeing these 6 unfamiliar big men. F***CKUM. Shut the fuck up. One of the black-clothed big men flew up and kicked Zheng Hai directly on his body, kicking Zheng Hai to the ground. Immediately after that, 2 black-clothed big men directly forward to frame Zheng Hai, directly to the dormitory toilet frame him. The remaining 4 black-clothed men rushed directly to Zheng Hai's 3 roommates and put their daggers against their necks, controlling them so that they could neither help nor call the outside world. These 3 housemates were all just college students, and faced with the daggers on their necks, they were naturally too intimidated to mess around. Inside the dormitory toilet. What exactly are you guys? Zheng Hai's face turned green. We are here to help you. One of the big men in black said. Help me? Zheng Hai was stunned. Yeah, help you eat shit live. The 2 big men in black grinned. What? After Zheng Hai heard these words, his eyes instantly glared round. Inside Lin Yun's dormitory. I chow, brother Yun, look at the posting. Quickly look at the posting. It really came out. Fatty collapsed from his bed in excitement. Did it come out? Lin Yun grinned, then opened his cell phone and posted. Sure enough, a post titled Live Eating Shit appeared in the school's post bar. The post was accompanied by a video, and the main character in the video was none other than Zheng Hai. Lin Yun clicked on the video to take a look. The situation inside was honestly disgusting. After all, this TM was live streaming sure eating. After looking At it for a couple of moments to make sure that the video was true and correct. Lin Yun closed the video. Lin Yun wasn't interested in watching such a disgusting video. Yun, this video is disgusting, but the comments below are really wonderful. Ah, this asshole Zhang Hai, this time he's definitely completely on fire. I'll see how he can still be a person in school in the future. Fatty excitedly slapped his thighs. Is that so? I'll take a look. Lin Yun immediately looked at the comments and replies below the post. Perhaps it was because the title of the post was very appealing. The post had only been posted for less than 2 minutes before it attracted a lot of onlookers and replies. Holy shit, this is actually true? Did I read it right? I thought it was a title party. Ha! It's so disgusting. I didn't expect someone to broadcast this kind of stuff live. I want to vomit. Bull. Cow power. Bullish. The owner is simply too awesome. Daring to live broadcast this kind of stuff. F***CK, isn't this the head of the student union's outreach department? He wants to eat your live, he's crazy for fire, right? Yes, this is Zhang Hai, the head of the school student union's outreach department. He's my male god. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. His image instantly collapsed. I feel like I can't love him anymore. Vomit. I'm in the middle of fucking eating. Lin Yun scrolls down and looks at it. It's only been a few minutes, the number of clicks and replies are skyrocketing, and all kinds of comments are hotly debated. Zhang Hai, this is called playing with fire. Lin Yun revealed a cold smile. Those 6 big men were naturally the people that Lin Yun had called Lubo to arrange. Fatty suddenly said, by the way, Brother Yun, the barkeepers and administrators of the posting bar, they won't delete this post, right? Right. Lin Yun nodded his head indistinctly. He hadn't really thought of that just now. What should we do then? If it's deleted, then it's too bad. Fatty said. Lin Yun smiled. It's okay, I have a way. Oh? What solution? Fatty said curiously. There was no problem that money couldn't solve. If it can't, it only means that there isn't enough money. Lin Yun said with a smile. At the same time, Lin Yun thought of an even more awesome trollish maneuver. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun immediately sent a private message to the barkeep of the Qingyang University bar through a private message on the bar. Inside a certain dormitory. Xiao Yang, who was the bar owner of Qingyang University bar, had also seen the post titled Live Streaming Shit Eating. This is ridiculous, how can this kind of video be posted? Xiao Yang shook his head while preparing to block the post. Just at this time, he suddenly received a private message. The other party's post name was XX. XX, hello bar owner, please, you and the various bar staff, do not delete the post titled Live Eating Sure, instead, please top this post. When bar owner Xiao Yang saw this private message, he immediately replied, nuts, right? Why don't I delete it? Who am I to listen to you to put it on top? XX, by virtue of the fact that I can give you money. After bar owner Xiao Yang saw this reply, he was a bit dumbfounded. It was still very much a good reply. XX, $500,000 to top this post, is that enough? 500,000? Gulp. Gulp. After bar owner Xiao Yang saw this number, he couldn't help but gulp. This was definitely a huge amount of money for him. Even if he gave some of it to the other barkeeps, he would still be able to keep quite a bit of it. Xiao Yang thought for a moment and then replied. You're not making fun of me, are you? How can I believe that? XX, it's simple, send the bank card number. After Xiao Yang thought about the amount of $500,000, under the attraction of money, he still sent his bank card number over. He was thinking in case the other party could really give him so much money. Then he would be rich. For him, a college student, this much money was definitely a huge sum. Ding, your bank card with ICBC tail number 8221, received a transfer of 500,000 yuan. On the other hand, inside Lin Yun's dormitory. Yo! Brother Yun, not only has this post not been deleted, it's even been topped. Fatty, who was paying close attention, couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately after, the fat man looked up at Lin Yun. Brother Yun, this can't be from your handwriting. Yes, as I said, there is no problem that money can't solve. Lin Yun said with a smile. Cow. Ha ha. This operation of yours, Brother Yun, is simply too awesome. Fatty laughed and gave Lin Yun a thumbs up. I think that he, Zheng Hai, is completely ruined this time. Lin Yun said with a smile. After the live streaming sure eating post was topped in the posting bar, it was immediately spread like crazy in Xinjiang University. And the news quickly spread from online to offline. Inside the dormitory corridor. Hey, did you guys see that? Someone from the posting bar is live streaming sure eating. Really? It's a prank. It's true. I've seen it. And the main character is the head of the student union's outreach department. Shit, I've got to check it out. This is so fucking new. School library. Wow, there's a live stream of someone eating sure in the posting bar. Everyone rushed to watch. Why is it Young Hae? He's my appa, it's over, his image in my mind is all gone. Scenes like this are still happening in various parts of the school. Such powerful news was definitely very new to the idle college students, so the news spread like a plague within the university and soon spread all over the campus. Inside Zheng Hai's dormitory. At this time, the 6 big men had already left the dormitory. Brother Hai, the post has already been spread to the posting bar by them. What should we do? A skinny roommate said eagerly. Of course, we should contact the bar owner and ask him to delete it for me. If this is passed on, how can I be a man in the future? Zheng Hai anxiously stomped his feet. Immediately after, Zheng Hai hastily touched out his cell phone. Call the bar owner, he knows the bar owner, knows the bar owner's number. But Zheng Hai called a few times, he found that the bar owner actually do not answer his phone. Grass. Why doesn't he answer my call? Why? Zheng Hai was so angry that he smashed his cell phone on the ground. If Zheng Hai knew that the owner of the bar received Lin Yun's favor fee, he would certainly understand why the owner did not answer his phone call. Chapter 28, Unjustifiable Injustice. Hi, the replies to the post, there are already more than 400, and it is still increasing rapidly. I am afraid that this matter will soon be known to the whole school. The thin man said. Give me shut up. Shut up. Zheng Hai shouted at the thin man. At this time, Zheng Hai's eyes have become red, his whole person is about to explode. If this matter is known to the whole school, how can he have the face to see people in the future? Zheng Hai only felt that he was about to go crazy. Bastard! Lin Yun, Wang Shui, it must be you guys. It must have something to do with you. You guys dare to ruin me, I'll make you pay for it. Zheng Hai yelled madly. 6:20 in the evening. The entrance of Qingyan University. Lin Yun, here. Wang Shui, who was standing at the entrance, waved at Lin Yun with a sweet smile. You're here so early. Lin Yun said as he walked over to Wang Shui. The time they had agreed on was 6:30 p.m. Now that there were still 10 minutes before the agreed time, Lin Yun had originally thought that he would arrive 10 minutes earlier. Lin Yun didn't expect that Wang Shui would come earlier than he did. I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. Wang Shui smiled lightly. After Lin Yun heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Her words shook Lin Yun's heart. Wang Shui, there are very few girls who are as considerate as you are and who can think about the boys. Lin Yun couldn't help but say. When Lin Yun used to be in a relationship with Fei Fei, on every date, Lin Yun would arrive early, but Fei Fei would almost always be a little late, sometimes even more than half an hour late. And she even said beautifully that it was normal for girls to be half an hour late for a date, and that guys should just wait. Now that Lin Yun thought about it, Fifi and Wang Shui were simply incomparable. Wang Shui was even afraid of being long waiting and arrived so far in advance. She was really a very considerate girl. When Wang Shui heard Lin Yun call her considerate, her pretty face flushed. Let's go, I'm looking forward to your cooking skills, Lin Yun said with a smile. Wang Shui usually went home by bus, which was the most cost-effective mode of transportation, so Lin Yun followed Wang Shui and took the bus home together. Lin Yun had once been a poor boy, and had once often taken the bus home, so Lin Yun was naturally used to it. On the bus. Wang Shui suddenly stretched out her jade hand and pulled the corner of Lin Yun's coat, then covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Yun, that live posting in the Shanghai posting bar, it wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? Because Wang Shui knew that live eating shit was a bet that Lin Yun had set with Zheng Hai, and when Zheng Hai's live post suddenly appeared on the posting bar, in Wang Shui's opinion, it definitely couldn't have been voluntary on Zheng Hai's part. On the contrary, Zheng Hai should have resisted with all his might. So, who could there be that forced Zheng Hai to go live? Wang Shui could only think of Lin Yun. Did you see it too? Lin Yun smiled. I don't want to watch that kind of video, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat, but this video is spreading like crazy in the school, so of course I know about it. Wang Shui said. After a pause, Wang Shui was curious. Lin Yun, I'm really curious, what exactly did you do to make that Zheng Hai actually make such a live broadcast? It should be difficult, right? Well, it's a secret. Lin Yun grinned. Lin Yun didn't want to expose his true identity to Wang Shui yet, so Lin Yun couldn't talk about the methods he used. As for the reason Lin Yun didn't want to expose his identity, it was actually quite simple. Lin Yun was afraid that when Wang Shui learned of his true identity, he would distance himself out of awe. More importantly, Lin Yun wanted to spend time with Wang Shui in a very ordinary capacity. The camaraderie in such a situation was the truest and most valuable. Okay. Wang Shui saw that Lin Yun didn't say anything, so she didn't pursue it any further, but she felt more and more that Lin Yun might have some kind of secret on him. The bus was slow, and it took more than an hour to arrive at Wang Shui's house. Wang Shui's home was in an old neighborhood from the 90s. After entering the neighborhood, Lin Yun, originally, when I invited you to dinner, I should have invited you to a restaurant, but instead, I asked you to come to my house for a home-cooked meal. You won't mind, right? Wang Shui asked. It wasn't that Wang Shui didn't want to invite Lin Yun to a restaurant, it was really that she didn't have any money. She couldn't afford to invite Lin Yun to eat in a restaurant. Of course I won't. Compared to going to a restaurant to eat, I want to taste your handiwork more. You personally cook for me, it's also more of a way to show your heart, isn't it? Lin Yun smiled. Aha. Wang Shui nodded and at the same time put her heart down. The front is my house. Wang Shui pointed ahead. Just after walking to Wang Shui's door, the door of the house next door was suddenly opened, and a middle-aged woman in pajamas walked out from next door, carrying a bag of garbage in her hand, apparently ready to throw out the garbage. Yo, Wang Shui, why did you bring a strange man home? The middle-aged woman looked Lin Yun up and down. Auntie Li, he's my classmate. Wang Shui responded. Your classmate? I do not look like your guests. Wang Shui, you are too bad. How can you bring the John to the home? The middle-aged woman looked like she was educating the next generation. After Wang Shui heard such words from the middle-aged woman, she was instantly anxious. Auntie Li, how can you slander me like this? I am not that kind of person. Wang Shui retorted with an aggrieved face. Lin Yun also frowned. This middle-aged woman was insulting herself as a John. Lin Yun could tolerate that, but the meaning of her words was also indirectly insulting Wang Shui as a chicken, which made it unbearable for Lin Yun. Wang Shui, don't argue, I know that you take on clients to make money, Auntie understands you. The middle-aged woman put on a good old man's posture, but her tone was eerie. Auntie Li, you are not a good person. The more Wang Shui heard, the more aggrieved she became. Her eyes were a little red and she was about to cry out. Lin Yun finally couldn't look at it anymore. How can you be like this? I see that you are at least Wang Shui's neighbor. Do you think it's good for you to slander a girl as innocent like this? Lin Yun frowned. Young man, how dare you use such a tone? Do you know what kind of person our daughter is? The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Yun with a bossy face. I don't care who your family's daughter is, it's best not to mess with me, otherwise, you can't afford the consequences. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the middle-aged woman. I can't afford it? Ah, real laughable, with this poor look of yours, how dare you say such words? The middle-aged woman held her bladder and scanned Lin Yun up and down with a disdainful expression. She saw that Lin Yun was dressed so shabbily and was obviously a poor boy, so she didn't take Lin Yun seriously at all. Lin Yun, don't argue with her, Wang Shui pulled Lin Yun. Although Wang Shui was aggravated in her heart, she hadn't received a lot of aggravation over the years, so she was still able to hold her own. Lin Yun saw Wang Shui pulling himself, so he didn't say anything else. If it wasn't for Wang Shui pulling himself up, Lin Yun really wanted to go up and slap this middle-aged woman twice. But the middle-aged woman didn't stop there. Wang Shui, you and our family Ling Ling the same year, but you compared to her, really too far. Our family Ling Ling now do manager position, you look at your own mixed into what? The middle-aged woman said in a conspiratorial manner. The middle-aged woman's words were obviously showing off to Wang Shui, showing off her daughter, as well as belittling and mocking Wang Shui. Auntie Li, I still have something to do, I'll go home first. Wang Shui gritted her teeth and finished the sentence, then she took out her key and opened the door. Wang Shui did not want to entangle with the middle-aged woman anymore. At this time, another figure appeared at the door of the room where the middle-aged woman was. Lin Yun took a closer look. It was a young woman with heavy makeup and high heels, dressed in a very revealing outfit, quite a bit of beauty. "Daughter, ready to go to work?" the middle-aged woman said to the young woman with a smile. Obviously, this young woman from the house out of the young woman is the middle-aged woman's daughter. Should be the middle-aged woman just mouthed that Ling Ling. After the young woman, Ling Ling, saw Wang Shui and Lin Yun, she froze for a moment and then laughed. "Yo, Wang Shui, you brought your boyfriend back?" "Which is what boyfriend? I think it is like John," the middle-aged woman said in a conspiratorial manner. Ling Ling smiled and couldn't help but cover her mouth. "Mom, don't talk nonsense, this kid is dressed so shabby, he's afraid he can't even get out of the money, how can he be a John? It's obvious that he wants to whore for nothing in the name of love." "I'm sure you're right." The middle-aged woman nodded. Ling Ling looked at Wang Shui again and said with a disdainful smile. "Wang Shui, no matter what, we are also friends. As a friend I advise you, don't find this kind of poor boy as a boyfriend, no future." Chapter 29, Similar Experiences. "Ling Ling, thank you for your concern, it's not for you to worry about," Wang Shui indifferently said. But Ling Ling didn't stop and continued. "Ling Ling, aren't you short of money? Don't say that I'm not a friend enough. I'm now working as a manager in the Love Edge bar. If you're willing to, come to our bar to sit on the stage, with me lifting you up, you'll be able to earn $50,000 or $60,000 a month, not a problem." Wang Shui has already opened the door. "Thank you, no need." "Lin Yun, let's go inside." After Wang Shui finished speaking, she directly walked into the house with Lin Yun. After entering the house, "Wang Shui, they are at least your neighbors, right? Their faces are so hateful." When Lin Yun thought of the words of that mother and daughter just now, he was just filled with anger. If it wasn't for Wang Shui pulling himself along, Lin Yun would definitely have to give them some color. "Actually, Ling Ling grew up with me, we were originally good friends and classmates when we were little," Wang Shui said. "Oh? Then you..." Lin Yun looked curious. It looks like that Ling Ling is very directed at Wang Shui. Where is it like a good friend? Wang Shui lowered her head and recalled the past. High school, Ling Ling talked about a boyfriend. One day her boyfriend even secretly to me confession. I refused after, he told Ling Ling, said I seduce him. Ling Ling ran to call me a bitch, is a slut. How do I explain do not listen to? From that day onwards, she broke off relations with me. Lin Yun realized after hearing this. Wang Shui continued, since cut off relations with me, she and her mother often intentionally or unintentionally humiliate me, say bad things about me, especially after her Ling Ling became a bar manager. Her mother loves to satirize me even more, saying that I cannot compare to her daughter. After Wang Shui said this, aggrieved, her eyes were already red and tears were rolling in her eyes. Damn it! Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, a few flames of anger already burning in his eyes. Wang Shui was just a weak woman, yet she had to endure these unwarranted humiliations. Lin Yun even rushed to anger for Wang Shui. Lin Yun made up his mind to help Wang Shui. Okay, let's not talk about this. Today I invited you to dinner, not to talk about these unhappy. You hurry to sit down. Wang Shui wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, then squeezed out a smile. At Wang Shui's invitation, Lin Yun sat down on an old sofa. Lin Yun took a massive look around. Wang Shui's house was small and old, but it was neatly cleaned up. Right, Wang Shui, where are your parents? Lin Yun said curiously. Lin Yun didn't see Wang Shui's parents at all. My dad died early, and my mom she is also bedridden right now, Wang Shui said with a lowered head. Lin Yun was stunned. Wang Shui is also a single parent? Also the father died early? To know that Lin Yun is also like this. Lin Yun, I'll take you to meet my mom. Wang Shui brought Lin Yun to a bedroom. On the hospital bed in the bedroom lay a middle-aged woman with a withered figure and a waxy complexion, and she looked to be in poor spirits. Needless to say, this bedridden middle-aged woman was definitely Wang Shui's mother. To be honest, Lin Yun had a heartbreaking feeling after seeing her. Mom, this is my classmate Lin Yun. Wang Shui squeezed out a smile. She probably didn't want to bring a bad mood to her mother. Hello classmate, I can't get up to welcome you since I have a bad body. Wang Shui's mother's voice was a little weak. Auntie is polite. Lin Yun also squeezed out a smile. Shuer, did you have a good day at school today? Wang Shue's mother said with concern. Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine, Wang Shue said with a smile. She didn't dare to tell her mother about any grievances she had suffered because it would only make her worry for nothing. That's good, Shuer, you hurry to go and cook for the guests to eat. Wang Shue's mother squeezed out a pale smile after coming out from the bedroom. Wang Shue, Auntie, is her illness serious? Why don't you go for treatment? Lin Yun asked. Wang Shue lowered her head and said in a somewhat low tone. I can't help it, the hospitalization and medical fees are too expensive, I can't get the money, even if I live at home, it's hard to afford the money to buy medicine every month. After Lin Yun heard Wang Shue's words, his heart became harder and harder. Wang Shue does not have a father, and her mother is bedridden, the burden of life is all on her as a weak woman, she has to bear too much. When you went to the bar to sing to earn money, it was because you wanted to earn medical expenses, right? And the fact that you care so much about the scholarship, it's all because of that, right? Lin Yun said. Lin Yun could finally understand Wang Shue's behavior now. Wang Shue gently nodded her head. Wang Shue, you definitely haven't suffered much over the years, Lin Yun couldn't help but say. Lin Yun was completely able to understand Wang Shue and even empathized with her, because Lin Yun was also a single parent, and his father had died early, and they had similar experiences. The difference was that he himself was luckier than Wang Shue again, because his mother wasn't bedridden, his mother was still able to work, and the burden didn't completely fall on Lin Yun. The most fortunate thing was that one was actually Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Bitter or not, this is how it came to be anyway. Wang Shue revealed a bitter smile. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shue continued, if it wasn't for my mother's request that I must finish college, I would have definitely dropped out of school and gone to work. When Lin Yun thought about these experiences of Wang Shue's and her misfortune, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken for her. For a girl to go through all this, Lin Yun really couldn't imagine. How had she survived all these years? Lin Yun didn't dare to imagine how strong Wang Shue had to be able to resist all of this. It was precisely because Wang Shue had endured the pressures of life that she was so special and understanding compared to other girls. Wang Shue, believe me, everything will be fine soon. Lin Yun had a serious face. Although Wang Shue was unfortunate, the fact that she had met Lin Yun would be a blessing in his disbelief. Getting better? Let's hope. Wang Shue looked up at the ceiling. Wang Shue knew that trying to make it all better would be as hard as heaven. Because if she wanted to cure her mother, the amount of money needed to be spent was too much, and unless she didn't take the right path, she wouldn't be able to earn that much money even if she graduated and worked in the future. Wang Shue had not dared to hope for too much. Okay, let's not talk about this, I'll go cook. In order to prevent the atmosphere from being awkward, Wang Shue revealed a smile. Immediately afterward, Wang Shue was busy cooking. Lin Yun, on the other hand, sat down in the tiny living room and contemplated. Lin Yun could just reveal his identity and then give Wang Shue a large sum of money to help her solve her financial problems. However, the last time Lin Yun had given Wang Shue money, Wang Shue had returned the money to Lin Yun as it was, so Lin Yun was worried that if he gave her money directly, she would refuse. There had to be a different method. Lin Yun muttered, while already having an idea in his mind. It didn't take long for Wang Shue to prepare the meal. 3 dishes in 1 soup, all ordinary home cooking, but it was good enough for Wang Shue. If it wasn't for entertaining Lin Yun, she usually wouldn't make so many dishes, it was too wasteful. After making the meal, Wang Shue first chucked a portion of the meal and sent it to her mother's room. Table. Lin Yun, taste it. Wang Shue revealed a playful smile. Okay, Lu. You couldn't wait to pick up your chopsticks. Delicious. After taking a bite, Lin Yun had an exaggerated expression on his face. Seeing Lin Yun with such an exaggerated expression, Wang Shue couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. Lin Yun, don't be so exaggerated, okay, my cooking isn't that delicious. It's really delicious, I'm exclaiming from the bottom of my heart, your handiwork is really very good. Lin Yun smiled cheekily. Lin Yun is indeed telling the truth, although it is the simplest home cooking, but Lin Yun found that Wang Shue did very good. You're so virtuous, whoever marries you in the future is truly blessed. Lin Yun said with a smile. Don't make fun of me, with my family's condition and a sick mother, only a fool would marry me. Wang Shue beamed. That's not necessarily in case there really is a fool. Lin Yun smiled. Okay, if you really think my cooking is good, if you like it, you can always come and eat. Wang Shui revealed a playful smile. Wang Shui, we're just classmates, how bad is it for me to come and dabble in food, and if I come to your house often, aren't you afraid that people will misunderstand that we're a couple? Lin Yun laughed. When Wang Shui heard Lin Yun say that, her pretty face reddened. Chapter 30, Bullying. Immediately afterward, Wang Shui raised her head and said seriously. Anyway, I'm used to hearing them gossip for a long time now, it's fine, besides, I think we're not only classmates, we're also considered friends, right? Of course. Lin Yun smiled and nodded his head. After dinner. Wang Shui, it's still early, why don't we go out and have some fun? Lin Yun proposed. Lin Yun already had a plan in his mind. Go out and have fun? Where to go? Wang Shui said curiously. The bar. Lin Yun spat out 2 words. Bar? Lin Yun, I don't really like going to that kind of place. Wang Shui shook her head. And Wang Shui was puzzled as to why Lin Yun would suddenly suggest going to a bar for fun. Don't worry Wang Shui, it's just a simple trip to have some fun, I definitely don't have any non-threatening thoughts, I'm helping you with your sponsorship today, so it's not too much to ask for you to promise me such a request, Lin Yun smiled. Then. Well. Wang Shui thought about it before finally agreeing. In Wang Shui's eyes, Lin Yun wasn't a bad person, so she chose to believe him. After Wang Shui gave her mother a greeting, the 2 of them hurried out. Half an hour later. In front of the Love Affair bar. Lin Yun, we come here? Looking at the neon sign of the bar, Wang Shui looked very surprised. Because Wang Shui's neighbor's daughter, Ling Ling, was the manager at this bar. Yeah, this is the place. Lin Yun nodded with a smile on his face. Lin Yun, you brought me here, it's not because of Ling Ling, is it? Wang Shui couldn't help but ask. Before arriving here, Wang Shui hadn't been able to guess why Lin Yun had suggested going to a bar for fun. But after seeing the Love Affair bar sign, Wang Shui vaguely guessed a few things about Lin Yun's thoughts. You're very smart, you guessed it right away. Lin Yun said with a smile. Today, in front of Wang Shui's house, the ugly face of that middle-aged woman from the next-door neighbor, as well as his daughter Ling Ling, was clearly still fresh in his mind. Lin Yun's purpose for coming here was simple, it was to retrieve face for Wang Shui, it was to give a breath of air for Wang Shui. Lin Yun, know that you want to take the heat for me, I appreciate your good intentions, she is after all the manager here, I'm afraid if we want to come here to find her trouble, I'm afraid. Wang Shui looked worried, she didn't want to get Lin Yun in trouble or even put him in danger because he was trying to take the heat for her. Of course, the fact that Lin Yun wanted to stand up for her warmed Wang Shui's heart. Over the years, no one had ever been so genuinely helpful and concerned about her. Because of this, she couldn't let anything happen to Lin Yun because of her. Don't worry, it's not like I'm here to crash the party. Lin Yun said with a smile. After saying that, Lin Yun directly walked towards the bar in big strides. Lin Yun. Looking at Lin Yun who was walking towards the bar, Wang Shui's eyes were filled with worry, but Lin Yun had already walked in, so he had no choice but to hurriedly follow him. After entering the bar, deafening heavy metal music immediately attacked. Lin Yun scanned around, at this time, the guests in the bar had already increased one after another. Welcome to the Love Affair bar, may I ask what I can do to help you? 2 staff members, a man and a woman, greeted him. Give us a good environment card seat. Lin Yun said indifferently. Sir, the card seat is a minimum consumption, the environment of the best card seat, the minimum need to consume 6,888 yuan, suggest that you 2 go to the bar, or lose seat sitting. Female staff said. Next to the male staff, is disdainfully muttered to himself. 2 bumpkins, enter the door dare to ask for a card seat, but also want the best environment card seat? It's really funny. The male staff member, who had been working here for some time, would naturally judge the guests' spending power by the way they were dressed. In his judgment, Lin Yun and Wang Shui, dressed like this, seemed to be the ones with the lowest spending power, and might not even be able to afford anything. Although his words were not loud, they still fell into Lin Yun's ears. Snap! Lin Yun frowned and directly stepped forward, towards this male staff member, a loud slap. A small staff member of a district bar even dared to taunt himself as soon as they met. For this person, Lin Yun was definitely not spoiled, going up to greet him with a big ear slap. You hit me? The male staff member was instantly confused. The one who hit is you, immediately apologize to me for what you just said. Lin Yun said in a cold voice. Apologize to you? Brat, I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. Dare to hit someone in the venue, I'm telling you, you're screwed. The male staff member covered his face and spoke viciously. To this male staff member, if it were any rich person hitting him, he would definitely be at liberty to beat him up, but to be beaten up by a poor brat in shabby clothes, how could he bear it? Sister Ling Ling, there's a disturbance at the door. Someone at the door is causing trouble and beating people up. The female staff member next to her directly passed through the intercom and called out. This. Lin Yun, what to do? Wang Shui on the side looked a little worried and scared. Wang Shui did not even think that Lin Yun would hit someone as soon as he entered the door. You know, this is a bar, there are bound to be a lot of security guards. She was worried that something would happen. There was no need to worry. Lin Yun revealed a confident smile. At this time, a young woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothes had already walked over to the place. She was none other than Wang Shui's next-door neighbor's daughter, Ling Ling. It was the same person who had previously taunted Lin Yun and Wang Shui in front of Wang Shui's house. Ling Ling had brought a few security guards behind her. Who's hitting people? Who dared to hit someone at the love affair bar? Ling Ling rushed over while asking loudly. Sister Ling Ling, it's this kid. The male staff member pointed at Lin Yun. It's you guys? Ling Ling recognized Lin Yun and Wang Shui at a glance. Wang Shui, what are you doing here? Is it because you figured out that you're ready to come sit with us as a lady? Ling Ling snickered as she hugged her bladder. The look in her eyes at Wang Shui and Lin Yun was still full of disdain. Can't we come here to spend money? Lin Yun sneered. Ling Ling didn't answer, but asked back, Wang Shui, this kid is your boyfriend, right? That's right, I'm her boyfriend, what's the problem? Before Ling Ling could answer, Lin Yun directly wrapped Wang Shui in his arms. Wang Shui's delicate body trembled. She didn't expect Lin Yun to suddenly embrace her, but she didn't struggle and let Lin Yun embrace her. Wang Shui, you're really easy to fool, just a poor boy in shabby clothes like that. Ling Ling shook her head and snorted. Ling Ling, who I'm with, it doesn't seem to be any of your business, does it? Wang Shui gathered her courage and said. This is regardless of my business, but your boyfriend dares to strike out and beat people here, that's different. Just based on this, as long as I say a word, you two will have to lie down and leave today. Ling Ling had a haughty face. Is that so? Lin Yun smiled coldly. Immediately after, Lin Yun pulled out a bunch of money from his bag, then looked at the male waiter who had been slapped by Lin Yun. This money, for that slap just now, was it enough? Lin Yun took the money and waved it in front of that male waiter. Enough! Enough! The male staff member who had been slapped by Lin, after seeing this pile of money, his eyes instantly glistened. This was at least $10,000, right? This was his salary for more than 2 months. If he could earn $10,000 for a slap, he would be willing to die. Immediately after, Lin Yun took out 2 more piles of money and said, take 2 more slaps, this money is still yours, want it or not? Want. To be. The male staff member nodded repeatedly. Without saying a word, Lin Yun directly went up to the male staff member and slapped him with 2 more loud slaps before throwing the money on the ground. The male staff member hurriedly squatted down to pick the money up. To him, it was very earned. After this male staff member picked up the money, he respectfully apologized to Lin Yun. This master, before it was the little one I had eyes and did not recognize him. Hey. I apologize to the master. Master, you take it easy. The male staff member initially thought that Lin Yun was a poor boy, but Lin Yun could take out tens of thousands of dollars to smash people with his hands. He still dared to think that Lin Yun was a good bully? Of course he wouldn't dare. Lin Yun ignored her and instead turned his head towards Ling Ling and smiled. I'll fight him one way or the other, that shouldn't violate the bar rules, right? You. Ling Ling was speechless, she was infuriated and her face turned a little green. She didn't expect Lin Yun to do this. At the same time, Ling Ling's heart was also a bit shocked. She originally thought that Lin Yun was a poor boy, but Lin Yun could that tens of thousands out of his hand. At this time, Lin Yun's smile suddenly condensed, then he shouted coldly at Ling Ling. I'm asking you. One is willing to fight, the other is willing to fight, violating or not violating the rules. Didn't you hear me? Answer me. Lin Yun's tone carried an unquestionable dominance. Ling Ling was frightened by Lin Yun's aura and trembled. She gritted her teeth and finally said 2 words. No. It doesn't count. Chapter 31, Accompanying a Drink. Ling Ling was so frightened by Lin Yun's aura that her body trembled. She gritted her teeth and finally said 2 words. No. It doesn't count. Since it doesn't count, what are you still standing here for? Why don't you hurry up and invite us to the card seat? Remember, it's the best card seat. Lin Yun's voice is not big, but it is in the middle of the air. You. Ling Ling's face turned green. This was to make her serve? You what you? We are guests now, serve the guests understand. If we don't serve well, I'll immediately find your boss to complain about you, understand? Lin Yun said in a cold voice. After Ling Ling heard this, her face became more and more ugly. She knew that if Lin Yun really spent tens of thousands of dollars here, then she really had to serve with a good attitude, otherwise Lin Yun would definitely be held accountable by her boss if he complained about her. Moreover, she had just witnessed Lin Yun casually fling out tens of thousands of dollars, which meant that Lin Yun definitely had the ability to spend more than 10,000. I'm asking you if you understand. Are you deaf and can't hear me? Answer me. Lin Yun continued to chastise. Ming understands. Although Ling Ling was very unhappy in her heart, she could only force out a smile. Since you understand, why don't you hurry up and lead the way? Lin Yun continued to chastise. Good. Well, I will lead the way. Ling Ling nodded with a forced smile. Immediately afterward, Ling Ling led Lin Yun and Wang Shui towards the card table. Soon, Ling Ling brought Lin Yun and the 2 of them to a card seat. After sitting down, go get the bar. Lin Yun waved his hand at Ling Ling. Ling Ling nodded with a forced smile before leaving. After Ling Ling walked out for a distance, her face-to-face suddenly clouded over. Damn it! This Wang Shui's boyfriend, who clearly looked like a poor boy, was able to casually take out tens of thousands of dollars. Ling Ling gritted her teeth and said angrily. Ling Ling usually showed her superiority in front of Wang Shui when she saw her. One of the things that made Ling Ling the happiest was seeing Wang Shui living a worse life than her. But just now, when Lin Yun had drunk her like that in front of Wang Shui, it made Ling Ling feel humiliated in front of Wang Shui, and there wasn't much she could do about it. I see that you look like this. At most you have a little bit of money. You want to pretend to be a bully in front of me. You want to help Wang Shui get her face back? Dream on. I will definitely make you pay. Ling Ling gritted her teeth and said viciously. Ling Ling already had a way to teach Lin Yun a lesson in her mind. Kid, aren't you loaded with money? I'll see how rich you can be. Ling Ling narrowed her eyes. And Wang Shui, you'll never want to live better than me for the rest of your life. Ling Ling's gaze was ghostly and venomous. On the other side, at the card sitting. Lin Yun, where did you get so much money? Wang Shui couldn't help but ask. Didn't I tell you last time I won the second prize in the lottery, several $100,000, Lin Yun said with a smile. That you cannot use it that way, too wasteful. Wang Shui face serious. For Wang Shui, even if it is a few $1,000s, it is a lot of money, but just now Lin Yun casually smashed out tens of thousands of dollars. It's fine, as long as I can make that Ling Ling suffer, it's worth it, Lin Yun said with a smile. To be honest, a few tens of thousands of dollars was really nothing to Lin Yun. Last time Grandpa could have given Lin Yun another $1 billion in pocket money. After a pause, Lin Yun smiled and continued, how is it? Seeing Ling Ling suffer, feel better. It's okay, but you've just been really mean, giggle. Wang Shui covered her small mouth and let out a clear and pleasant laughter. To be honest, over the past few years, it had always been Ling Ling who had taunted Wang Shui. Wang Shui had never seen Ling Ling suffer, but she had just seen it. How can you deal with evil people without being fierce? Lin Yun laughed. After a pause, Lin Yun smiled and continued. If you haven't gotten your anger out yet, it's okay, just now is just the beginning, the excitement is still behind. Soon, Ling Ling returned here with a few waiters. The waiters were each holding foreign wines, red wines, fruit platters, and snacks, and one by one, they put these things on the table. The foreign wine was top quality Louis XIII, the red wine was likewise top quality Lafite, and all of these added up to a total of over $200,000. Why did Ling Ling serve these wines? The purpose was simple, to deliberately mess with Lin Yun. Her plan was simple: bring up these most expensive wines. If Lin Yun refused to consume some of them, then she could use the opportunity to mock, saying that she couldn't even afford these wines, as a way to refute Lin Yun's face. If Lin Yun didn't refuse, then it would be even better. She could take advantage of this to make Lin Yun hemorrhage money. In Ling Ling's eyes, Lin Yun was at most only a little bit of money, and this more than 200,000 would definitely be too much for him to bear. Even she estimated that Lin Yun might not be able to take out so much money. If that was the case, that would be the best. When Lin Yun didn't have the money to settle the bill, she would be able to take advantage of this and properly settle the account with Lin Yun. The things have been served, the two of you take your time to enjoy. Ling Ling said with a forced smile, especially the word enjoy, biting especially hard. After that, Ling Ling was ready to leave. Wait a minute, don't go. Lin Yun called out to Ling Ling. What's going on? Is there something else? Ling Ling turned her head to look at Lin Yun. You, come over and accompany the wine. Lin Yun faintly beckoned. Ling Ling frowned. What did you say? Let me accompany the drinks? Sorry, I'm a manager, not an escort. You want an escort? I can call you one. No, I want you to be working as an escort. Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. Dream on. Ling Ling said viciously. Sorry, you're not qualified to refuse. If you refuse, I'll have to call your boss, Lin Yun sneered. You can call. You think I'm afraid of you screaming? I'm not a manager escort. Even if you call your boss, it's useless. Ling Ling finally couldn't help but yell. After Ling Ling finished saying Zhuo, she directly turned around and left. For Ling Ling, having him accompany Lin Yun and Wang Shui to drink, this was definitely a strange shame, and if it was true, then Wang Shui could mock her for being an escort girl. So beating her to death would be impossible. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be willing. Lin Yun smiled coldly at Ling Ling's back. Bastard! Bastard! How dare you want me to be an escort? After walking out for some distance, Ling Ling's fists had clenched. Humph, you're so proud of yourself. When you check out later, I'll see what you'll do when you're faced with the astronomical spending amount. Ling Ling's mood was barely a few points better after she said this. On the other side. After Ling Ling left, Lin Yun directly gave another waiter a tip and told him to go call the boss over. After the waiter left. Lin Yun, it's better to forget about it. I'm already satisfied that I was able to make Ling Ling suffer just now. Wang Shui had a serious face. In Wang Shui's eyes, anyone who could open a bar like this must be a very powerful person. She was afraid that if things got out of hand it would harm Lin Yun instead. Don't worry, everything is under control. Lin Yun smiled. Immediately after, Lin Yun poured out a glass of red wine. Wang Shui, this is top quality red wine, come and try it. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a big belly appeared in front of Lin Yun. Hello, my name is Wu Sang. I'm the owner of this bar. May I ask what you two are looking for me for? The middle-aged man, Wu Sang, said. When Wu Sang got the news, he hadn't wanted to come. How could his titular boss come out to meet guests at random? But after he heard the waiter say that the two of them had ordered more than $200,000 worth of wine, he decided to come anyway. Lin Yun took a sip of wine, then said lightly. Boss Wu, I want the manager of your bar, Ling Ling, to come over and accompany the drinks. This gentleman, Ling Ling, is a manager, not an escort. If you want someone to accompany you, I can help you find a few escorts who are a bit more correct than Ling Ling. How about that? Wu Sang said with a smile. Lin Yun put down his wine glass, took out a bank card, put it on the table, and then said indifferently. No. I'm going to let her accompany the drinks. Diamond VIP card of the merchant bank. The corner of the eyes of the owner, Wu Sang, jerked as he instantly recognized the bank card that Lin Yun had taken out. After seeing this card, Wu Sang was horrified in his heart, and the way he looked at Lin Yun became much more respectful. This was because he knew that in order to apply for this card, one had to deposit at least $10 million into it. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of such cards that could be issued, and in order to get this card, one not only had to be rich, but also had to have status, and Wu Sang himself hadn't been able to get this card. In other words, based on the fact that Lin Yun can take out this card, he is enough to conclude that Lin Yun's money, identity, status, I'm afraid that above him, this kind of character, it means that even he cannot afford to offend. How about it, boss? The request I just made, can you do it now? Lin Yun said lightly. Chapter 32: A Kiss. Can. Of course I can. Don't worry, sir, I'll do it now. Wu Sang accompanied with a smile and nodded repeatedly. Immediately after, Wu Sang turned his head to a waiter and said, "Go! Hurry up and call Ling Ling." "Over." "Yes, Mr. Wu." After the waiter nodded, he hurriedly turned around and ran away. Wang Shui, who was on the side, was very puzzled after seeing this scene. She only saw Lin Yun take out a card, and the boss's attitude suddenly became respectful? Of course, Wang Shui didn't recognize the diamond VIP card. In her eyes, it was nothing more than a relatively fine-looking bank card. If she recognized the card, I'm afraid she wouldn't be puzzled. After the waiter left. "I don't know what's your name, sir?" The owner, Wu Sang, inquired with a smile on his face. "My name is Lin Yun." Lin Yun spoke indifferently. "Lin Yun?" Boss Wu Sang muttered once. He felt as if he had heard someone mention this name recently, but he couldn't remember exactly who it was. Just at this moment, Ling Ling walked over quickly. "Boss." Ling Ling saluted Wu Sang with a smile on her face. At this moment, Ling Ling appeared emboldened. She was able to sit in the position of bar manager because she had a private affair with her boss, Wu Sang. "Ling Ling, you just do one thing tonight, and that is to properly accompany these two honored guests," Boss Wu Sang said with a smirk. Ling Ling was instantly stunned. "Mr. Wu, you actually let me accompany them? I am a manager, not an escort." Ling Ling had an angry face. "This I know, of course, you just condescend to condescend, okay?" Boss Wu said with a smile. "I don't." Ling Ling beamed, her tone determined. For Ling Ling, asking her to accompany Wang Shui for a drink, asking her to serve Wang Shui, this was something that she would not be willing to do even if she was beaten to death. After Boss Wu heard this, his face instantly became gloomy. "Ling Ling, don't give your face away. I'll say it again, be a good girl and accompany me here tonight," Boss Wu said in a cold voice. "Boss Wu, why are you helping them out so much? Look at their clothes, they definitely can't be much richer. At most they have a little bit of money," Ling Ling retorted. Snap. Ling Ling's words had just fallen. Boss Wu directly slapped her in the face. Ling Ling, who had been slapped, looked at Boss Wu with a face full of incredulity. She hadn't expected that the boss would hit her for the sake of Lin Yun and Wang Shui. Moreover, Ling Ling knew that Wang Shui was sitting next to her watching her, and the fact that she was being slapped in front of Wang Shui made her feel even more humiliated. Immediately after, Boss Wu pointed at Ling Ling and said viciously, "You stinking bitch, don't give your face away. This Mr. Lin let you accompany the wine, that's because he looks up to you. Don't forget that your manager position is given by Lousy. Lousy let you be the manager, you do. Lousy let you be a chaperone, you have to do." Under a scolding, Ling Ling was directly scolded and cried. However, Boss Wu did not stop. "Your position as manager is just something you traded your body for, aren't you clear about that? What kind of a thing are you? I can get you out of here with a word from me." Boss Wu cursed. As soon as these words came out, Wang Shui on the side couldn't help but cover her small mouth, revealing a look of surprise. She didn't expect that Ling Ling's position as a manager was only something she exchanged with her body. When Ling Ling heard Boss Wu say this matter, she even felt that her face was lost to her grandmother's house. "Boss, you stop talking, I'll accompany." "I'll accompany." Ling Ling could only nod her head. She knew that the fact that the boss was fuming to such an extent meant that she had no choice at all. "Oomph, what a cheap thing, don't give you some color, still don't know the sky is high," Boss Wu said in a cold voice. In Boss Wu's eyes, Ling Ling was nothing more than an ordinary plaything. While Lin Yun's identity was not clear to him, it was highly likely that it was a character he couldn't afford to offend. Of course he wouldn't offend Lin Yun for Ling Ling's sake. After a pause, Boss Wu continued with a stern face. "Give me a good accompaniment to the two noble guests. If the noble guests have the slightest dissatisfaction, I take your oath to ask, understand?" Is. Ling Ling breathless nod. When Boss Wu saw this, he looked at Lin Yun with a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Lin, you play, what else do you need? Although let the waiter come over and call me." "Good, you go." Lin Yun waved his hand at him. Boss Wu laughed. "What are you waiting for? Hurry over and pour the wine," Lin Yun said to Ling Ling in a cold voice. Ling Ling lowered her head and obediently went forward to pour the wine for Lin Yun and Wang Shui. At this moment, Ling Ling accidentally saw the Merchant Bank Diamond VIP card that Lin Yun had placed on the table. The Merchant Bank Diamond VIP card. Ling Ling recognized it at a glance. In a flash, waves of shock tumbled in her heart. She knew that anyone who could have this kind of card was either rich or noble. She finally realized that Lin Yun wasn't just a little rich, he was clearly a rich man. She finally realized what a horrible person she was messing with. Wang Shui had found such a rich boyfriend? She was envious, jealous, hate. But there was nothing she could do about it. With such a rich boyfriend backing up Wang Shui, how else could she fight with Wang Shui? As Ling Ling was pouring wine for Wang Shui suddenly spoke up. Ling Ling, I didn't realize that you got the position of manager by exchanging your body for it. Why do you have to do that? Is it worth it? In the past, when Wang Shui saw Ling Ling, she would always feel inferior. She would always feel that she was not as good as Ling Ling, but from now on, she didn't have this feeling anymore. Moreover, after those things just now, the breath in her heart was finally out. Lin Yun also opened his mouth and said, a manager position that was exchanged by the body, but still has the nerve to show it off often. I really don't know where you get your face from. After Ling Ling heard the words, she was ashamed of her face red. The hate cannot find a crack to drill in. She in front of Wang Shui's superiority has long been all lost. Ling Ling, today is just to give you a little bit of small discipline. Go back and tell your mom, your mother and daughter in the future, if you dare to be sarcastic about Wang Shui and the yin and yang, I can guarantee that I will make your family finished. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and said, No. Ling Ling nodded with a slightly trembling voice. She knew that a person who could hold a diamond VIP card from a merchant bank would want to deal with her. I'm afraid it would be easy. So from now on, even if she borrowed 100 guts, she would definitely not dare to taunt Wang Shui again in the future. After coming out of the bar, Lin Yun and Wang Shui's faces were both slightly red. Both of them didn't drink much on a regular basis, but just now in the bar, the two of them had drunk almost all of that Louis XIII and Lafite. Of course, when checking out, Wang Shui didn't see the amount. She didn't realize how expensive these 2 bottles of wine were, otherwise she was afraid she wouldn't even dare to drink them. Lin Yun planned to take a taxi to take Wang Shui back. Outside Wang Shui's house. Lin Yun, thank you. I'm really happy today. Wang Shui revealed a sweet and moving smile. Immediately afterward, Wang Shui directly went forward, stood on her tiptoes, and on Lin Yun's face, kissed him. After the kiss, the shy Wang Shui hurriedly turned around and ran into the house. Lin Yun looked at Wang Shui's disappearing silhouette and touched the place where his cheeks were kissed. Lin Yun only felt that there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. The next day. In the morning, Lin Yun didn't go to school, but went directly to the Huading group. Wang Shui's family's situation, Lin Yun had already figured it out yesterday, so Lin Yun naturally wanted to help her. However, Lin Yun didn't want to directly take money to Wang Shui, then Wang Shui might refuse. Therefore, the way Lin Yun thought of was to use the name of Huading group to do charity and send love, so that Lu Bo would go to Wang Shui's home, help Wang Shui's mother to arrange for a hospital for treatment, and then give Wang Shui a sum of money in the name of financial assistance. In this way, he could help Wang Shui without letting her know that it was himself, and he didn't have to be afraid that she would refuse. Chairman Lin. As he entered, the 2 security guards at the door hurriedly saluted Lin Yun respectfully. Well, you guys are in good spirits, so cheer up. Lin Yun patted these 2 on the shoulder before directly entering the company. The 2 security guards were excited by Lin Yun's encouragement like this. They were just security guards with a low status. In the past, the company executives wouldn't even look at them squarely. The chairman of the board of directors of the company was just fine. That's it. Seeing the chairman of the board of directors feel friendly. Follow such a chairman, not afraid of no prospects. 2 security guards said excitedly. Chapter 33 Can't see the true face of Mount Lushan. The chairman of the board is good. That's right. Seeing the chairman of the board feels friendly. Follow such a chairman, not afraid of no prospects. The 2 security guards said excitedly. After entering the company, Lin Yun walked directly to the front desk. Good morning, Chairman. The little sister at the front desk hurriedly and enthusiastically greeted Lin Yun. Is Lu Bo in the company? Lin Yun asked the receptionist. Chairman, General Manager Lu went to inspect the construction site, but should be back soon. The receptionist replied with a smile. Really, then I'll wait for him here, Lin Yun said. Immediately after, Lin Yun walked to the rest area next to him, found a seat, and touched out his cell phone to amuse himself. About a few minutes later, a man with gold-rimmed glasses also came to the rest area and sat down, right in front of Lin Yun. "Little brother, are you also here for an interview at the Huading group?" The man with the gold-rimmed glasses asked while looking Lin Yun up and down. What's the problem?" Lin Yun asked with a smile. Looking at the man with the gold wire glasses, Lin Yun guessed that he should be here for an interview. "There's no problem, it's just that I didn't realize that the Huading group was hiring people like you now," the man with the gold wire glasses said with a smile. Although the man with the gold filigree glasses had a smile on his face, his words seemed to carry a few hints of sarcasm. Lin Yun didn't get angry, but asked with a smile, "What about me? Why can't the Huading group recruit people like me?" "Little brother, it seems like you don't cognize yourself enough. You wear such shabby clothes for an interview. You're here to be funny, right? In addition, I see you look like this. Your education is very low, right?" The man with gold glasses laughed. "Not bad, high school education," Lin Yun said indifferently. Lin Yun was only halfway through college right now, and in terms of education, he was indeed a high school graduate with college in progress. High school education? Put. You have the nerve to run for an interview at the Huading group with a high school education? I really don't know, who gave you the face? The man with the gold filament glasses couldn't help but snort with laughter. After a pause, the man with the gold filament glasses smiled and continued. "Little brother, I think you're here to interview for a security guard, right? If that's the case, then I can figure it out. Someone with your kind of education is only worthy of coming to Huading group to interview for security guards, right?" The man with the gold glasses words were full of contempt for Lin Yun. Ha. Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. "He's the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading group, the boss of this company, and you're saying I'm not worthy? Isn't this hilarious?" Of course, Lin Yun didn't directly light up his identity. At this time, the man with the gold glasses took out another copy of his graduation certificate. "Kid, let me show you what it means to be a highly educated person," the man with the gold wire glasses said as he placed the copy in front of you. Lin Yun looked down at the copy, then shook his head and sneered. "Master's degree? But with your quality, I'm afraid you're not even as good as a high school student." The man with the gold glasses sniffed and was instantly displeased. "Kid, I think you are just jealous of me. You a garbage high school student, even to my shoes are not worthy, understand?" the man with the gold wire glasses said arrogantly. After a pause, the man with the gold wire glasses continued with a haughty face. "Kid, if you were smart, now hurry to flatter me. If we are interviewed, then you are the company security, I am the company's core staff, then maybe I can take care of you this small security." The man with the gold glasses didn't know at this time that Lin Yun was actually the chairman of the Huading group. If he knew that, give him 100 guts to dare to talk to Lin Yun like this. If he knew, he would have dared to talk to Lin Yun like this. "Then how do you want me to flatter you?" Lin Yun revealed a playful smile. "You don't even know how to flatter someone? Hey, what a lousy waste, give you the opportunity to climb a highly educated talent like me, and you don't even cherish it." Gold glasses man shook his head and sighed. "Oh, I climb you? I'm afraid you don't deserve it." Lin Yun coldly smiled. "I'm not worthy? Ha, kid, do you know what it means to be incapable and high-minded? If you're a poorly dressed kid with a low education and you're not willing to bow down to the strong, then you're destined to be a security guard for the rest of your life." The man with the gold glasses scoffed. Just at this time, a figure walked in from outside the company. The person who came was the general manager Lu Bo, who just came back from the construction site inspection, and Lu Bo was followed by several company executives as well as the company's staff. "Wow, that seems to be General Manager Lu Bo." The man with gold glasses recognized Lu Bo at a glance. After Lu Bo entered the company, he first exchanged a couple of sentences with the receptionist girl, and then came straight this way. "Wow, General Manager Lu Bo seems to be heading my way?" The man with the gold wire glasses noticed this. Immediately afterward, with a face of surprise, the man with the gold wire glasses muttered. "Could it be that General Manager Lu Bo just learned from the receptionist that I'm coming for an interview, so he came to see me specifically? It must be like this." There was only the man with the gold-rimmed glasses and Lin Yun here. In the eyes of the gold-rimmed glasses man, Lin Yun was just a punk kid who had come to interview for the security guard job, so surely the general manager couldn't have come to see Lin Yun, could he? Then, it could only be to receive him. After the man with the golden glasses thought of this, his heart burst with excitement. At this time, Lu Bo arrived with a group of company executives and employees. However, the man with the gold wire glasses noticed that the general manager, Lu Bo, walked directly to Lin Yun. The next moment, Lin Dong, general manager Lu Bo, directly saluted Lin Yun. "Good day, chairman of the board." The 10 or so executives and employees behind Lu Bo all bowed and saluted towards Lin Yun at the same time. "Dong. Chairman?" After the man with the gold wire glasses saw this scene, he was filled with bafflement. Immediately afterward, the man with the gold filigree glasses turned his head to look at Lin Yun. He swallowed his saliva, then with a somewhat trembling voice, he couldn't help but ask Lin Yun. "You're not the chairman of the Huading Group, are you?" "That's right," Lin Yun faintly responded. "Ga." After the man with the gold wire glasses heard the affirmative reply, he slumped back into his chair at once, his entire being dumbfounded. When the man with the gold wire spectacles thought about himself and what he had just said to Lin Yun, a kind of despair arose in his heart. Gosh, he had just spoken out to mock the chairman of the Huading Group, he had just shown his superiority before pretending to be the chairman of the Huading Group in front of him. "Hey, don't you want me to flatter you now?" Lin Yun looked at the man with the golden glasses with a smile. Previously, this man with gold glasses, how he mocked Lin Yun, how he pretended to show superiority in front of Lin Yun now had it all fresh in his mind. For this man with the gold glasses, Lin Yun was of course disgusted. Pretending to be a bully had gotten in front of Lin Yun, what's more? I. Chairman, just now I was joking, you must not take it seriously. The man with the gold glasses was terrified and explained repeatedly. Lin Yun coldly laughed and continued, "You dang master's degree student, aren't you very bullish? Why are you bowing down to a trash high school student like me now?" I. Chairman, I know it's wrong. I really know wrong. The fearful man with the golden glasses was so scared that he directly kneeled on the ground, and he was scared in his heart. Because he knew that he had offended Lin Yun by speaking before, and with a status like chairman of the Huading Group, if he wanted to clean him up, it would simply be simpler than stepping on an ant. Lin Yun's tone was cold and his voice was loud. "In the name of the chairman of the Huading Group, I now officially inform you that you are not worthy of working here, get out. Get out of the Huading building." Faced with Lin Yun's reprimand, the man with the gold glasses was so frightened that his entire face turned the color of pig's liver. How could he dare to continue to linger here? Rolling and crawling, he ran out the door of the Huading mansion. "Chairman, this?" Lu Bo, who was on the side, was in a daze, completely unaware of what had actually happened. "A clown is just a clown, no need to pay much attention, go upstairs to the office, I have something to talk to you," Lin Yun said. "Just right, Chairman, I also have a very important matter that I urgently need to report to you." Lu Bo had a serious face. Since Lin Yun had known Lu Bo, he had never seen Lu Bo so serious. Could it be that something had happened? Lin Yun had a not-so-good feeling in his heart. "Okay, then let's go upstairs and talk about it," Lin Yun said, then with Lu Bo, quickly walked towards the elevator. Chapter 34 Unexpected Situation. Inside the chairman's office, Lin Yun sat on the boss chair while Lu Bo stood in front of the table. "Dong Lin, you just said there's something you command," Lu Bo said. "Lu Bo, remember the girl I brought to the company yesterday? You go to her home in the name of Huading Group's charity, help her mother find a good hospital for the best treatment, and then give her a grant, with the money coming out of the company," Lin Yun said. "The girl from yesterday? Lin Dong, are you going to help her again? You won't tea. Like this girl, would you?" Lu Bo said with a smile. Yesterday's matter, Lu Bo still remembered it clearly, and now Lin Yun was asking him to help this girl again, so it was no wonder that Lu Bo wasn't imagining things. I just think she's pitiful and needs my help," Lin Yun said awkwardly. Chairman, don't explain, I'm a person from the past, I'm sure I won't feel wrong," Lu Bo said with a smile. Being told by Lu Bo like this, Lin Yun couldn't help but ask himself in his heart, could it be that he really liked Wang Shui? Lin Yun only knows one thing, and that is that he wants Wang Shui to live a good life and not let her suffer anymore. Lu Bo continued. "Chairman, why are you hiding your identity from her? Yesterday's sponsorship fee, it was clearly you who helped her, but you didn't let her know, and this time you let me do it again, so that she doesn't even know that it's you who is helping her, and she doesn't even know how good you are to her. In Lu Bo's opinion, Lin Yun should reveal his identity and then help Wang Shui openly, so that Wang Shui can also know that Lin Yun is good to her. I don't want you to worry about it, just do what I tell you to do. Lin Yun gave Lu Bo a glance. Yes. Don't worry, Lin Dong, I'll make sure to get it done. Lu Bo nodded and answered. Right, Lu Bo, just now downstairs, you said that there are important things that urgently need to be reported to me. What is it? Lin Yun inquired. After Lu Bo heard this, his face instantly became serious. Lin Dong, something happened to the site. Over at the Huajing Yuan development. Lu Bo had a grave expression. Note, the main business of the Huading Group is real estate. Something happened? Lin Yun was stunned for a moment, then immediately asked after him. You quickly say, what happened? In Lin Yun's opinion, Lu Bo's expression is so grave, if something has really happened, it is definitely not a small matter. The scaffolding of the construction site was tampered with, causing more than a dozen workers to fall to their deaths on site. Lu Bo's face was grave. What? More than 10 workers fell to their deaths. Lin Yun's pupils jerked violently. More than 10 lives, this was definitely not a small accident. Moreover, behind the accident, it was more than a dozen fresh human lives. Lu Bo, you just said that the scaffolding had been tampered with. What exactly is going on? And who tampered with it? Lin Yun hurriedly asked. Chairman, I just went to the site survey. The scaffolding has indeed been tampered with. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Golden Strong Group secretly do. Lu Bo said. Golden Strong Group. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed steeply, and a shocking chill flickered in his eyes. As a local of Qingyang City, Lin Yun of course knew about the Golden Strong Group. Golden Strong Group was a local group in Xinjiang. This Golden Strong Group was involved in a wide range of industries, but the Golden Strong Group's main and most profitable business was real estate. It can be said that there is no one in Xinjiang City who doesn't know about the Golden Strong Group. When it comes to Jinshan Group, we have to talk about the chairman of the group, Xiang Jinshan, which is a rather legendary character. Xiang Jinshan, known in the 90s, at that time by relying on the notorious ferocity in Xinjiang City, broke out a piece of fame, and finally became the big brother of the underground forces in Xinjiang City. After entering the 21st century, Xiang Jinshan began to turn to business. 10 years ago, when the real estate business is booming, to the Golden Strong trend into real estate, by virtue of his as the big brother of the underground forces in Xinjiang City, coupled with its vicious and venomous means, soon became the local Xinjiang, the strongest real estate group. Lin Dong, you may not understand, since the establishment of our Huading Group Xinjiang branch, Jin Chang Group will be our mortal enemy. It is just that he is in the way of our Huading Group's power. Jin Chang Group does not dare to make a big fuss against us, but often in the dark to make trips. These years our branch and his backstabbing suffered a lot of losses. Lu Bo said. After a pause, Lu Bo continued, including this incident, in addition to the Golden Strong Group, I cannot think of anyone else to deliberately hole us. After hearing this, Lin Yun probably understood the situation. Jinshan Group is just a local group. Can he be more powerful than our Huading Group? Our Huading Group is the #1 group in southwest China. Can't we still destroy him? Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. Lin Dong, Jin Chang Group is the biggest business enemy of our Huading Group in Xinjiang City, so of course we want to crush Jin Chang Group, Lu Bo said. Lu Bo said. Immediately afterward, Lu Bo turned his words around and smiled helplessly and bitterly. However, as the saying goes, the strong dragon can't suppress the snake in the ground. Although our Huading Group is strong, but to Jinxiang is a snake in the ground. In Xinjiang local roots are deep-rooted. Want to completely eradicate, pairing is not an easy thing. As long as the Huading Group is determined to exterminate him, I don't believe it can't be done. Lin Yun said in a cold voice. If Master Lu is determined to take action to exterminate him, surely there is no problem. But the business of the Huading Group, spread over dozens of cities, Master Lu is a busy man, which has the heart to specifically deal with him. Lu Bo said. After a pause, Lu Bo continued. Even if Elder Lu personally, eradicating the Golden Strong Group such a snake is also quite troublesome, at least the price to pay, more than the return to get. So what? Lin Yun nodded. Indistinctly. To put it simply, the head office of the Huading Group would definitely have no problem destroying the Golden Strong Group if they were determined to do so, but they were just a branch under the Huading Group. Just at this time, the account manager hurriedly ran in, eagerly saying as he did so. Chairman Lin, General Manager Lu, something big is wrong. Such words made Lin Yun and Lu Bo feel bad in their hearts. Could it be that something bad has happened again? What things so panic? Say, Lu Bo urged. Lin Dong, Mr. Lu, the customer service side of the phone are busted. Many of the users who have purchased a house in the Huajing Yuan property have asked for a refund of money. The customer manager anxiously said. Refund? Why? Lu Bo frowned and asked. They said that the Huajing Yuan real estate died more than a dozen people. They do not want to die in the real estate, so they want to withdraw. The customer manager said anxiously. How many customers called? Lu Bo continued to pursue. So far, there have been 70 or 80, and the phone is still calling in. The customer manager anxiously said. After Lu Bo heard this, his face became more and more gloomy. Lin Yun's face also looks not very good. As the chairman of the company, he appeared such a thing. Lin Yun's heart of course also annoyed anxious. At this time, the engineering manager ran in again in a hurry, while running also said. Lin Dong, Mr. Lu, it's not good. Not good. What's wrong again? Lu Bo quickly asked. Huajing Yuan sales office gathered a lot of customers who have already purchased the house. They all asked to withdraw. They said they don't want to die in the property. The sales office is out of control. The engineering manager eagerly said. After hearing this, Lu Bo and Lin Lin's faces became more and more ugly. The situation was even worse than they had imagined. Lin Yun also narrowed his eyes and said, a person killed at the construction site hasn't even been there for a day, and these customers even know about it? How is this possible? Lin Dong, this is not even necessary to think about. It must be Jin Chang Group's ghost. It must be them who conveyed this news to those customers. Lu Bo gritted his teeth. This Jin Chang Group is not just trying to give me trouble? In order to achieve this, he went so far as to kill more than 10 workers, really inhumane beasts. Lin Yun said viciously. Lin Yun was not only angry at Jin Chang Group for secretly causing trouble, but also angry at Jin Chang Group for being inhumane. Lin Yun's father was once a construction worker, and Lin Yun's father lost his life in a construction site accident. Therefore, when Lin Yun heard such news, he was furious in his heart. Behind these more than 10 lives, there might be more than 10 families, and more than 10 single-parent families like his own will appear if he lives and bleeds. Chapter 35 Crisis. Therefore, Lin Yun was furious in his heart after hearing such news. Behind these more than 10 lives, perhaps there are more than 10 families. Living blood will appear more than 10 single-parent families like themselves. Lin Dong, the boss of the Golden Strong Group, Xiang Jinsheng, I don't know how many lives have been stained in his hands over the years, and he was able to get to where he is now by stepping on corpses, and he doesn't care at all about the lives of those migrant workers. Lu Bo said. This kind of asshole should be broken into pieces. Lin Yun said viciously. Just at this time, Lu Bo's secretary hurried in again. Dong Lin, Mr. Lu, the Huading Group headquarters side called. They said they received a large number of complaints from customers against our Qingyang branch due to the matter of Huajing Yuan building, the secretary reported. Damn. This wave after wave, it was obviously a long time planned by the Golden Strong Group. Lu Bo slammed his fist hard on the table. Immediately after, Lu Bo looked up at Lin Yun and said with a pale face. Dong Lin, Huajing Yuan's property is the most important one for our company this year, and we have invested very heavily. And now the first phase of the project has entered the end. The house is about to be delivered. It is related to our company's performance for the whole year. If the house is really returned to the light, not only a lot of hard work to go down the drain, the loss is unimaginable. If the house is really returned, how much will we lose? Lin Yun asked. Huajing Yuan Phase 1 invested 1.5 billion, is expected to make a profit of 600 to 800 million. If the house is all backed out, all of a sudden such a big loss will seriously affect the company's capital chain. We are afraid that the branch is difficult to bear. Lu Bo eyes bleak. I'm afraid that this kind of result is exactly what Golden Strong Group wants to see. Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun's words changed. However, this is also something I absolutely cannot accept. If the company really lost so much money, Lin Yun, as chairman, could take the pocket money that Grandpa had given himself and make up for the deficit. But from the day Lin Yun took over the company, he had secretly made up his mind that in the days when he was the chairman of the board of directors, he must make the company go to the next level, and it would be considered as doing a little bit of achievement to show Grandpa. Now Lin Yun only received the company for a short time. If there is such a big loss, Lin Yun is afraid that he will not even have the face to see his grandfather. So Lin Yun absolutely cannot tolerate, there is such a big loss. When Lu Bo heard Lin Yun say this, he opened his mouth and asked, Lin Dong, do you have any insights? Let me think about it. Lin Yun lowered his head and pondered. Although Lin Yun could not wait to destroy the Golden Strong Group immediately. But Lin Yun knew more than anything else that the first order of business was to solve the big trouble of customers requesting to return their homes before anything else. Provincial City, Lu Family Manor. Inside the white main building in the center of the manor, Elder Lu was sitting on the sofa. Elder Lu, the young master, has encountered not a small amount of trouble this time, the secretary next to him said. To him, it was indeed a very tricky problem. Lu Lao nodded his head. Then, do you want to help out, Lu Lao? That Jin Chang group is really bold, daring to deal with our Hua Ding group like this. Do you really think that our Hua Ding group is easy to bully? As long as Lu Old you want to destroy him, that is not a matter of words. The secretary said. Old Lu smiled, then shook his head and said. Unless the little guy takes the initiative to bail out with me, I won't take the initiative to take action. Such trouble is also the right time to exercise him and test his business ability. I'm curious to see if he can solve this trouble with his own ability, or if he takes the initiative to admit defeat and ask me for help. To old Lu, if Lin Yun really wanted him to ask for help, he would definitely help Lin Yun, but he would be disappointed in Lin Yun. Old Lu still hoped that Lin Yun would solve this trouble on his own. Even if the solution failed in the end, Elder Lu would feel relieved that at least Lin Yun had made an effort to solve it, instead of asking for help whenever he was in trouble. Lu Lao, the young master, has little business experience after all, and it's easy to disorganize himself when he encounters this kind of trouble. I'm afraid that the young master will have a hard time handling this matter. Secretary said. Lu Lao smiled. We will see. If placed in the past, Lu Lao would definitely feel that Lin Yun couldn't handle this matter. However, Lin Yun had given him surprises in 2 consecutive incidents before, so this time there was still a little bit of anticipation in Lu Lao's heart. Qingyang City, inside the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group. Lin Yun was still bowing his head in deep thought. The issue of the dead people checking out of Hua Jing Yuan was indeed very tricky for Lin Yun. This was also one of the trickiest troubles that Lin Yun had encountered since he became the chairman of the board. At this time, Lu Bo mentioned his opinion. Lin Dong, I do have a suggestion. This matter will be truthfully reported to the head office, requesting the head office to assist in solving the problem together. After all, you are Lu Lao's grandson. Lu Lao will certainly not sit back and do nothing. That's right, Mr. Lu, this is a good suggestion. Indeed. This is the best way. The 2 managers next to me nodded their heads in agreement. No. I will definitely not ask my grandfather for help. Lin Yun shook his head categorically. The reason was simple. Since Lin Yun wanted to make some achievements on his own, of course he couldn't ask his grandfather for help whenever he encountered trouble. Then, how are you going to solve this trouble, Mr. Lin? Lu Bo asked. Lin Yun thought for a moment and then looked up and said. In this way, take the initiative to notify all the customers who purchased the Huajing Yuan real estate. All the houses are 20% off, no, 70% off. The extra money paid by the customers, the company will return them one after another within a month. Lin Yun's idea is very simple, that is to reduce the price, and reduce to a sufficiently attractive point. 70% off, that's definitely a very attractive figure. If a house that cost $1 million, after a 70% discount you could save a full $300,000. This discount is definitely very big. 7% discount? Lu Bo and the other 2 managers all looked shocked after hearing the word 70% discount. Since the Huading Group was established so many years ago, there had never been a 70% discount. It was important to know that Huading Group's reputation was very good, and the properties it developed could sell well even without any discounts. Especially in recent years, the demand for commercial properties has surged, and there is no worry about selling them. If you want to buy a house developed by Huading Group, you have to rely on robbing it. Therefore, if the houses in Huajing Garden were really discounted by 30%, it would definitely set a record for the lowest discount in the Huading Group. Lin Dong, if the discount is 70%, the first phase of the Huajing Yuan project will be completely in vain, earning tens of millions of dollars at most. Lu Bo said. The current situation, not losing money, is already the best result. If all the customers withdraw, then it is not only earned tens of millions, but a loss of 1.5 billion. Lin Yun said. The account manager on the side also said. But Lin Dong, even if you discount like this, it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. After all, the willingness of many customers to withdraw is that they don't want to live in a property where people have died, and discounts don't necessarily help. The reasoning, they said, Lin Yun of course understand, but today this situation, there is simply no better way. Ming Ming now also simply do not expect Huajing Yuan can make much money. With today's situation, can preserve the capital is already the best result. Just do as I say, go, and give the message down to every customer. Lin Yun waved his hand and said. After a pause, Lin Yun added. As for whether they accept the discount or continue to withdraw, it's up to them to choose, and for those customers who don't accept, just give them a direct withdrawal, and then take the returned house and continue to sell it at a 30% discount. Yes, we will go to do it. After the account manager and engineering manager received orders, they both left the office in a hurry. The account manager was responsible for contacting the customers online, while the engineering manager went straight to the sales department to notify the customers gathered in the sales department. The two of them left. Let's hope that this will salvage the situation. Lin Yun could only pray silently, praying that these customers would accept the discount instead of continuing to withdraw, otherwise the company would face a loss of $1.5 billion. Director Lin, you really impressed me. It definitely takes a huge amount of courage and determination to make such a major decision, Lu Bo said. Even Lu Bo, the old man in the shopping mall, did not dare to make such a decision as a 70% discount sale without authorization, because once the decision was wrong, the consequences were unimaginable, and he had to admire Lin Yun. It can't be helped, it's a decision to be made after all. Lin Yun helplessly said. Chapter 36. Whose idea was it? After a pause, Lin Yun suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Right, Lu Bo, for the workers who died at the construction site, what is the amount of compensation given to the families? $500,000, this is the compensation standard set by the head office, we will distribute it as soon as possible. Lu Bo said. 500,000? Too little, give me double, each family compensation of 1 million. I don't care what the head office's standard is, our branch, in the future, whenever there is a life accident, we will compensate $1 million. Lin Yun said. Lin Yun clearly remembers, when his father was at the construction site after the accident, the company even denied, a point of compensation did not give Lin Yun family, mother went to ask, the result was beaten and bombed out. In the end, even his father's funeral expenses were all put together by his mother. Too little? Lu Bo looked surprised. In Lu Bo's cognition, the vast majority of companies that have this kind of thing happen are too much compensation to give. This is the first time he has heard the company boss say that the compensation is too little. Human life is priceless, $500,000 is certainly too little. Lin Yun's tone was resolute. Lin Dong, not like you so conscientious boss is not much, Lin Dong rest assured, 1 million compensation, I will be issued within half a month. Lu Bo seriously said. Just this one small thing, but let Lu Bo heart to Lin Yun respect. Immediately afterward, Lu Bo's words turned, exasperated. In the end, everything is that golden strong group. Think about it, I'm angry, Lin Dong, is this account, how do we just forget it? Lin Yun's eyes narrowed. Forget it? Of course not. The price we paid this time, in the future, I will definitely make the Golden Strong Group pay back tenfold, 100-fold. And the 10 or so migrant workers who died for nothing, I'll definitely seek justice for them. I will. Those 10 migrant workers were also the epitome of Lin Yun's father, and by seeking justice for them, Lin Yun was also seeking justice for his dead father. Once upon a time, Lin Yun was a poor boy, unqualified to shake the Golden Strong Group, but now it was different. As the local snake in Xinjiang City, the Golden Strong Group had deep roots in the local area. Lin Yun wanting to rely on his own abilities to bring down the Golden Strong Group without asking his grandfather for help was definitely a very difficult thing to do, and it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time, I'm afraid. But after this one incident, Lin Yun had completely made up his mind that no matter how difficult it was, he would take down the Golden Strong Group himself. This, at this moment, was a goal that Lin Yun had set for himself. Trying to exterminate the Golden Strong Group in a short period of time, this is definitely unrealistic. Lin Yun said. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun's words changed. However, it's not polite to come and go, he's so backstabbing us this time, how can we not give him a little something in return? What do you think, Mr. Lin? Lu Bo curiously said. You spend money to hire a big truck, in the middle of the night, pull a truck of feces dumped in front of Xiang Jinxiang's house, with shit to block his door. Think of it as a return gift to him, disgust him properly. Lin Yun sneered. This method is really brilliant, it can definitely disgust him. Don't worry, Lin Dong, I'll go and order someone to do this later. Lu Bo excitedly said. This matter made Lu Bo also have a belly full of fire, of course he also wanted to vent his anger. Lin Yun looked at Lu Bo again and said with a serious face. Lu Bo, no matter what the final outcome of this matter is, you must keep this lesson in mind, and for other building sites that are under construction, you must strengthen your inspections, and absolutely no more of this kind of thing can happen. Lu Bo nodded. Don't worry, Chairman, learn from my mistakes, in the future I will strengthen the security force to prevent this kind of thing from happening. Next, for Lin Yun and Lu Bo, it was a very torturous wait. Their own approach actually work? Can you get through this? Lin Yun had no idea. Lin Yun only knew that if he really lost $1.5 billion, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the face to see his grandfather next time. After coming out from the company, Lin Yun suddenly had a flash of light and thought of a solution in his mind. Lone Wolf. Come out. Lin Yun shouted. A few seconds later, a figure appeared in front of Lin Yun. He was none other than the Lone Wolf who was secretly protecting Lin Yun. Little Master, what is it you called me for? Lone Wolf let out a hoarse, low voice. Lone Wolf, you're very powerful, right? Lin Yun asked. At least in the southwest, I can't meet any opponents. Lone Wolf replied calmly. Lin Yun continued to inquire, Lone Wolf, you're my man now, right? Of course. Lone Wolf nodded. Since that's the case, go and do away with Xiang Jinxiang of the Jinxiang group, or prove to me that you're strong. Lin Yun said. I'm sorry, little master, my mission is to protect you. The old master has instructed that I can only step in if your life is in danger. Lone Wolf was expressionless. When Lin Yun heard this, he was speechless. Che, I guess you don't have the strength, do you? Lin Yun could only use a provocative method. Whatever you think, little master. The Lone Wolf turned around and left directly after saying those words. Hey! Hey! Why are you just leaving? Didn't you say you were my person? Looking at Lone Wolf, who left without any delay, Lin Yun was speechless. Lin Yun was still thinking that it would have been much easier if Lone Wolf had gone to take care of Xiang Jinxiang. As a result, Lone Wolf didn't buy his own way out at all. The idea of letting the Lone Wolf take action would have to fizzle out. After leaving the company, Lin Yun headed straight for school. Along the way, Lin Yun was also thinking about how he could completely bring down the local snake, the Golden Strong Group, without seeking help from Grandpa. The owner of the Golden Strong Group, Xiang Jinxiang, was the big brother of the underground strength in Xingyang City, and his biggest dependency. A bold idea was born in Lin Yun's mind, which was to create an underground power of his own, and then it would go and destroy Xiang Huaqiang's underground power, and then unify the underground power of Xingyang City by himself. Of course, this was just an idea of Lin Yun's. If he really wanted to implement it, it would be a very challenging thing to do. Just after arriving at the school, Lin Yun received a call from Lu Bo. Chairman, your solution is really divine. Those customers who were clamoring to withdraw, once they heard about the 30% discount, they were like picking up a great bargain. They all stopped, only a very few still insisted on withdrawing, but we can still sell them again. Lu Bo's excited voice came out on the phone. Lu Bo on the other end of the phone. At this moment, Lin Yun can be described as admiring. He did not expect Lin Yun actually rely on this method, successfully resolved this crisis. Really, that's good. Only after hearing this news did Lin Yun let out a long breath. Although he couldn't make much money by selling it at a 70% discount like this, but at least he hadn't lost any money by keeping his capital, right? In this storm, such a result was definitely considered a great victory. Although the storm had subsided for the time being, Lin Yun's grudge against Jin Chang Group had also been completely settled. On the other side, Golden Strong Group building. Inside the chairman's office on the top floor, Xiang Jinxiang, who had a shaved head, was lighting a cigar and leaning back in his boss chair with a relaxed look on his face. Standing next to him was Xiang Huaqiang's dog-headed military advisor. Master Xiang, the Huading Group's phone must have been busted at this moment. I bet that facing so many customers checking out, the Huading group's head must have gotten big, huh? The military counselor was excited. This time, I'll see how Huading group can cope. Xiang Jinxiang also revealed a triumphant smile. How else can they cope? Surely only lose money, this property, Huading group at least have to lose more than 1 billion, jie. The master at arms let out a strange laugh. Military master, your ploy is good, don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Xiang Jinxiang smiled and said. Thank you, Master Xiang. Thank you, Master Xiang. The military division happily nodded his head repeatedly. Just then, a thin man hurriedly ran in and called out while running. Master Xiang, it's not good. Something's gone wrong. Hurry up and say, what happened? Xiang Jinxiang frowned. Master Xiang, Huading Group discount sales, those who want to withdraw from the house, once heard the discount, immediately compromised not to make trouble. Now things have calmed down sharp edge down, Huading Group, although did not make much money, but also did not lose. The thin man said. What? Xiang Jinxiang stood up at once in shock, and his face became ugly. Damn! How come these assholes have such a weak stance? Give a 70% discount and they fucking compromised? The warlord at the side couldn't help but burst out in foul language. How dare they give such a low discount of 70%? Whose idea was this? Grass. Angrily, Xiang Jinxiang ruthlessly smashed the cigar in his hand on the ground. Xiang Jinxiang never thought that the scheme that they had planned for so long would be dissolved by Huading Group just like this. Chapter 37 Payback. Provincial City, Lu Family Manor. Inside the white main building in the center of the manor, Lu Zhizhong's secretary hurriedly walked in quickly from outside, excitedly saying as he walked. Lu Lao, the Qingyang City branch matter, there is a result. Oh? Results so soon? How's the result? When Lu Lao heard about his grandson's matter, he quickly came to his senses. Qingyang branch to 70% off the price, the sale of Huajing Garden House, those who made a fuss to withdraw from the user, after hearing the 70% off, the vast majority of them are no longer making a fuss to withdraw from the house, this storm also so calmed down. The secretary said with a smile. A 30% discount? This is very similar to my idea. If it were me, I would also sell it at a discount like this, and I'm afraid this is also the best solution. Lu Zhizhong nodded with satisfaction. Lu Zhizhong has been in the shopping mall for many years. He will not be too concerned about the immediate gains and losses. When it is time to earn less, then you have to earn less, and you can earn it back in the future. Doing businesses like this, how can there be a good thing that you can earn every time? When it comes to this kind of trouble, you can't end up with a huge loss because you can't afford to give up. It would only be more than worth it. Immediately afterward, Lu Lao hurriedly pursued the question. This method of selling at a discount, who came up with it? It was the young master who proposed it. I heard that when the young master first proposed it, the other several managers were still a bit skeptical, but the young master forcefully argued and finally made the final decision. The secretary said with a smile. Ha, not bad. Not bad. Lu Lao directly laughed out loud after hearing this. I was worried that this kid could not handle it well. After all, he has little experience and is young. I was afraid that he would be indecisive and not dare to make a decision. I did not expect his kid to make such a big decision. Lu Lao's face was filled with a pleased smile. The difficulty of dealing with this matter, Lu Zhizhong was very clear. In the shoes of an average businessman who encountered this kind of trouble, it would be a huge headache. Lu Lao originally thought that Lin Yun would have a hard time dealing with it. Instead, the way Lin Yun handled it gave him a great surprise. Yes, making the decision to sell at a 70% discount definitely requires a huge amount of courage, and I didn't expect that young master would have the courage to make such a decision, the secretary exclaimed. TSK, this kid, the surprises he gives me are getting bigger and bigger. The smile on Elder Lu's face grew stronger. Elder Lu himself hadn't expected that Lin Yun would be able to perfectly solve such a big trouble. Right, master, Jin Chang Group is backstabbing our Huading Group like this, should we give him some color? The secretary asked. Let my grandson do it, it's still an exercise for him, and I'll secretly help him if necessary. Lu Lao said. Qingyang City, Qingyang University. At noon, the male dormitory. Brother Yun. Do you know that bastard Zheng Hai? How is he doing now? As soon as Lin Yun entered the dormitory, Fatty excitedly greeted Lin Yun. How's it going? Lin Yun casually asked. Yesterday's live broadcast of the matter of eating shit, even the school authorities know. The school asked the owner of the bar to delete the post, but this matter has been spread by everyone. Delete is useless. Shanghai, where there is still a face in the school to stay on? He has been suspended from school. The fat man excitedly said. Suspended? It deserves it. Lin Yun coldly smiled. For a bastard like Zhang Hai, just letting his reputation fall into disrepute was already very cheap. In order to celebrate Zhang Hai's reputation, I'll treat him to lunch at noon. Lin Yun patted his chest and said. Lin Yun was still in a good mood right now, not only because of Zhang Hai's matter, but also because the matter of the Huajing Yuan property was resolved. Brother Yun is just broad. Hey, hey! There's a big meal again. When Fatty heard that Lin Yun was treating him, he applauded happily. Fatty knew Lin Yun's status as Liu Zhizhong's grandson, so of course he understood that if Lin Yun was treating him to a meal, it would be a big meal. Right, Brother Yun, why don't you call Wang Shui as well? Fatty smiled badly and gave Lin Yun a wink. Fatty's purpose was naturally to promote Lin Yun and Wang Shui. Good Lin Yun smiled. To be honest, Lin Yun was kinda looking forward to having dinner with Wang Shui. So Lin Yun felt out his cell phone and called Wang Shui. Lin Yun, I have some good news to share with you. After the call was connected, before Lin Yun could speak, Wang Shui's happy voice came from the other end of the line. Oh? What's the good news? Lin Yun hurriedly asked. Just now a manager of the Huading Group found me. He said that their company is carrying out public welfare activities. My family was selected to help the object. Wang Shui on the other end of the phone looked very excited. Is that so? That's a good thing. Lin Yun smiled. This so-called public service activity was exactly what Lin Yun had arranged. It's just that Lin Yun didn't expect that Lu Bo was quite efficient. He had only instructed him in the morning, and now he had put things in place. Lin Yun, I'm at the hospital right now. They've already started arranging to help my mom start getting medical treatment. The costs are all paid by the Huading Group. My mom can finally recover. In addition, the Huading Group also gave me 50,000 yuan, saying it was a scholarship for me. Wang Shui's excited voice was still on the phone. Lin Yun could imagine that Wang Shui must be so happy right now that she was about to jump up. Seeing Wang Shui so happy, Lin Yun's heart was also warm. He was no longer a useless poor boy, he now had the ability to help the people he wanted to help. So, did you take the $50,000 bursary? Lin Yun understands Wang Shui's character. With her character, it is very likely that she will not accept this money. Originally I did not want to accept it. To be able to treat my mom, I have been very satisfied, but they must give it, saying that if they do not accept it, it will not help my mom to cure her. I had to accept it. Wang Shui said. Hearing Lin Yun accept the money, Lin Yun was completely relieved. Don't look at 50,000 as crumbs of money for Lin Yun, but for Wang Shui, it was absolutely huge. Lin Yun, Huading Group helped me with my sponsorship yesterday, and today they're helping our family, and they're helping my mom with her illness. Huading Group is my Wang Shui's benefactor. When I graduate, I'm going to work for Huading Group and repay them. Wang Shui's serious voice came from the phone. One could imagine how grateful Wang Shui was in her heart for the Huading Group. Only, Wang Shui didn't even know at this point that the person who had helped her was actually Lin Yun, and if she knew this, she didn't know what her reaction would be. Good. You're a girl who knows how to return favors, I understand, Lin Yun replied with a smile. Right, Lin Yun, you called me. Is there something going on? Wang Shui asked. I wanted to ask if you were at school. How about we have lunch together, but you're in the hospital now, so next time. Lin Yun said. Wang Shui was in the hospital, she definitely couldn't come, so Lin Yun and Fatty walked straight out of the school. After leaving the school. Brother Yun, where are we going to eat? Fatty asked. Go to the feast eatery. Lin Yun spat out 4 words from his mouth. What? Still going to the feast eatery? Brother Yun, remembering the last time at the feast restaurant, remembering that manager of the feast restaurant, I have a belly full of anger. Why are we still going there? Fatty had a puzzled look on his face. The last time Lin Yun and Fatty ate at the feast restaurant, Lin Yun's wallet was stolen. The result of the manager of the feast restaurant bit Lin Yun is a liar. Said Lin Yun 2 people are eating the king's dinner, but also want to call the police to arrest Lin Yun 2 people. At that time, Huang Mingyi had helped Lin Yun pay the bill, and only then did Lin Yun and his duo leave without incident. Because of what happened last time, this time you have to go even more. At least make that manager understand that you're not poor people who can't afford to eat, right? Lin Yun said. The last time, the same thing, let Lin Yun nested a belly of fire, their own Hall Lu Zhizhong grandson, dinner was even mocked as an old scoundrel? It was only because Lin Yun was in a hurry to go after Huang Mingyi at that time that he didn't settle the score with that manager. Brother Yun, when you say it like that, I seem to understand what you mean. We are going to go and prove it for ourselves this time, right? Fatty grinned. Lin Yun smiled and nodded. That's right, let's go. On the way to the feast eatery, Lin Yun called Lu Bo and asked him to contact the owner of the feast eatery. He was going to buy the feast eatery. If the owner of the feast eating house didn't sell, then raise the price. Lin Yun wasn't short on money. The feast eatery was one of the highest grade restaurants near Qingyang University. Lin Yun and Fatty walked into the feast restaurant. Welcome to the restaurant. As soon as they entered the restaurant, a waitress greeted them enthusiastically. Please come this way. The waitress made an inviting gesture and then led Lin Yun and the two of them towards the dining table. Stop. Lin Yun and Fatty hadn't taken 2 steps when a loud voice rang out. Chapter 38, Buying the Feast Restaurant. Lin Yun turned his head to look, and what met his eyes was a familiar figure. He was the lobby manager of the feast eating house, the same lobby manager who had mocked Lin Yun's duo last time and said that he would call the police to arrest Lin Yun's duo. I said, why does it look familiar? So it's you two boys again. The lobby manager said while striding in front of Lin Yun and the two of them. Why do you two still have the face to come here? What, you still want to come and eat a king's dinner? Still expecting some idiot to believe you and pay for you? The lobby manager's words were full of disdain. Lin Yun's face sank. After the last incident, Lin Yun was already very upset with this lobby manager. Now Lin Yun hadn't even taken the initiative to look for trouble with him, but he took the initiative to come to the door? You keep your mouth clean. Do you know who this is beside me? The fat man yelled towards the manager with a displeased face. I know, of course I know, you did not say last time, he is the grandson of the richest man in southwest China, Lu Zhizhong. The lobby manager snickered. He looks like this, but also Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Put. Several waiters standing next to him couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Immediately after, the lobby manager turned the tables and said viciously. You two don't play tricks with me here, immediately get out of here. What? Your feast restaurant is open for business, there is still a reason not to welcome guests? How dare you drive guests away? Lin Yun's face gradually darkened. Of course we welcome guests, but we do not welcome poor people like you. You do not look at your own virtues. Here is what you can afford to consume? Still want to eat a king's dinner, ah? You think you are the grandson of the richest man. The manager of the lobby is a bit of a grump. At this time, the waitress who had just helped guide Lin Yun couldn't help but speak up. Manager, they are guests after all, can you not be like this? The lobby manager immediately sank in color and looked at the waitress girl. What? Are you teaching me how to do my job? After the waitress' little sister was reprimanded, she lowered her head and whispered, I just think that your attitude towards the guests is not good. You really teach me to do things. I see you also want to get out of it? Okay, your internship period ends here, you and these two boys together out. The manager reached out and pointed to the door. Manager, I. Waitress' little sister suddenly do not know what to do. You what you? I told you to get out. Are you deaf? The lobby manager scolded sternly. The waitress' little sister was scolded to the point of crying, she could only nod her head, and then walked out aggrieved. Wait a minute. Lin Yun reached out to stop the waitress' little sister. Little sister, the person who should leave isn't you, it's him, Lin Yun looked at the manager. You, get out of here immediately. I declare you fired. Lin Yun stared at the manager with cold eyes. What? I'm fired? You're announcing it? Ha, are you out of your mind? You think you're the owner of the feast restaurant? The manager snickered. Congratulations on your correct answer, I've already bought the feast restaurant, from today onwards, I'm the owner of the feast restaurant. Lin Yun said lightly. You bought it? Ha ha. You're so poor, you can't even afford to pay for a meal, you're a waste of space, and you still bought the feast restaurant. The manager sneered. This kid is also too able to blow, just like him, still buy feast restaurants? Eat to pay the bill is difficult. The next few waiters also snickered. Right at this moment, Lin Yun's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Yun didn't answer it, but handed the phone to the lobby manager while saying, "This is your boss's phone, so pick it up." The manager originally wanted to speak sarcastically, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he looked at the cell phone number, and the number on the caller ID was actually his boss. After seeing this, the manager hastily took the cell phone and then pressed the connect button. "Boss." The manager looked very respectful. Boss's voice came out from the phone. "Xiao Joa, I've already sold Xing Feast Restaurant to this Mr. Lin. You do a handover with Mr. Lin, he will be your new boss in the future." "What?" The lobby manager's face turned deathly gray in an instant. He couldn't believe his ears. This kid, he actually bought the Feast Eatery? "Boss, why? The Feast Restaurant has been making good profits. Why are you selling it?" The lobby manager couldn't figure it out. "The reason is simple, the other party gave me a high enough price, I have no reason not to sell," the boss said. The boss on the phone continued. "Also, do you know who this boss is? The chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group. He wants to buy the Feast Restaurant. Can I not give face?" Huading Group, Dong. Chairman. At this moment, the lobby manager only felt that a thunderbolt from the sky struck his head, ruthlessly crushing his psychological defense. My goodness, he has just been laughing at the chairman of the Huading Group? He had just spoken out against the chairman of the Huading Group? He even told the chairman of Huading Group to get out? Thinking about all this, the lobby manager only felt that his heart fell into the abyss of 10,000 feet in an instant. "Xiao Zhou, I still have something to do, so I'll hang up first." After the boss on the phone finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. However, the lobby manager was frozen in place, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Lin Yun took his own cell phone, then sneered. "How's it going? I said I'm the boss, do you believe me now?" "I believe it. I believe." The lobby manager could only nod his head. Lin Yun stepped forward and continued in a cold voice. "Last time, I said that I didn't have the money to pay the bill, but my wallet was stolen, now do you believe me?" "Believe, believe, believe." The lobby manager replied repeatedly. "Just kidding, this is the chairman of the Huading Group, how could he not have the money to pay the bill?" The lobby manager regretted in his heart that he hadn't recognized such a bullish character. "In that case, you can get lost." Lin Yun waved his hand. "Lin. Boss Lin, I know I was wrong. I apologize to you, don't fire me." The lobby manager begged for mercy. "Do you think it's possible?" Lin Yun smiled coldly. The fat man next to him also roared, "Don't get out yet. If you don't get out, my brother Yun will have to call the security guards to blast you." "Didn't you hear me? Get out." Lin Yun's tone was cold. Lin Yun was not prepared to give the lobby manager a chance. When the lobby manager saw that Lin Yun didn't give him a chance, he could only choose to turn around and leave. After the lobby manager left. "What's your name?" Lin Yun looked at the waitress next to him. Just now this waitress' little sister had spoken for Lin Yun, causing her to almost get fired. "Boss, I am called Shanshan." The waitress' little sister looked constrained. "Shanshan, you are quite good, from today onwards, you will be the lobby manager." Lin Yun said blandly. "I do lobby manager?" The waitress opened her mouth wide in shock. The little waitress was just about to be fired, and now she was suddenly going to be the manager? She couldn't even believe it herself. "Boss, I may not do well," the waitress' little sister said weakly. "It doesn't matter, I believe in you, do a good job." Lin Yun smiled and patted the waitress' little sister on the shoulder. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun turned around and scanned the waitress's present. "Boss, good." A nimble-minded waitress was the first to salute Lin Yun. "Good day, boss." Seeing this, the other waiters present all hurriedly followed suit and saluted. "Don't just call me, there's also this one next to me, when they see him in the future, they have to call him boss too, okay?" Lin Yun pointed at the fat man. "Good day, boss." These waiters, again, hurriedly saluted the fatty. He. Fatty was naturally overjoyed, where had he ever enjoyed this kind of treatment? Fatty, if you want to come and eat at the feast restaurant in the future, just come and eat it, Will, the kind where you don't have to pay the bill. You and I are brothers, so half the restaurant counts for you. Lin Yun patted Fatty's shoulder and said. Really? That's great, MD, having a tycoon brother is cool, hee hee hee. Fatty revealed an excited smile. Immediately after, under the waitresses, Lin Yun and Fatty were seated for dinner. Just halfway through the meal, Fatty received a phone call. What? You've been beaten up? Where? Jia Internet Cafe? Good. After hanging up the phone. Fatty, what? Lin Yun looked up and inquired. Brother Yun, Ming was beaten up, right in front of Jia Internet Cafe. Fatty looked serious. Chapter 39, Lamborghini Appearance. Ming was beaten up? Did you say why? Lin Yun frowned slightly. Ming was Lin Yun and Fatty's roommate, but Ming was usually more addicted to the internet and usually soaked in internet cafes, so he didn't spend much time with the Lin Yuns. But he was Lin Yun's roommate after all, and was considered a friend. Lin Yun is now also considered developed. If Ming really encountered difficulties, Lin Yun certainly cannot sit idly by. Amin said, it's a few punks near the school. They asked Amin to help them flush their internet bill. Amin was unwilling, so they dragged Amin out of the internet cafe and beat him up. Fatty said. After a pause, the fat man continued. Now they do not let Ming go, must let Ming to them to get $2,000 out of the fee, otherwise it will waste Ming. Ming can't get it out, so he can only call us for help, letting us help send money over to save him. A bunch of assholes, this is clearly a robbery. Lin Yun's face sank. What Lin Yun hated the most was this kind of person, bullying the weak and even blackmailing them for money. Nowadays, Lin Yun was already developed. Even if Ming wasn't Lin Yun's friend, and let Lin Yun encounter this kind of thing, Lin Yun would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Brother Yun, what do you say? Fatty looked at Lin Yun. What else can I say? Let's go. Fuck these assholes. Lin Yun directly stood up. Brother Yun is going to fuck these assholes? Good. Fatty also stood up in a hurry. Fatty was equally disgusted with this kind of person. Immediately afterward, Fatty's words turned to worry. But Brother Yun, Ming said that there are 7 or 8 people on the other side. There are a lot of people on the other side. If it's just the 2 of us, I'm afraid that we can't fuck these people. Are you still afraid that I won't be able to call anyone? Lin Yun said. Jia Internet Cafe entrance. 7 or 8 young men with dyed hair and tattoos surrounded a man in white. This man in white clothes was none other than Lin Yun and Fatty's roommate, Ming, who had just hung up the phone. Ming's face was bruised and purple, obviously he had just been beaten up. Kid, how's it going? Did someone send you money? A yellow-haired young man grabbed Ming's collar, chewing gum, arrogant. I don't know. Ming said weakly. Grass. As soon as Ming's words fell, the yellow-haired youngster hit Ming's face with a circle. Ming fists clenched, and then loosened his fists, although his heart is very angry, very aggrieved, but he knows that he cannot fight in front of these social young people. Kid, I'll leave the words here for you. If we don't see $2,000 today, we will definitely waste one of your hands. The yellow-haired young man arrogantly said. After that, the yellow-haired young man spit out his gum and stuck it on Ming's face. Ha ha. The other youngsters beside him all sneered and laughed. Ming's face became more and more ugly. At this time, the yellow-haired youngster laughed. Kid, if you eat the gum on your face, we can also consider releasing you. You. Ming was already trembling with anger, and a pair of gazes were even more ethereal and poisonous as he looked at this person. Grass, dare to look at us with this kind of eyes, I see not and give you some color, you do not know the power of the brothers awe. Yellow hair with a fierce look. Immediately after, yellow hair waved his hand. Brothers, this kid held down, I personally give him chewing gum to feed down. Good Lou. The surrounding several social youths immediately rushed up, ready to hold down Ming. Rumble. Just at this time, the explosive supercar engine rumble suddenly exploded in the whole street. The explosive rumbling sound immediately attracted the attention of these small social youths, and they all looked towards the direction from which the sound came. Not only them, it could be said that the entire street was attracted by this explosive engine rumble, and they all stopped to look. This is a Lamborghini Bull, nearly $10 million. Wow, wow, wow. Lamborghini. Simply awesome. What appeared in the eyes of the crowd was an orange-colored Lamborghini Big Bull, and its appearance caused a burst of gasps and screams. This kind of supercar could definitely earn eyeballs wherever it drove. Holy shit, it's the Lamborghini de Bull. The yellow-haired youngster, several people, after seeing this Lamborghini that appeared, couldn't help but exclaim in shock as well. This car bear car are 7 or 8 million nah, do not know which car is sitting in the big god. A green-haired young man exclaimed. Rumble. In the explosive roar, this orange Lamborghini Bull parked in front of Jaja Internet Cafe. Brother yellow hair, this car is actually parked here. A prickly-headed youngster was surprised. Yellow hair and the others, too, looked at this Lamborghini Bull with surprised gazes. Under their gazes, the door of the Lamborghini Big Bull was opened. Immediately afterward, a slightly slimmed-down young man came down from the driver's side, while a somewhat fat young man came out from the passenger side. The two of them were none other than Lin Yun and Fatty. And this Lamborghini Big Bull was the one that Lin Yun had bought earlier. Ming hadn't had the heart to pay that much attention, except that the sound of the Lamborghini's engine was too explosive, so he was also looking at the Lamborghini. Lin Yun, fat man? When Ming saw that the people coming down from the Lamborghini were his roommates Lin Yun and Fatty, he was directly confused. He still understands both Lin Yun and Fatty, both are ordinary families, even Lin Yun's family is still very poor. How can he afford to drive a Lamborghini Big Bull? Am I blind? Ming rubbed his eyes vigorously and softly, but realized that he hadn't been mistaken, it was really Lin Yun and Fatty. On the side. Brother yellow hair, these two seem to be coming towards us. Green hair pushed the yellow-haired youngster. Yeah, two people seem to be rushing towards us. The prickly little young man also said dumbly. They saw the two of them, Lin Yun, rushing at them. They all looked a little flustered, a little overwhelmed. After all, the others were driving a Lamborghini Bull. Could someone who could afford to drive such a car be an ordinary person? Can someone who can afford to drive this kind of car be someone they can afford to mess with? It shouldn't be, it must be just passing by. Yellow hair secretly prayed that the other party wasn't here to find him. However, when Lin Yun and Fatty walked up to them, they stopped. Lin Yun. Fatty. It really is you guys. Surprisingly, it really is you guys. When Ming realized that he really wasn't mistaken, he excitedly rushed to the duo of Lin Yun and Fatty. You guys? You really came to save me. Perhaps because of his excitement, or perhaps because he was aggrieved, tears fell from Ming's eyes after he said this. When Lin Yun saw that their faces were bruised in purple, and they even had a chewing gum plastered on their faces, Lin Yun's anger surged up. Ming, I'll help you get back what you've suffered. Lin Yun's gaze was firm as he patted Ming's shoulder. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked at these 7 or 8 social youths. These 7 or 8 social youths, when they saw that Lin Yun was actually a friend of Ming's, they were all scared blue in the face. They had actually beaten up a friend who drove a Lamborghini? After thinking about it, they were furious in their hearts. The big Lamborghini Bull alone was enough to shock them. Beating up my friend, you all have a part to play, right? Lin Yun stared at the group and said in a cold voice. These 7 or 8 youngsters all lowered their heads, like frosted eggplants, completely absent. Long gone was the arrogant look they had before. At this time, the leading yellow hair walked up. Brother, we do not know he is your friend, we make amends with you and him, sorry. Yellow hair smiled and bowed to apologize. Snap. Without saying a word, Lin Yun directly deleted an ear slap on the yellow-haired youngster's face. Apologize? Did I fucking let you apologize? Lin Yun exclaimed. Yes. Although the yellow-haired one who had been slapped was suffocating in his heart, he could only accompany him with a smile and nod his head repeatedly. Lin Yun turned his head to look at Ming again and asked. Ming, tell me how they dealt with you. Just beat me up, and made me give them $2,000, and forced me to eat the gum he had eaten. Ming said in an aggrieved manner. Lin Yun nodded, then once again looked at yellow hair. I'll give you a chance, go eat that pile of shit next to you. Lin Yun pointed at a pile of black dog shit on the ground next to him. Eat dog shit? Yellow hair's face turned a pig liver color immediately after he heard this. Chapter 40 Lessons for Punks. Eat dog shit? After yellow hair sniffed, his face instantly turned into a pig liver color. Because the Lamborghini had just caused a lot of commotion, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered here and were talking. This is the real version of the rich second-generation street lesson punks saw. Interesting. I know this group of punks, they often work for the tigers in this generation, this time they got into trouble, right? They deserve it. That's right, these a few punks usually arrogant very, today finally should be bad luck. The crowd of onlookers were all talking, they felt very relieved to see the rich second generation teaching the evil punks a lesson in the street. In the middle of the field. Brother, how can this shit be eaten by a human being? Brother, don't joke around. Yellow hair revealed an ugly smile. Eating this kind of thing like dog shit was a million times more disgusting than eating someone else's chewed gum. Yellow hair was disgusted by the sight of that pile of dog shit, not to mention letting him eat it. It's true that dog shit isn't eaten by humans, but it's okay for an animal like you to eat it. Lin Yun hugged his bladder and sneered. Fatty also said loudly, you fucking beat up our roommate, brother Yun only let you eat dog shit, it's already cheaper for you, don't hurry up and eat it. After the yellow hair heard the words, his face became more and more ugly. You. Guys, you don't bully people too much, the dog is anxious to jump over the wall. Yellow hair gritted his teeth and said. Oh? I wonder what you mean by that. Lin Yun still sneered. The meaning is very simple, I have apologized. You also slapped me, this matter will be written off, you were only 3 people, if you really forced us, we stabbed you and ran away, your family again bull cannot find us. Yellow hair said viciously. After saying this, yellow hair directly touched a dagger from his waist. Although yellow hair is afraid of Lin Yun, but he usually mixes with the society, the guts is absolutely big, really if he is forced to rush him, he asked himself absolutely even dare to stab the second generation of rich people. As the saying goes, the county official is not as good as the present, although Lin Yun's identity is bullish, but the yellow hair group of people are many, at least at the scene is not afraid to suffer losses, as for the rich second generation retaliation in the future, they can run away. Want to compare the number of people? Also move the knife? Looks like you didn't cherish the opportunity one gave you. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed and a chill flickered in his eyes. Next to him, when Ming saw yellow hair take out a dagger, he was also startled. Lin Yun, forget it, I can get out of it already satisfied, or just forget it. Ming pulled Lin Yun. Although Ming wanted to see Huang Mao suffer, he was also afraid that Huang Mao would really use the dagger. If Lin Yun was stabbed for helping him, how could he live with it? Forget it? Dare to threaten me, this won't be counted. Lin Yun smiled coldly. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun looked at yellow hair and said with a chilling expression. From the moment you took out your knife, this matter, it's not going to end that easily. Kid, it seems like you really aren't afraid to die, so it's not our fault. You forced us to do it. So what? I even rich second generation to beat the same, brothers, on. Yellow hair said loudly. Those young socialites behind Huang Mao, although they feared Lin Yun's identity. But they also belonged to the bold and fearless kind of youngsters on weekdays, and when it came to this kind of situation, they no longer hesitated, and they all fished out the daggers they had with them, ready to make a move. This group of gangsters ready to come hard? This rich second generation is afraid to suffer, even if his background is bullish, he is only 3 people. When the crowd of onlookers saw the yellow hairs move their daggers, they all secretly felt bad for Lin Yun. In the middle of the field. Suffered. They were really going to move their knives. Ming's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. Lin Yun, Fatty, you two hurry up and leave, I'll block them. You guys are here to help me, I can't even get you guys stabbed. Although Ming was afraid, Ming usually looked rather cowardly, but at this moment, he walked directly in front of Lin Yun and Fatty, with a stance that he would block this group of people for Lin Yun and Fatty. Ming, we're here to save you, not for you to save us, Lin Yun said with a smile. Right at this moment, 5 business cars with identical styles came head-on the road. Only to see these 5 commercial vehicles, in turn, stop behind Lin Yun's Lamborghini. Immediately afterward, the doors of the 5 commercial vehicles were opened at the same time, and more than 40 young men in security uniforms came out of the vehicles, and then quickly walked towards Lin Yun and the others. So many dozens of people in uniform came over at once, all holding batons in their hands, their momentum was very strong. Yellow hair's group of people, who were about to make a move, saw this guys and they all stopped. Huang Mao brother, what kind of people are these? The prickly man was shocked. I don't know. Yellow hair also had a face of not knowing what to do. Under the gazes of the crowd again, the group of security guards walked quickly to Lin Yun. The next moment. Chairman of the board. These dozens of security guards all bowed and shouted in unison, with a loud voice. G.A. The yellow-haired few were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that these dozens of security guards were the ones Lin Yun had called in. Give me a few people to surround these people. Lin Yun waved his hand. Yes, Chairman. After these dozens of security guards answered, they directly stepped forward to surround the 7 yellow-haired people. Just before Lin Yun came, he had called the company and asked for a group of security guards to quickly come to the entrance of Jia Jia Internet Cafe. Compared to the number of people, Lin Yun was still afraid that he wouldn't be able to outmaneuver these few punks. As long as Lin Yun is willing to call, as long as Lin Yun is willing to spend money, not to mention dozens, or even hundreds or thousands of people can be called. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun squeezed into the crowd. The yellow-haired 7 people's faces were waxen, their faces filled with fear and despair. They knew clearly that it was absolutely impossible for the 7 of them to deal with these 40-odd security guards. Yellow Hair knew that as long as Lin Yun gave the order, these security guards would be enough to disable them. Clang! The dagger in Yellow Hair's hand, all of a sudden, fell to the ground. His hands were constantly trembling, as if it was telling of the fear in his heart. If he had been able to threaten Lin Yun with his crowd before, then now, he no longer had any capital to call Lin Yun's bluff anymore. He couldn't raise the slightest bit of resistance anymore. The next moment. Yellow Hair, who was overwhelmed with fear, kneeled on the ground with a thud. Big brother, spare our lives. Please spare us. Yellow Hair directly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Those social youths behind Yellow Hair also knelt on the ground, all of them trembling with fear. Spare our lives? You've used a knife, and you still want me to spare my life? You beat my roommate to a pulp, and you still want me to spare my life? Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, chilling. Also, do you know that I hate people like you the most, gathering together every day to find honest people to bully? Lin Yun said viciously. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun gave an order. Give me a beating, all give me serious injuries. I'll pay a bonus of $10,000 for each person after the fight. I'll carry the burden of the accident. Yes, sir. Chairman. The security guards were naturally excited to hear that Lin Yun was giving them a $10,000 bonus. Immediately afterward, the 40-odd security guards directly waved their batons in their hands and rushed forward. The next scene, it goes without saying, 7 punks, facing more than 40 armed security guards, were beaten without resistance, rolling around on the ground wailing and begging for mercy. Good. The surrounding crowds couldn't help but clap their hands. Of course they expected to see these punks being beaten up. A small gangster who bullied the city was cleaned up by a rich second generation on the street. It could be imagined that this matter would surely be spread into a good story. As for Ming, he was so excited to see these punks who had bullied him get brutally beaten that he was on the verge of crying. Ming, don't cry, you field. Brother Yin helped you get back. Fatty patted Ming's shoulder and said. Aha! Ming nodded his head vigorously. By the way, what the hell is going on here? Lin Yun's Lamborghini, and these security guards? Ming still felt a little confused. The Lin Yun he knew, clearly his family was very poor. How did he suddenly drive a supercar? How did he suddenly get a supercar? And he was able to call in so many people. This later with you, how to go first? You certainly have not eaten, go we first go to eat. Lin Yun also smiled and patted Ming's shoulder. Fatty also laughed and said, yes, we have just been eating and you called, we have not eaten a few bites of rice.